You do not fall asleep by force, you fall asleep by surrender. Sleep is not something you do, it is something that happens when you stop doing. Tonight, I will not teach you how to sleep, I will show you how to disappear gently into silence. In these moments together, I will not give you information, I will give you a space where the body rests deeply, the mind softens, and awareness slowly opens like a flower at night. You will learn how to listen not to me, but to the silence between my words. That silence will heal you more deeply than any thought can. Each word is a gentle invitation to return home to yourself, to the peace that was never lost, only forgotten. You have been told that peace comes from control of your thoughts, your breath, your world. But peace is not control, peace is release. You try to sleep, and the trying itself keeps you awake. You fill your nights with thoughts, music, distractions, yet still the emptiness hums beneath it all. Tonight, I will help you see that your restlessness is not your enemy. It is simply energy knocking, asking to be witnessed, asking to return to stillness. In this way, we do not fight the mind, we befriend it. And when you befriend the mind, even chaos becomes calm. And so in this time we share, I will guide you through a gentle unfolding from thought to stillness, from tension to release, from wakefulness into the soft light of awareness. We will move through layers, the body, the breath, the mind, the watcher. You will hear my words, and slowly they will disappear, leaving only the silence behind them. That silence is the true meditation, the true rest. Do not listen to understand, listen to dissolve. If you stay with me, by the time the morning comes, something in you will have awakened even as you sleep. So close your eyes, breathe softly, and let us begin this long night together, not of sleep alone, but of awakening through sleep. You see, man has forgotten the art of surrender. He knows how to struggle, how to strive, how to climb mountains, but he does not know how to fall into the arms of existence, weightless, trusting. And sleep is nothing but that fall. It is not a discipline to be practiced. It is a grace that descends when the struggle ends. Most people lie in bed at night fighting an invisible enemy, their own mind. They toss, they turn, they try every trick to capture sleep as if it were some shy animal that must be hunted. But the more you chase it, the further it runs. The mind thinks it can command silence the same way it commands action with force, with effort, with control. Yet silence is not something you can conquer. It is something that blossoms when control disappears. Here's what most people completely miss. The moment you try to sleep, you are already awake. Trying means doing. Sleep begins only when the doer fades away. Have you noticed? The harder you insist on sleeping, the more alert you become. The more you tell yourself, I must rest now, the more restless you feel. You create tension out of your own demand. That's the paradox. Sleep is the reward for surrender, not the result of effort. Imagine a monkey sitting by a still pond. He sees the moon's reflection trembling in the water and reaches to grab it. But every time his hand touches the surface, the reflection shatters. the moon vanishes and the water ripples with noise. Only when he grows tired of reaching, when his arms drop and his breathing slows, does the reflection return perfect, untouched, waiting. This is how sleep happens. When you stop reaching for it, it appears. You don't need to control the mind. You need to understand it. The mind's nature is movement endless, circular, noisy. You cannot make it still by command any more than you can stop a river by shouting at it. You can only step aside and watch. When you watch, when you simply observe the mind's dance without resistance, something miraculous happens. A small distance arises between you and the movement. That distance is the doorway. In that distance, rest begins. So tonight, don't try to sleep. Don't even wish to. Just lie down as if the whole earth is holding you. Feel the bed beneath your body, the breath entering and leaving on its own. Don't interfere. The body knows what to do. It has been sleeping long before you were born. Trust it. The body has never forgotten how to rest. Only the mind has. Now let go of the idea that you must achieve something. There is nowhere to go, nothing to fix, nothing missing. The day has ended. Let the body melt into the earth. Let the breath flow like a small stream. Watch it. Be gentle with your watching. No strain, no effort. Watching should feel like listening to a distant song, not like staring at a target. And slowly, the watcher too will begin to fade. Do you hear that? The sound of silence rising between your thoughts. That is the first glimpse of surrender. It begins like a whisper, almost fragile. If you reach for it, you lose it. If you relax, it deepens. Let it spread through you like warmth in the chest, like soft rain on dry ground. Don't try to keep it. That too is a form of control. Just allow it. Remember this truth. Sleep comes not to those who chase it, but to those who stop running. When the chaser disappears, when even the desire to rest dissolves, sleep enters like a friend unannounced. It touches you gently, closes your eyes, and carries you away. And as your body begins to sink deeper, like a stone descending through water, you will feel a shift. Something loosens, something yields. That yielding is surrender. You are no longer trying to rest. You are being rested by existence itself. Let that happen now. No effort, no direction, just listening, just being. Your body has never forgotten how to rest. It is the most ancient part of you, older than your thoughts, wiser than your plans. While the mind calculates, the body listens. It listens to the earth, to gravity, to the rhythm of the breath. And when you trust it again, it leads you home. Here's something most people completely miss. The body is innocent. It does not know ambition. It does not know the clock. It doesn't worry about tomorrow or carry guilt from yesterday. It simply follows existence. The heart beats, the lungs rise and fall. The blood moves through its rivers without asking you for permission. Even when you are not aware of it, life continues. The same intelligence that turns night into day, that makes flowers bloom and rivers flow, is breathing through you right now. When you surrender to this rhythm, rest comes effortlessly. You do not have to earn it. You only have to remember it. Feel the weight of your body against the bed. This is gravity's embrace, not a burden. Let the body sink as if the earth herself is holding you close. She has been waiting. You have carried yourself all day, thinking you were separate, but now you can let the earth carry you back. The mind will still try to interfere. It will whisper, "You're not relaxed yet. You must breathe slower. You should do this technique or that one." Smile at it. Thank it for trying to help, and then ignore it. The body knows more than the mind ever will about rest. It has its own language, the language of sensation, warmth, rhythm. When you feel the chest rise, feel it completely. When the breath falls, follow it down like a leaf riding the current. Have you ever watched a leaf fall into a river? It doesn't plan its journey. It doesn't decide where to go. It just surrenders to the flow, and the river carries it exactly where it needs to be. Let that be your meditation tonight. The river of breath will take you if you stop trying to steer. Feel how the air enters, cool and light, and how it leaves warm and full of release. Every exhale is a small surrender. Every breath is an opportunity to trust again. The body moves between life and death with each inhale and exhale, dying a little, being born again. This is its sacred rhythm, and if you follow it without resistance, sleep will not be something you do. It will be something that happens through you. Now, as you listen, begin to sense the quiet harmony beneath the surface. Your pulse, your heartbeat, your breathing, all are part of a great orchestra that never stops playing. When the mind interferes, it creates dissonance. When you step back, the music returns. So tonight, do not guide the body. Let the body guide you. It will lead you into stillness, step by step, breath by breath. You are safe in its hands. The same intelligence that grows trees and moves tides is singing you to sleep. Be still. Feel how you are already being breathed, already being held. The breath is the most ancient rhythm of life, the invisible thread that connects you to existence itself, the bridge between the body that sleeps and the awareness that never does. When you breathe without awareness, it is mechanical, unconscious, repetitive, like waves that crash upon the shore without noticing the ocean that holds them. But when you begin to observe your breath, not to control it, not to shape it, only to witness it, you suddenly step out of time. In that moment, the breath becomes sacred. It is no longer something you do, it is something that happens through you. People often ask me, how can something so simple be so powerful? I tell them, because simplicity is power. The mind complicates, the ego interferes, but the breath remains pure, untouched by your ambitions or your fears. Every inhale is a beginning, every exhale is an ending, and in the space between the two lies eternity. You have been so busy running from moment to moment that you've forgotten this small miracle happening inside you. This silent tide that moves without asking, that has kept you alive since your first cry. Here's what you must understand. You are not breathing, existence is breathing you. The same energy that moves the stars and unfolds the seasons moves your chest, fills your lungs, and then leaves, only to return again. You do not control it, you are carried by it. The more you try to manipulate it, the more you separate yourself from its grace. So tonight, as you listen to my voice, don't take deep breaths, take real breaths. Let each one come on its own, like a wave returning to the shore, soft, effortless, endless. With every exhale, release the day. Let the weight of all that has been said, all that has been done, drift away. The breath knows how to cleanse you. You just have to get out of its way. Each exhale is a small death, a letting go, a reminder that everything leaves, that everything must pass. And each inhale is a birth, a return, a promise from life itself that nothing is truly lost. Notice this rhythm and realize that you, too, are this rhythm, a constant dance between arrival and departure, between silence and sound, between being and nothingness. There is a secret hidden in this movement. Between one breath and the next, there is a pause, a stillness so subtle that most never notice it. It is the doorway between two worlds, the world of form and the world of formlessness, the world of dreams and the world of awareness. When you notice this pause, you will discover that it is the same silence that exists between thoughts, between heartbeats, between all beginnings and all endings. If you can linger there for just a moment, not as a doer but as a presence, you will touch the eternal. In that pause, there is no you, no effort, no desire. Only awareness remains pure, empty, luminous. This is the bridge. This is the passage from wakefulness into rest, from tension into surrender. The breath takes you there not by force, but by its own intelligence. It carries you like a mother carries her child across the threshold of sleep. The mind cannot understand this, because the mind knows only control, and this is the art of allowing. Do you see the beauty? The breath enters your body and leaves, but it belongs to the whole. You cannot keep it. You cannot hold it. If you try, you suffocate, and yet without it, you are nothing. This is the mystery of life itself, to be filled by what you cannot possess. Once you understand this, sleep becomes easy. You realize that just as you cannot force a breath, you cannot force rest. You simply allow it. You trust the rhythm that has always been there. Now, as you breathe, imagine that each exhale is a gentle wind clearing the dust from your mind. With every inhale, you are filled with freshness, with lightness, with life. The breath moves in, moves out, and in its movement, all tension is washed away. Soon, even the watcher of the breath will dissolve, and there will only be breathing vast, quiet, infinite. And when that happens, when breath becomes your meditation, when awareness and sleep meet upon this bridge, you will discover that you have not fallen asleep at all. You have simply fallen into life itself, deeper than ever before, resting in the arms of existence, breathing with the stars, dreaming with the sky. The mind is a restless guest who refuses to leave even when the house has grown dark and silent. It sits there, turning over old conversations, building new worries out of nothing, lighting fires where only ashes should be. You lie down, the body heavy with exhaustion, yet something inside refuses to stop. Thoughts rise and fall, one after another, 1,000 small waves crashing against the shore of your awareness. This is why sleep seems so far away, not because the body is awake, but because the mind is still trying to hold the reins of life, even as existence whispers, "Let go." The truth is, the mind fears losing control. It is terrified of silence because silence is death to it. In silence, the mind has no ground to stand on. There is nothing for it to do, nowhere for it to run. So it keeps moving, endlessly creating, endlessly talking. But this movement is not life, it is noise pretending to be living. The mind's greatest trick is to make you believe that if you stop thinking, you will vanish. But look closely, the mind never truly rests. And yet you have moments, even brief ones, where you stop identifying with its chatter. Have you noticed? When you are completely absorbed in music, in a sunset, in love, for a split second, the mind stops. And in that stopping, you feel alive. That moment is what sleep is made of. Here's what most people miss. You cannot silence the mind through violence. You cannot wrestle it into submission. The more you fight it, the more it fights back, because conflict is its food. Instead, you must become the watcher, the one who sees without judgment. Watching is not suppression, it is understanding. When you watch a child throwing a tantrum, you don't argue with the child, you simply wait. Eventually, the energy runs out, the storm quiets, and peace returns. The same is true of the mind. The more you watch it, the more it begins to exhaust itself, until suddenly, like a spinning wheel losing momentum, it slows down and silence emerges from the center. I have often said that the mind is like a river. You cannot stop a river from flowing. You can only stand on the bridge and watch its movement. The watcher on the bridge never drowns. The one who jumps in, who tries to change the direction of the current, is swept away. So tonight, stand on the bridge of your awareness. Watch the thoughts move below you, the fragments of the day, the voices of memory, the echoes of desire. Don't judge them. Don't resist them. Don't try to make sense of them. Just watch. Watching is enough. When you watch, a miracle happens. What you watch begins to lose its grip on you. Soon you will notice that the thoughts that once felt so heavy, so important, begin to pass like clouds. One appears, floats across your sky, and dissolves into nothingness. Another follows, perhaps darker, perhaps lighter, but it too fades. The sky remains untouched. That sky is you. The clouds are just weather. The mistake humanity makes is believing the weather is the sky itself. But you are the open expanse in which everything comes and goes. When you remember this, you cannot be disturbed. The mind that cannot sleep is a mind that still believes it must protect you. It worries about tomorrow, replays yesterday, plans, judges, calculates not out of malice, but out of habit. It has served you for so long that it doesn't know how to stop. So don't hate it, don't condemn it, thank it, and then gently let it rest. You can whisper to it, "You've done enough for today. Rest now." Slowly, its hold will loosen, its grip will fade, and if sleep still does not come, do not despair. Even restlessness, when watched, becomes peaceful. The key is not to eliminate movement, but to find stillness in the midst of it. When you become the witness, the silent observer who neither clings nor rejects even the storm becomes part of the calm. Watch the noise with the same gentleness you would watch waves in the ocean. There is rhythm in them too. There is beauty even in their chaos. And as you keep watching, a new intelligence awakens, one that is deeper than the mind, one that does not depend on thought. You begin to feel a vastness inside, a quietness that does not belong to you but to existence itself. This intelligence is not something you create, it is something that reveals itself when you stop interfering. Soon, as you lie there breathing, feeling the pulse of life move through you, the mind will begin to fall into that vastness. It will no longer be an obstacle, but a wave returning to the sea. And when it does, you will understand that the silence you were searching for was never outside you. It was waiting here all along, beneath the noise, beneath the dreams, beneath the endless wanting, vast, patient, infinite. So rest now, not because you must, but because there is nothing left to do. Rest not as an act, but as a recognition of what has always been. You are the watcher, and the watcher never sleeps, and yet within that watching, everything rests. When you close your eyes, the mind doesn't vanish. It slips beneath the surface, carrying its unfinished stories with it. What you call dreams are simply fragments of the day, still seeking their place. Emotions that were never felt fully, moments that were left unresolved. The mind continues to digest what consciousness refused to taste. All day long you collect experiences, sights, sounds, desires, fears, and you swallow them without chewing, without awareness. Then at night, the unconscious begins its work, rearranging, replaying, transforming. It paints strange scenes, absurd combinations, faces from the past, fears from the future, all woven together in a tapestry that often makes no sense. And yet, if you watch closely, every dream is a whisper from your own depths, a message coded in the language of the forgotten. Most people fight with their dreams, afraid of what they might reveal. They wake up disturbed, confused, sometimes guilty. But dreams are not enemies. They are mirrors, showing you what you've hidden from yourself. When you resist them, you prolong their presence. When you welcome them, they lose their power. The mind that cannot rest during the day cannot be peaceful at night, because whatever you suppress in the sunlight will come to visit you in the dark. You may lock the door, but it will enter through the window of sleep. Forgiveness is the key that closes those windows gently before you sleep. Forgive. Not as a moral duty, but as a cleansing. Forgive yourself for the day, for what you said, for what you didn't say, for what you thought you should have been. Forgive others too, not for their sake, but for your own. Anger, guilt, resentment, these are stones in your pockets as you try to float on the ocean of sleep. You cannot rest while carrying them. Let them sink to the bottom. The ocean will take them. It knows how to dissolve pain. You see, dreams are not random. They are your inner gardener, tending to the soil of your being. But many of you spend your nights watering weeds, thoughts of failure, fear, comparison, and then you wonder why flowers do not bloom. The gardener cannot work if the soil is poisoned with worry. So tonight, before you enter sleep, offer your mind a clean garden. Say to yourself, let everything that was heavy be released. Feel it leave you through the breath, through the exhale, through the soft surrender of your shoulders. The body listens when you speak this way. It understands the language of letting go. The restlessness you feel is not a curse. It is energy seeking direction. It's like water trapped behind a dam, trembling to move, to flow. And when you give it permission, it flows toward peace. Restlessness exists only when you resist the flow of your inner life. The moment you allow, the tension breaks and the current becomes calm. So don't fight the restlessness. Don't call it wrong. Watch it, breathe with it, and let it dance until it exhausts itself. Every wave must eventually bow to the ocean. In the same way, your thoughts, your emotions, your dreams, all are waves upon the ocean of your consciousness. They rise, they move, they fall, and the ocean remains vast, silent, unbroken beneath. The waves cannot harm the ocean. They are its expression. Once you realize this, you stop trying to calm the surface and you begin to rest in the depth. Sleep happens there, in that depth. It is not the absence of movement, it is the presence of peace even while movement continues. So tonight, don't try to control what dreams come or don't come. Don't demand silence from the mind. Instead, trust that every image, every memory, every sound that arises is simply being released. You are being emptied. The mind is doing what it was made to do, to process, to cleanse, to transform. Let it be the witness. Watch the play, knowing that it is only a play. And slowly, as the night deepens, the play will end, the curtain will fall, and you will feel a stillness so deep that it does not belong to sleep alone, it belongs to the soul. And when morning comes, you will not only have rested, you will have healed. The mind will be lighter, the heart will be softer, and the day will begin not as a continuation of yesterday's burdens, but as a new birth. This is the power of resting consciously, to allow dreams to be what they are, to let memory flow where it will, to let existence cleanse itself through you. Nothing is wrong. Everything is simply finding its way back to silence. There comes a moment when you realize that the mind is not your master, but merely a servant that has forgotten its place, a tool that has taken over the craftsman. It has been talking, planning, remembering, analyzing, dreaming endlessly, obsessively, compulsively, and you have mistaken its voice for your own. But there is something in you that watches even that voice. It has been there since your first breath and will remain after your last. That something is awareness. The witness, it is the silent center of your being, untouched, unchanging, eternal. You may have forgotten it, but it has never forgotten you. When you begin to watch the mind, you start to see that the watcher is different from the watched. The mind is like a stage where thousands of actors come and go, thoughts, emotions, memories, desires. But the watcher sits in the audience, unmoved. It doesn't clap when the hero appears. It doesn't cry when the villain wins. It simply observes. And when you see that you are the watcher, not the actors, a profound freedom arises. The whole drama continues, but it no longer binds you. You are free because you no longer believe every line the mind whispers. Here is something most people never discover. Even sleeplessness becomes peaceful when you become the witness. When you identify with the mind, every restless thought becomes torture. Every minute awake feels like an eternity. But when you shift your attention from what is happening to the one who sees it happening, a beautiful thing occurs, the tension drops. You are no longer the storm, you are the sky that contains it. The sky never complains about the thunder. The sky is never afraid of the lightning. It allows everything and yet remains vast, silent, infinite. You may say, but my mind is too noisy, I can't stop it. That is exactly the point. You cannot stop it, and you don't need to. Stopping is not your task. Watching is. The act of watching itself transforms. When you watch without interfering, the energy that once fueled your thoughts begins to shift. It turns inward toward awareness. It's like holding a mirror to the sun. Slowly, the light turns back upon itself. And when the light of attention turns inward, the mind starts to dissolve into its source. Try this now. As you listen, don't focus on the meaning of my words. Instead, become aware of the space in which the words appear, the silence between them, the awareness that hears them. You are not the thoughts moving in your head. You are the space in which they move. You are not the waves. You are the ocean beneath them. And this recognition is the beginning of true rest. Sleep gives rest to the body, but witnessing gives rest to the soul. Have you ever noticed that even in deep sleep, something remains aware? When you wake up, you say, I slept well, or I didn't sleep at all. Who is this I that knows? Even when the body and mind disappear into unconsciousness, a subtle awareness continues, watching the silence of sleep itself. That is the witness, ever present, ever awake, even in the heart of rest. Once you begin to feel this witness, you will see that peace was never something to be achieved. It was always here, hidden behind the noise of thought. This awareness cannot be disturbed because it is not a thing. It has no form, no boundary, no birth, no death. It is the same awareness that looks through your eyes and through the eyes of every being that ever lived. It is existence watching itself. When you rest in this witnessing, your sleep becomes a meditation. Your waking becomes a meditation. You carry stillness with you like a fragrance. And now, as you rest here, watching the soft rise and fall of your breath, watching the mind's movements without judgment, begin to sense the stillness spreading through you from the crown of your head to the tips of your toes. Every thought that appears will seem smaller, more distant, like birds crossing the horizon. You are not the birds. You are the sky. Remember this again and again. You are the sky. Nothing can stain it. Nothing can shatter it. Slowly, even the watcher itself will dissolve, because ultimately the watcher and the watched are not two. There comes a moment when the boundary between observing and being observed disappears, and only pure awareness remains. Not someone watching, not something being watched, but just watching itself. That is the final surrender. That is meditation. Rest now in that vastness. Don't try to hold it, just allow it to be. If thoughts come, let them pass. If dreams rise, let them fade. You are no longer inside the mind is inside you. You are the silence behind every sound, the stillness beneath every motion, the awareness that remains even when all else falls away. And as you drift deeper into that silence, the body softens, the breath slows, and the world begins to disappear. Nothing to do, nowhere to go, nothing to fix. Only this moment, wide open, infinite, watching itself through you. As the night deepens and the body begins to loosen its grip on the waking world, something extraordinary becomes possible, a quiet awareness that stays luminous even as everything else fades into darkness. For most people, sleep is a kind of death, an unconscious escape from the noise of the day, a temporary forgetting. But for one who begins to awaken inwardly, sleep becomes a living meditation, a sacred return. The body lies still, the breath moves softly, and yet a small flame inside continues to burn. A subtle light that neither dreams nor thinks, a light that simply watches. It watches without effort, without intention, without seeking any goal, and in that effortless watching, a doorway opens to another dimension of being. When I say watch, I don't mean observe in the way you watch a movie or a thought. This watching is not mental, it is presence. It has no eyes, no direction, no focus. It is everywhere and nowhere at once. Imagine a candle left burning in the corner of a dark room. The candle is not trying to illuminate the darkness, it simply is. Its very existence pushes the shadows back, quietly, without struggle. In the same way, when awareness remains alive as the body falls asleep, the unconscious begins to transform. Dreams become transparent. Emotions lose their heaviness. The boundaries between sleep and wakefulness dissolve. You are resting, and yet there is an aliveness more profound than any you have known while awake. Most people fall asleep as if they are dying abruptly, unconsciously, helplessly. They disappear into a void without remembrance, without gratitude. But you can fall asleep like a sage, gently, gracefully, aware of the mystery unfolding. You can feel yourself crossing the threshold between two worlds, one filled with movement and one made of stillness. As the mind drifts away, you remain not as a person, not as a thought, but as pure being. This is what I call the light that watches the darkness. At first, it may seem impossible. The moment you become aware that you are aware, the mind becomes alert again. But patience will reveal the way. Awareness is like a seed. Give it time, and it will learn to bloom even in the night. Begin simply as you lie down. Whisper to yourself, I will rest, but awareness will remain. Don't repeat it as a mantra. Let it be a gentle intention, like a feather floating on water. Then surrender to the rhythm of the breath, to the pull of gravity, to the warmth of the sheets. You are not trying to stay awake. You are simply remembering that the one who sleeps and the one who watches are not two. Slowly, you will feel it, a delicate thread of consciousness continuing beneath the waves of sleep. It is not sharp like the waking mind. It is soft, luminous, like the glow of moonlight on water. You may drift into dreams, but even in dreaming, you will know that you are dreaming. The dream will lose its power to frighten or control you. You may wake in the middle of the night, and instead of restlessness, there will be peace. Because even in darkness, you will sense that something vast and silent is watching, breathing through you. This small light is not yours. It is not the product of effort or discipline. It is existence itself, peeking through the veil of the personal. Once you feel it, even once, you will never again be the same. You will know that there is a presence within you, untouched by time or sleep, untouched by fear or forgetting. That presence is your true home. It has no name, no face, but it is more real than the body that carries you. So tonight, as you drift, don't be afraid of the darkness. Don't resist it. The darkness is not your enemy. It is your womb. It is the space from which all light is born. The stars exist only because of it. The light needs the darkness to be seen. Let the night swallow you, but stay awake in the heart. Feel yourself falling and yet falling upward, falling inward into the infinite depth of your own being. And as you do, you will notice that nothing is lost. The world of form melts away, but awareness remains. This is the true rest, the rest that is not the absence of life, but its deepest expression. You are breathing with the cosmos now, dreaming with the trees, sleeping with the sea. Even as the body sleeps, existence keeps singing through you, and the light continues to shine, soft, silent, eternal. There is a moment, brief, delicate, easily missed, that lies between waking and sleep. It comes like a whisper, a sigh from existence itself, when the thoughts lose their edges and the body becomes light as air. Most people rush through this space without ever knowing it exists. hurrying into dreams as if crossing a busy street, never stopping to notice the stillness that waits there, eternal and patient. But that small gap is the doorway to the beyond. If you can linger there, if you can float in that breathless in-between where the day has ended but the night has not yet begun, you will taste something of death, not the death of the body, but the death of identity, the death of the one who is always trying to be. It is the most peaceful moment of your life and yet the most alive. To enter this gap, you need not do anything extraordinary. You need only stop hurrying. You have been conditioned to move from one thing to another without pause, from task to task, from noise to noise, from thought to thought. Even when you rest, you are planning the next movement. And so, you have forgotten the art of transition, the beauty of standing at the threshold. Between two notes, there is music. Between two breaths, there is silence. Between two thoughts, there is awareness. And between wakefulness and sleep, there is grace. This grace cannot be created, only recognized. It waits for you every night, like a friend standing in the doorway, but you pass by with your eyes closed. Tonight, you will linger. When you feel yourself beginning to fall asleep, don't resist and don't rush. Don't cling to wakefulness and don't chase unconsciousness. Just hover. Feel the body as it melts, the limbs as they lose their borders, the breath as it slows into a soft rhythm. Feel the edges of thought dissolving, words fading into waves, and yet notice that something remains aware. This is the watcher, silent and still, observing the vanishing of the world. Stay with that watcher, even for a few seconds, and you will enter the golden twilight between worlds. In that gap, you are neither the person who lived the day nor the dreamer who will wander the night. You are something vast and formless, a pure presence without history or future. In that space, there is no name, no desire, no time. You are not asleep, and yet you are not awake. The body rests, but awareness breathes, luminous and free. It is like standing at the shore of an infinite ocean, the waves of sleep gently touching your feet, inviting you to dissolve, but not yet. Stay there, just watching the tides of being rise and fall. This is meditation in its purest form, effortless, natural, blessed. The sages have always known this secret. They called it the third state, neither waking nor dreaming, neither inside nor outside the passage to the divine. It is here that consciousness renews itself, where you return to the source from which you were born. To linger here, even for a single breath, is enough to transform the quality of your rest, the flavor of your dreams, the texture of your days. You will wake with a silence that does not leave you, a light that shines from within, a sweetness that has no cause. Don't be afraid if it feels as though you are disappearing. That disappearance is not loss, it is liberation. You have carried the weight of your name, your story, your striving for too long. Let it drop now, like an old garment at the edge of a river. The current will take it, and you will be free to float not as someone, but as the very movement of life itself. This is what it means to die consciously each night. to surrender to the mystery with open eyes. And as you rest in this space, you will sense that even darkness glows with its own light. There is no conflict here, no tension between being and non-being. Everything simply is. Thoughts may flicker at the horizon. Sensations may ripple through the body, but they are far away now, small and gentle, like the last echoes of a distant song. You are home. You have crossed the threshold not by moving, but by ceasing to move. You have entered the gap, the silent pause where existence breathes you back into itself. Stay here as long as you can, as long as the body allows, without clinging, without fear. And when sleep finally comes, let it take you completely. But carry this awareness as a fragrance, as a subtle remembrance, that even in the deepest night, you are still held, still known, still alive in the vast stillness of the infinite. There is a rest deeper than sleep, a stillness so total that even dreaming ceases, even the faint hum of thought dissolves, and yet something luminous remains. It is not the unconscious dark of forgetfulness. It is the radiant quiet of awareness that has finally returned to its source. Sleep heals the body, yes. It mends the nerves, cools the brain, relaxes the muscles, clears the debris of the day. But awareness, pure awareness, heals something far greater. It touches the very roots of your being, the hidden layers of longing and fear, the silent memories that live beneath your breathing. This rest beyond sleep is what your soul has been yearning for, not merely the relief of exhaustion, but the embrace of existence itself. A rest so complete that there is no one left to be rested. When you fall into ordinary sleep, the body rests, but the self continues its journey. It dreams, it struggles, it remembers. But when awareness flowers even within that sleep, the journey stops. You are no longer going anywhere. You are not even someone who needs to arrive. You are home. Awareness is the home you have been searching for in every comfort, every success, every love affair, every prayer. You thought you were seeking happiness or peace. But what you were really seeking was this: to be at rest in yourself. The rest beyond sleep is not achieved through effort. It unfolds like a flower opening to the sun, slowly, delicately, without will. You can only create the conditions for it by softening, by becoming receptive. Every tension in you, physical, emotional, mental, is a kind of resistance to the natural flow of existence. The more you release it, the more deeply you sink into that current of life that carries all things toward peace. You cannot push your way to stillness. You can only fall into it as a leaf falls into the stream, as a cloud falls into the sky. And perhaps you've noticed, sometimes even after a long night's sleep, you wake feeling tired, dull, as if no rest has happened at all. That's because the body has slept, but the inner turmoil continued. The mind went on spinning its web, weaving anxiety into your dreams, tightening its grip on every memory. Real rest begins only when you stop identifying with that mind, when you realize that thoughts are like ripples in the pond of consciousness. They disturb the surface but never touch the depth. In the depth, everything is still, and from that stillness, energy renews itself endlessly. So tonight, allow yourself to sink beyond the sleep of the body into the sleep of the soul. This is not the unconsciousness of escape. This is the consciousness of surrender. It is a paradox. You will appear to be asleep, but within, you will be utterly awake. The body will be unmoving, the mind silent, and yet an invisible flame will be burning, soft and steady. At the center of your being, this flame does not flicker, it does not need fuel, it does not belong to time. It is the eternal witness, your true nature. In this rest beyond sleep, healing happens without effort, transformation without intention. You will not know when it begins or when it ends, because there is no you left to measure it. It is as if the ocean has reclaimed its waves, as if the sky has drawn its clouds back into itself. There is no separation now, only vastness, breathing, pulsating, endlessly alive. When you awaken from this kind of sleep, you will feel light, as though something heavy has been lifted from you. Though you cannot say what, you will smile for no reason. Move gently. See beauty everywhere. You will sense that even in movement, you are resting. Even in noise, you are silent. Remember this. Sleep is the closing of the eyes, but true rest is the opening of the heart. Sleep gives you energy to live another day. Awareness gives you the wisdom to live eternally. Let both happen tonight. Let the body sink into the warmth of the bed. Let the breath slow. Let the mind fade. And somewhere beyond all of that, remain awake to the infinite peace that has always been here, waiting for your return. And now, as you drift deeper, let the awareness carry you not as an effort, but as a fragrance. The fragrance of being itself, pure and simple. Let it seep into every corner of your being, until even the idea of separation disappears. Let it touch the place within you that has never slept and never will, the still point around which the stars turn. That is where the rest beyond sleep resides, the eternal pause at the center of life. At a certain depth of silence, even the one who is resting, even the one who says, I am resting, begins to dissolve. The center that has been observing, that subtle watcher who stood apart from the body and mind, slowly melts into the infinite ocean of awareness itself. The distinction between the one who watches and what is being watched fades like mist under the morning sun. What remains is not a person, not a presence confined within a name or a memory, but a vast emptiness. Yet this emptiness is full, overflowing with peace. When the I disappears, only life remains, breathing, pulsating, existing in its own rhythm, without owner, without identity. You may think this sounds frightening, but it is not death, it is liberation. To lose the self is to discover that what you called you was never small, never separate. It was the ocean pretending to be a drop. The I has always been the dream. You built it carefully over years, a collection of faces, stories, successes, failures, hopes, and fears. You have defended it, adorned it, feared for it. But look closely. Where is this I now? Can you find it in the body? The body changes every day. Can you find it in the mind? The mind never stops moving. Can you find it in memory? Memory is only smoke from fires, long gone. The I is a shadow cast by movement. When movement stops, the shadow vanishes. The disappearance of the I is the ultimate sleep, the final rest, and yet it is the birth of awakening. The deepest sleep and the highest meditation are one and the same at this point. In ordinary sleep, you lose the world but remain ignorant. In deep awareness, you lose the world and discover yourself as the whole. There is no doer, no sleeper, no watcher. There is only the state of being pure, silent, effortless. You can feel it even now, in this very moment. If you stop naming things, drop every word. Don't call it breath, don't call it body, don't call it silence. Just be. When there is no name, there is no boundary. When there is no boundary, there is no fear. The sages of the East call this state Turiya the fourth, beyond waking, dreaming, and deep sleep. In it, you are not awake in the ordinary sense, because there is no one left to be awake. You are not asleep, because awareness is luminous and alive. It is both and neither. It is a still ocean without waves, a sky without clouds. This is not something you achieve. It is something that reveals itself when everything else falls away. The moment you stop clinging to identity, the vastness rushes in. It was always there, waiting for a space. Imagine a drop of rain falling toward the sea. For a brief moment, it glitters in the light. Separate, individual, trembling with its own existence. Then it touches the ocean, and in that instant, it vanishes. But does it really die? No. It becomes the ocean. It loses its name, its shape, its story, but gains the infinity of depth and expanse. So too with you. The drop was never separate except in its imagination. The I is that imagination, a spark of self-assertion born from fear. When you dissolve back into the whole, the fear ends, because there is nothing left to lose. And this disappearance is not annihilation, it is expansion. It is love in its purest form, the love that requires no object, no subject, no direction. Love simply is. When there is no I, there is no you or other. There is only the pulse of life, moving within itself, aware of itself, rejoicing in its own dance. You are that dance. You always have been. The sleeper, the dreamer, the watcher, they were all roles in the same play. When the play ends, the stage remains. You are the stage, not the characters. So, as you lie here, drifting beyond the edges of thought, let this awareness deepen. Don't hold on even to the sense of watching. Let it fade too. There is a peace so profound it has no opposite, and it awaits you at the point where the I disappears. Don't be afraid, nothing real can be lost. The only thing that vanishes is the illusion of separation. What remains is the stillness that was here before you were born and will be here after the stars have gone dark. Now, allow yourself to sink completely. Let go of the last whisper of identity. The words of this voice are fading. The body has become weightless. The world has grown silent. What remains is only being endless, boundless, serene. You have not fallen asleep. You have fallen into truth. And when the I is gone, what remains is not emptiness in the way you have feared it, but a fullness so total, so exquisite, that even the word fullness cannot contain it. It is as if the whole universe has come rushing in to fill the space where your small self once lived. The trees, the stars, the rivers, the dust of the earth, they are no longer things outside you. You breathe, and the forest breathes with you. You close your eyes, and galaxies spin silently inside your chest. The separation between inner and outer collapses like a dream upon waking. There is only one movement, one song, one life, endlessly expressing itself in infinite forms, yet always the same melody at its heart. This is union, not the joining of two, but the recognition that there were never two to begin with. For lifetimes, humanity has lived with the illusion of division, me and you, this and that, life and death, sacred and mundane. But now you see, all opposites dissolve into a single presence. Even sleep and waking are not different. They are ripples on the surface of the same ocean. The ocean does not prefer calm to storm. It does not resist its waves. It allows everything. That allowing is love. Not the love that clings, but the love that embraces without condition, without boundaries. It is the love that says yes to all that is. When you are in union with the whole, this yes becomes your natural breath. You no longer live as a fragment trembling in fear of being broken. You live as the vastness itself, which cannot be broken. You have spent so much time trying to reach something: enlightenment, peace, success, God. But all along, it was here, in the very pulse of your existence, hiding behind your effort. The river was always flowing toward the ocean, not because it had to, but because that is its nature. You too are flowing toward your own vastness. And now, in this silence, the journey ends. There is nowhere to go, nothing to become, no more striving. You have arrived, not in a place, but in a presence. This is the great homecoming, the return from exile, the end of seeking. In this state, even the idea of meditation disappears. Who would meditate, and for what purpose? The meditator has dissolved into meditation itself. Life is the prayer now, breath is the mantra, stillness is the temple. You do not need to do anything holy. Existence itself is holiness. Every sound, every silence, every heartbeat becomes sacred. When you look at the sky, it is not that you are looking at something, you are the sky looking at itself. When you feel the warmth of the night air against your skin, it is the air feeling itself through you. The boundary has melted, and you are everywhere. Do you feel it? That vast, endless quiet spreading through the room, through the earth, through the stars. It is not coming from outside. It is emanating from you, from the center that is no longer a center. It has no shape, no direction, yet it is all directions at once. You are the still point around which the galaxies turn, and yet you are also the turning itself. There is no contradiction here, because the whole has no opposite. You have dissolved into the great rhythm, the eternal heartbeat of existence. And when you awaken in the morning, the world will not seem separate or distant. You will not wake as a self returning from sleep. You will wake as life continuing through a new dawn. You will feel that even as you move through your day, speaking, eating, walking, laughing, a part of you remains rooted in this vast silence, untouched by time or circumstance. You will carry the fragrance of this night within you, the remembrance that you are not merely a person moving through life, but life itself, playing as a person for a while. So now, as the last traces of wakefulness fade, surrender completely. Don't hold back a single fragment of yourself. There is no need to be cautious. The ocean cannot drown in itself. Let the breath become softer until even breathing is forgotten. Let the heart beat on its own without your supervision. Let the mind fall silent, not because you commanded it to, but because it has found something greater to trust. The whole universe is breathing you, dreaming you, dissolving you back into itself. And in that dissolution, the sweetest truth reveals itself. You were never separate, never lost, never broken. You have always been the whole, dreaming of being apart. And now the dream has ended in the arms of reality. Rest in that now. Rest not as an individual, but as the infinite resting within itself. No beginning, no end, no boundary, no center. Only the vastness remains, pulsing with silent joy. A joy so deep it does not need expression. Sleep now, if you must call it sleep, but know that this is the sleep of the universe, the eternal rest of being that is always awake. Sleep cannot be forced, it can only be allowed. The more you chase it, the further it runs. The art of sleeping is the art of surrender, to stop doing, to stop controlling, to stop being someone, and when there is no you left. Sleep comes not as a visitor, but as your own homecoming. In these 3 hours, I will take you beyond the surface of ordinary sleep into a meditation so deep that you do not simply rest, you dissolve. This is not hypnosis. It is not a guided fantasy. It is a return to your natural rhythm, where mind, body, and breath become one single wave of quiet awareness. You will not only fall asleep more easily, but wake with a softness, a lightness that no medicine, no mantra, no technique has ever given you. Because this is not about learning to sleep better, it is about remembering how to be. For most people, sleep has become an accident. They toss, they turn, they beg the body to do what it was born to do naturally. Their heads are filled with unfinished noise, tomorrow's worries, yesterday's wounds, 1,000 invisible conversations. But real sleep is not the body collapsing from exhaustion, it is a deep communion with the universe. When you fall asleep consciously, you are entering meditation's most silent chamber. The body lies down, but awareness remains awake, and in that still watching, every cell of your being begins to heal. This is what modern man has forgotten. We live in a world where everything is noise, and even our dreams are loud. But I will take you back to the silence from which life itself arises. So, In these 3 hours, I will be your companion, not a guide, not a teacher, but a presence. You will lie down, you will breathe slowly, and you will listen not just with your ears but with your whole body. We will begin with the breath, the bridge between waking and sleep, and from there, slowly, you will drift into a meditation where you no longer need to do anything. You will learn to watch thoughts like clouds drifting through a twilight sky. You will learn how to let the body rest without trying to rest. And you will discover the deepest secret of all, that true sleep is not the absence of consciousness, but its purest form. In that space, healing happens on its own, because the universe is already taking care of you. So close your eyes now. Let my words fall like soft rain inside you. Don't try to understand, just listen. Just breathe. Let go of the world. Let go of tomorrow. Let go and fall back into the silence that you've always belonged to. Before you can fall asleep, before you can even rest, you must first remember how to arrive. Most people try to sleep the way they live, with effort, with tension, with willpower. They chase sleep as if it were something to achieve, but the very act of chasing keeps them awake. What I'm about to show you is something most people never realize. Real rest begins long before you close your eyes. It begins the moment you stop trying to reach anywhere. So just lie there. Let the world stay outside the room. The day has already ended, it no longer needs you. The body that carried you through hours of noise is ready to return to its natural intelligence. But you must listen to it. You have been taught to command your body, sit, stand, move, work, but not to hear it whisper. Tonight, we begin by listening, because the body is the doorway, and when the body relaxes, the mind follows like a child returning home. Close your eyes. Bring your attention to the feet. Don't look for sensations, just feel them. The weight, the warmth, the pulse. Imagine your awareness as a slow-moving light traveling from your toes upward. Feel each muscle loosen as you breathe out. You don't need to tell the body to relax. It already knows how. You only need to stop interrupting it. Every breath out is permission. Every exhale is a quiet yes. Let gravity do the work. Don't hold. Give yourself up. Let the bed hold you. Here's something you've probably missed. You don't fall asleep into sleep, you fall back into yourself. The more you allow the body to settle, the more you remember that it has been doing this since before you were born. Even in the mother's womb, you slept. There was no instruction, no tension, no thought, just a rhythm of heartbeat and breath. That rhythm is still here. It never left you. You only need to return to it. Now feel the body as one piece, not hands, not legs, not shoulders, just one continuous field of awareness. Let go of the edges. There's no need to know where you end and the bed begins. Let them merge. The skin, the sheets, the air, all part of the same soft wave. Feel the breath moving through it, rising and falling, effortless. You may notice thoughts trying to come back, little stories, fragments of the day, whispers of worry. Let them pass. Don't fight them. Don't push them away. Don't grab them. Just remember, the sky never argues with the clouds. It allows them to drift and remain infinite behind them. You are that sky. Thoughts are clouds. Let them move. Now, notice the space between the breaths. That tiny pause after exhaling, that space. Stay there for a moment. In that pause, time stops. You are not doing anything. You are not waiting for anything. You are simply being. The body rests, the breath softens, and the mind begins to slow like a spinning wheel coming to stillness. Most people think rest means collapsing, but real rest is awakening into stillness. You are not losing consciousness, you are regaining it. You are learning to be awake in rest, to be aware in silence. This is the preparation, the cleansing, the emptying, the letting go. So feel the whole body melting into the bed, from the feet to the head, every cell becoming liquid light. Let the breath be slower now, deeper, quieter. The heart moves gently, the mind loosens its grip. The night is opening like a dark flower, and you are resting in its petals. There is nowhere to go, nothing to fix, nothing to fear, only this, the sweetness of surrender. Stay here, rest here, because when the body has learned softness and the breath has remembered its rhythm, the mind will soon begin to melt. And then a deeper journey begins, a descent into the river of breath itself, where you will not just rest, but dissolve. Here's something that might surprise you. The moment you stop trying to sleep, sleep begins to approach you. It comes slowly, silently, like the tide returning to a forgotten shore. But to meet it, you must first learn to sink. The secret of falling asleep consciously is not in closing your eyes harder or in controlling the mind. It is in surrendering to the rhythm that has been guiding you since the beginning of time. Your breath. The breath is not just air entering and leaving the lungs. It is life itself moving through you. To befriend it is to remember that life does not need your help, it only asks for your trust. So, now that your body has softened, listen to your breathing not as something you do, but as something happening within you. Feel the air moving in through the nose, cool and delicate, and flowing out warm, relaxed, peaceful. Don't regulate it. Don't count it. Just allow it to unfold naturally, like waves rising and falling on the ocean. Imagine yourself floating on those waves, nothing to steer, nothing to direct, only the gentle movement of existence carrying you. As you breathe in, feel that you are drawing in the energy of the night, quiet, vast, infinite. As you breathe out, feel that you are releasing everything heavy, everything that doesn't belong to this moment. Each breath is a cleansing, each exhale a small death. The breath goes in, life enters. The breath goes out, you return to silence. Between these two movements lies a secret. You see, in every breath there's a gap, a small sacred space where no breath moves. You never noticed it because the mind is too busy chasing the next moment. But if you stay still enough, if you watch closely, you'll feel it that instant after exhaling, before the next inhalation begins. That is the doorway. In that pause, you are not the body, you are not the thoughts, you are not the breathing, you are simply being. Everything stops there. Time stops. It's as if Existence itself takes a breath with you. Now, start becoming aware of that pause. Don't try to extend it, that would make it false. Just notice it. Be the witness. It will grow naturally. And with it, a deep peace will begin to spread through your whole being. The ancient mystics called this space the gap of God, the place where the seen and the unseen meet. This is where you are going not to sleep, but to the stillness from which all sleep arises. As you rest in this rhythm, you will begin to sense something extraordinary. The line between you and the breath dissolves. At first, it feels as though you are breathing, but soon it becomes clear that breathing is happening by itself. You are being breathed, the body moves, the chest rises, the air flows, but you are not doing it. You are only watching. This is the beginning of true meditation. Awareness becomes the leaf, and the breath becomes the river carrying it. There is no effort, only flow. You may notice moments when awareness drifts away, when thoughts creep back, a memory, a sound, a whisper of planning for tomorrow. Don't resist, just return gently to the breath. Each return is an act of love. Each return brings you deeper into the river. This is not a discipline, it's devotion. The mind, like a child, will wander. Your breath is the hand that brings it home again and again, without judgment. Slowly, the breath will lengthen on its own. Inhalation and exhalation will begin to mirror one another, smooth and continuous. The breath will become so subtle that you will feel as if you are not breathing at all. In that stillness, a strange beauty unfolds, a silence so complete that you can hear the beating of your own heart as if it were the pulse of the universe itself. This is the descent, the moment when you stop trying to rest and start falling into rest. Allow yourself to sink even deeper now. Each exhale is a letting go of something old, something unnecessary. Each inhale is a gentle reminder that you are still here, still held, still part of this infinite movement of life. There's no need to worry about how deep you go. Existence knows the depth better than you. And as you go deeper, something subtle begins to shift the observer and the breath start to merge. There's no more distinction between breathing and being breathed. The boundary fades and you begin to sense that what you've called you was only a rhythm all along, a pulse in the vast heartbeat of the cosmos. The watcher dissolves into the watched, and the breath becomes your home. Now you are no longer breathing, existence is breathing you. The body rests. The mind begins to float somewhere between waking and sleep, and in that delicate balance, awareness glows softly, like a lantern under deep water. The surface ripples fade. The river flows quietly, endlessly. You are not moving anywhere. You are the movement itself. Stay here. Let everything else disappear. Soon, the body will sleep, but something in you will remain awake, calm, radiant, untouched. And that is where we are going next, because the next space, the next unfolding is the mystery itself, the discovery that while the body sleeps, awareness continues to shine like a small flame in the vast night. Now that the breath has slowed and the body lies still like an empty shell resting upon the shore of existence, something magical begins to happen. Sleep starts to descend like a soft mist, yet somewhere inside, a small flame remains alive. That flame is awareness. You are no longer doing anything, not controlling, not guiding, not observing in the ordinary sense, and yet you are awake in a way you have never been before. This is the secret most human beings never discover. You can be deeply asleep and yet luminous within, a silent witness floating effortlessly in the ocean of unconsciousness. Ordinary sleep is unconscious. You vanish completely, and the mind takes over the stage to project its dreams. Conscious sleep, the sleep I am leading you toward, is altogether different. Here, the body rests more deeply than ever before. The mind sinks into silence, and yet, at the center of your being, a quiet watcher remains untouched. It does not think, it does not interpret, it simply witnesses. It is like a clear lake under the moonlight, where even the reflection of a passing bird can be seen without disturbance. The first step into this state begins with surrender. You must learn to fall without fear. It sounds paradoxical to fall consciously, but that is exactly what true relaxation is. Every night, people try to sleep, but they never really fall. They resist. They fear the depth, the darkness, the unknown. They bring their identities with them, the parent, the worker, the thinker, the believer, and they keep tossing. Because these masks cannot cross the river into sleep. To cross, you must drop them. You must allow yourself to dissolve completely. Let go of control now. Trust that there is nowhere to fall. You are already being held. Feel the weight of your body against the bed. That's gravity's hand, existence itself cradling you. You can rest now. You can stop protecting yourself. Nothing is coming to harm you here. There is no judgment in this silence, no expectation, no demand. Just the vastness of the night and the simple rhythm of your own breathing. As the body sinks deeper, the dreams may begin to appear. Colors, faces, fragments of memory, strange stories, rising and dissolving like smoke. Don't cling to them. Don't try to interpret or control them. Just watch as if you were lying beneath a clear sky and clouds were passing by, painting shapes that change with every second. You are not the dream. You are the watcher of the dream. The dream is the mind's way of releasing its unfinished thoughts, the digestion of all the noise collected through the day. Let it do its work. Stay as the silent witness, and slowly, even the dreams begin to lose power. The space between them widens. You may notice long moments where nothing appears, only darkness, only stillness, only the faint glow of being itself. In that stillness, you realize that you are watching not from the mind, but from somewhere deeper, the center of consciousness, the eternal observer who was there when you were born, who will be there when you die, who never sleeps and never wakes, because it is beyond both. Most people go through life without ever meeting this watcher. They mistake their thoughts for themselves, their roles for their reality. But tonight, you are beginning to taste what the mystics have always known, that your essence is awareness itself, untouched by dream or waking, joy or sorrow. You are the space in which all experience appears and disappears. When you know this, rest becomes sacred, sleep becomes prayer. Now imagine yourself lying in a great temple of silence. Around you, the world sleeps, the trees, the oceans, the stars, all breathing in rhythm with you. The universe is resting, and you are its heart, pulsing quietly. There's nothing left to do, nothing to fix, nothing to achieve. The mind might still whisper a few stray words, but they are like the final ripples of a wave that has already reached the shore. Soon, even those ripples fade. You have entered the deepest rest possible for the human being. Here, the body repairs itself, the heart renews, the mind resets, but awareness simply watches, smiling. This is the true nourishment you've been longing for, not the shallow sleep of exhaustion, but the vast sleep of being. When you rest in this awareness, you awaken in the middle of your own sleep, and something profound happens. You realize that even death cannot touch you, because this is what death truly is, the body sleeping forever while consciousness returns to its original source. But tonight, you are tasting death without dying, and in that taste, you will lose all fear of it. You are discovering that rest and death and silence are all one mystery, all one movement, all one ocean in which you were never separate. Stay here as long as you wish. Watch the breath as it moves faintly, almost invisible now. Feel your pulse slow, your heartbeat soften. The mind has gone quiet. Thoughts have turned into distant echoes. You are resting in the space between worlds, the space where even time forgets to move. You are not asleep, and yet you are not awake. You have gone beyond both into the most peaceful state possible, the awareness that watches both waking and sleeping without choosing either. This is the sacred middle, the true meditation that happens on its own. Let it deepen naturally. There's no need to strive, no need to name it, no need to hold on to it. Just let awareness expand like light dissolving into the horizon. You are no longer the dreamer or the dream, you are the sky itself, vast and open, containing it all. And when the body wakes again, when morning light filters through the eyelids, this awareness will remain. It will not disappear, because it is your essence. For now, stay here, floating between breaths, between worlds, between all beginnings and endings. You have reached the heart of the night, silent, infinite, free. There comes a point, my beloved one, when even the distinction between sleeping and meditating dissolves, when you are no longer aware of awareness itself, but simply resting as existence. The breath has slowed to a whisper, the body has become weightless, and even the subtle light of witnessing begins to fade into a softer, more infinite glow. This is the moment where words like sleep or meditation no longer apply, because they belong to the world of opposites. And you have crossed beyond that line. You are now entering the space where nothing happens and yet everything is contained, the space where even time stops breathing. It is here that the deepest transformation begins, the merging with the whole. What most people call deep sleep is simply unconsciousness, a blackout of awareness, a momentary escape from themselves. But true deep sleep, when it becomes meditation, is not the loss of consciousness, it is its flowering. The I that used to claim everything, my breath, my body, my life, my sleep, has disappeared. You no longer say, I am sleeping. Sleep is happening through you, but there is no you to possess it. The doer is gone, and in its absence, the universe breathes freely through your form. You are not resting anymore, you have become rest itself. You may feel this shift not as something dramatic, but as a quiet absence, a soft falling away. Thoughts, even subtle ones, vanish. The sense of I am here becomes lighter, thinner, until even that whisper of identity fades into the background. It is not that you fall into nothingness, it is that you fall into everything. You merge with the totality, like a single drop surrendering to the ocean. The drop does not lose itself, it becomes the ocean. That's the miracle in disappearing. You become infinite. This is what every mystic means when he speaks of enlightenment. It is not an achievement, not a mountain to climb or a peak to conquer, it is a disappearance. The walls that separated you from the whole crumble, and suddenly you realize they were never real. The ocean was always there, waiting for your resistance to dissolve. You had only been dreaming that you were separate, dreaming that you had to survive, dreaming that you had to fight against the flow. But the moment you stop resisting, life carries you in its arms, effortlessly. Now you can begin to feel that flow. It's not movement in the ordinary sense. It's not going somewhere. It's simply the dance of energy itself. You can feel it in the stillness of your breath, in the slow beating of your heart, in the pulse of existence echoing through your whole being. Each cell vibrates in tune with the cosmos. Each breath becomes an offering to the vast silence surrounding you. The boundaries are gone. You are both the breath and the space it moves through. You are the sound and the silence, the wave and the sea, the inhalation and the exhalation. Every sound in the room, every whisper of wind, every distant vibration, it all becomes part of you now. There is no separation left between inner and outer. The hum of the night, the distant chirping of insects, the faint sound of your heartbeat, all are the same music. You realize there was never an outside. There was only one vast field of being, playing as many notes. And in this understanding, there is peace so profound that it cannot be described, only experienced. Let go now of even the watcher. Awareness has brought you here, but now even awareness can become a subtle barrier if you hold on to it as mine. Let it dissolve too. Awareness is not something you possess, it is what you are. When the wave realizes it is water, it stops saying, I am a wave. In that moment, there is no observer and nothing to observe, only being. This is the merging. This silence, this emptiness is not cold or void. It is full, overflowing with life. It is the womb of creation itself, the same stillness from which stars are born and into which they vanish. To the unawakened, it may seem like sleep, but to one who has entered it consciously. It is the highest awakening possible. This is why the enlightened ones can rest as deeply as a stone at the bottom of the sea and yet be fully aware, fully alive, even in their sleep. Their rest is not unconsciousness, it is communion. In this space, everything heals. The body, free of all resistance, reorganizes itself according to its natural intelligence. The mind, having released its constant chatter, becomes clear and luminous again. The energy that was once scattered by tension now flows effortlessly, recharging every cell. Even karma, those patterns of unconsciousness that weigh upon the soul, begins to burn away in this fire of stillness. What effort could not accomplish in lifetimes, silence does in an instant. You may think this sounds like death, but it is not death as you know it. It is life beyond the need for identity. The old you, the tired you, the anxious you, the one who needed to prove and protect that one is gone. In its place is something pure, simple, transparent. It breathes when breathing happens. It sleeps when sleep comes. It wakes when waking arises, but it claims none of it. It simply flows, like water that has finally found its way to the sea. Stay here, in this infinite stillness, as long as existence allows. There is nowhere else to go, nothing else to seek. You have arrived where every search ends in the silence that was always here. Don't think about keeping it. Don't make it a goal. The moment you try to possess it, it slips away. Just be one with it. Let sleep and awareness, life and death dissolve into the same luminous now. Here's something most people completely miss. Sleep doesn't begin with the closing of your eyes. It begins much earlier, in a place you have forgotten to visit. It begins in the moment you stop trying to control life. Every night, the body is ready to rest long before the mind allows it. The body is innocent, rhythmic, obedient to existence itself. But the mind, the restless master, keeps turning its wheel. Long after the journey is done, you lie there in bed, eyes closed, but the inner voice keeps talking, the same thoughts circling, the same questions returning. And then you wonder why sleep doesn't come. But it's not sleep that has left you, it's you who has forgotten how to return to it. So tonight, we begin not by trying to sleep, but by remembering how to rest. You've spent a whole day moving outward towards people, towards work, towards noise. Now, let us begin the return. Let the journey reverse. You are coming home not to a house, not to a bed, but to yourself. And that home is waiting quietly inside you. Close your eyes gently, not as an act of escape, but as an act of love. Feel the eyelids touch, soft as petals closing at dusk. Let your awareness move through your body slowly, not to fix anything, not to judge, but to listen. Start with your feet. They have carried you all day. They deserve rest. Let them grow heavy, warm, still. Move up slowly the calves, the thighs, the hips. Don't hurry. Let each part of your body speak its language of release. The body knows how to rest. It's only waiting for your permission. Imagine you are tuning an instrument that has been played all day long. Each muscle is a string pulled too tight. With every breath out, you loosen one string. You don't need to force anything. Just breathe and listen to the subtle music of relaxation begin to play. The body sighs in relief when you stop commanding it. Now bring your attention to your hands. How much they've held today. Objects, people, thoughts. Let them rest on the bed like leaves fallen from a tree. There is nothing left to hold, nothing left to do. The earth itself is holding you now. Feel that. Feel the weight of your body being absorbed into the stillness of the night. The ground beneath you is ancient, patient, infinite. It knows how to cradle what is tired. Here's the truth. Rest is not an achievement, it's a return. It's remembering the natural order of things. The stars rest in their orbits. The rivers rest in their flow. The trees rest even while standing. Why should you be different? You are made of the same silence as they are. You've only forgotten your rhythm. So as you lie here, breathing softly, don't think of sleep as a destination to reach. Think of it as a door that opens when you stop knocking. You've spent the day knocking on doors, doors of success, of approval, of effort, but this one opens only when you stop asking. Sleep is a gift, not a task. And existence is generous, it always gives to those who stop demanding. Now, let's breathe together. Inhale gently, no effort. Feel the cool air entering, soothing. Exhale completely, let the body sigh. Let go again. Inhale peace. Exhale everything that no longer belongs to this night. Keep doing this until the breath finds its own rhythm, until it starts breathing you. You will notice something subtle now as the breath deepens. The body starts to feel softer, lighter. The mind begins to lose its grip. Thoughts may still appear, but they are like distant echoes now. Don't chase them. Don't argue with them. Just smile at them like you would at children playing outside your window. They are harmless if you don't engage. And slowly, something beautiful happens. The line between your body and the world fades. The bed, the sheets, the air, all become one continuous field of stillness. You are no longer lying on the bed. You are floating in it, merging with it. The world is dissolving into softness. This is the first step, preparing the ground. Without this, even sleep becomes struggle. With this, sleep becomes meditation. You are not forcing rest, you are remembering it. And as your breath continues, your awareness will begin to descend like a feather falling deeper and deeper into silence. Soon, the breath will take you further into the river of stillness that flows beneath all things. But for now, just rest here on the shore of surrender. You have done enough. The day is finished. The night will take care of the rest. Here's something that might seem small, almost invisible, yet it changes everything. The way you breathe. You've never noticed how much effort hides inside every breath you take, how the body has forgotten its own rhythm. The breath, like your thoughts, has become anxious, hurried, broken into fragments. When the mind runs, the breath follows. When the heart trembles, the breath trembles too. And when the breath trembles, peace cannot stay. So tonight, I want you to rediscover the most sacred movement you possess, the sigh. Not the sigh of despair, not the sigh of exhaustion, but the sigh of surrender. The sound the universe makes when it relaxes into itself. Close your eyes a little deeper now, as though your inner gaze is turning inward toward your breath. Don't control it. Don't shape it. Just feel it moving in, moving out, the eternal tide, the pulse of existence itself. Notice how each inhalation comes without effort. You do not pull the air in. It enters by itself, freely, lovingly, as if it knows where it belongs. Notice too how each exhalation happens. By grace, the body lets go because it trusts life. This is what surrender means. Trusting the movement that has been keeping you alive all along. Take a slow, deep breath in. Feel it filling you, reaching every cell, every corner of your being. And now, as you exhale, let it go completely, not just the air, but the noise, the rush, the resistance. Let it leave the body like a long, soft sigh. Feel how the exhale carries the day away, its weight, its tension, its leftover thoughts. With every breath out, the day is fading, dissolving into the horizon of silence. This is not something you must do. It's something that's happening through you. The universe is breathing you. Now again, a deep inhale, slow and full, as if you are drawing in the quietness of the stars. Hold it gently, not as control but as gratitude. And then exhale slowly, like a leaf falling back into the river. Let the body sigh naturally, like a child falling asleep in its mother's arms. The body understands surrender far better than the mind ever could. You only need to step aside. Have you noticed that the moment you try to breathe correctly, the breath stiffens? The moment you try to rest, you feel more awake? That's because effort is the mind's addiction. The mind has only one language doing, but rest, real rest, speaks the language of ally. So forget techniques, forget goals. Just lie here and listen to your own exhale. It's the most honest sound in the world, the sound of life letting go of life, moment by moment. Imagine you are an ocean wave. You rise, you curl, you fall back into the vast blue that gave you birth. Each breath is that, the rising and falling of existence within you. When you breathe in, you rise into form. When you breathe out, you dissolve back into formlessness. In every moment, you are dying and being reborn. What could be more peaceful than this dance of creation and surrender happening inside you without effort, without command? Now, let each exhale grow longer, slower, gentler. Feel the sound of it echo in your chest, in your throat, in your very being. This is the sigh of surrender. This is the door to rest. The body begins to remember what the mind forgot, that you were never meant to control life, you were meant to flow with it. And as you continue to breathe, something begins to shift. You realize that the exhale is not just releasing the air, it's releasing you. It's releasing all the roles you've carried, the thinker, the doer, the planner, the achiever. Each sigh is a small death, and yet it feels so alive, so free. You are being emptied, but this emptiness is not void. It's spacious, luminous, full of possibility. I once said to my people, each exhalation is a tiny death. And yet, have you ever felt afraid while breathing out? No, because deep inside, you know that what dies with the exhale is reborn in the next inhale. This is the eternal rhythm of existence, a circle without beginning or end. When you live in harmony with this rhythm, fear disappears. Now, listen closely to your breath. Between the inhale and the exhale, there's a brief pause, so brief that you probably never noticed it. That pause is the still point, the silence at the heart of all movement. That's where you truly rest. That's where the mind loses its grip. Don't try to hold it, just be aware of it. The breath goes out, pauses, and returns. The mind disappears, and what remains is pure being. Keep breathing this way, slow and soft. Let the body breathe itself. Let the air move like a wave that rises, folds, and falls. You are not a machine that needs to be switched off. You are a song being sung by the universe. And rest comes when you stop trying to conduct the music. And as you lie here, breathing gently, the exhale growing longer, the spaces between thoughts widening, you'll begin to feel it, that sweet moment when sleep starts to arrive. Not as something you do, but as something that happens through you. You don't fall into it, you fall with it. You flow downward, inward, deeper into yourself. The sigh becomes your mantra, the breath your companion, the night your lover. So let go now. Let your breath carry you. The world has already forgiven you for all your struggles. The stars are shining above, not to judge, but to remind you that you belong to something vast, infinite, timeless. Sleep will come not because you chased it, but because you finally stopped running. Now breathe again. One last slow exhale before silence takes over. Feel that gentle sigh, that melting, and surrender. What I am about to share might seem almost impossible for the modern mind to grasp. Yet it's the simplest truth in existence. The night is not your enemy. You've been taught to fear the dark, to keep the lights on, to keep moving, to stay awake, to fill every silence with noise. But the night is not absence, it is fullness. It is not the end of the day's light, but the beginning of the universe's embrace. The same darkness that makes you uneasy is the same darkness that gave birth to you. Before there was form, before there was sound, before there was breath, there was this, the infinite womb of night, where everything rests, where everything returns. To sleep deeply is to trust that darkness again. All your life you have been told that light is good and dark is bad, but existence makes no such division. The flower opens because of light, but it roots itself in the dark soil. The moon glows because of the night that allows it to be seen. The child grows not in the brightness of the sun, but in the dark silence of the mother's womb. Even the seed, small, helpless, fragile, surrenders itself to the darkness of the earth. It does not resist. It does not panic. It trusts. And in that trust, it transforms. Tonight, I want you to be that seed. You are lying in the soil of the universe. The body has already softened. The breath has become gentle. Now all that remains is to trust the night, to surrender to it completely. The mind will resist. It will whisper, "What if I don't wake up? What if I lose control?" But you cannot lose what was never yours. The darkness is not here to take, it's here to hold. Close your eyes and imagine that you are floating in endless space. There is no up or down, no direction, no border, only vastness. At first, it might seem frightening. The mind will look for edges, for something to hold. But slowly, if you relax, you begin to feel that the vastness is not empty, it's alive. It's breathing with you. The darkness is not outside you, it's inside you too. It is the infinite canvas upon which the light of your being appears and disappears. When you were a child, you used to sleep without fear. You didn't know what tomorrow meant. You didn't worry about waking. You simply trusted. That same innocence is still within you. It's only been buried beneath layers of thinking. Every thought you have built since then has been a wall between you and that innocence. And now, as you lie here, the night is gently taking down those walls, brick by brick. The darkness is asking for nothing from you. It doesn't demand your prayers, your strength, or your belief. It simply asks you to be still. In its silence, everything that has been restless in you begins to settle. The thoughts slow down, the heartbeat steadies, and a deep peace begins to rise from somewhere you cannot locate. It's like the tide returning to the shore, inevitable, rhythmic, natural. I often say to my people, light is beautiful, but it is superficial. Darkness is not beautiful, it is sacred. Light shows you forms. Darkness reveals essence. In light, you see the outer world. In darkness, you meet your inner world. That's why people who fear silence and fear darkness never truly know themselves. They live only on the surface. They see reflections, not reality. So tonight, let the darkness become your teacher. Feel it around you, the cool air on your skin, the weight of stillness pressing softly against the room, the hush between sounds. This is the night speaking to you in its ancient language. It's saying, "Be still, my child, you have done enough. Come home." And as you surrender, something extraordinary begins to happen. The fear that you carried starts to turn into tenderness. The unknown becomes familiar, almost intimate. You realize that darkness is not something to escape, it is something to enter, to dissolve into. You were born out of it and you will return to it. To trust the night is to trust life itself. Imagine now that your body is no longer separate from this darkness. You are not lying in it, you are made of it. The darkness moves through you like breath. It fills every cell, every space between thoughts, every pause between heartbeats. You are not losing yourself, you are expanding beyond the limits you thought defined you. Sleep comes naturally to those who trust. When the mind no longer clings to the day, when the heart no longer holds on to control, the night opens its arms. And in those arms, you will not find oblivion, you will find peace. You will fall not into unconsciousness, but into wholeness. So, as you listen to my voice fading into the quiet, let yourself sink deeper into the warmth of the night. Don't ask for light. Don't look for meaning. Don't fight the darkness. It's not here to take you away. It's here to bring you back to the beginning, back to yourself. Feel the last traces of effort dissolve. Feel the edges of your being blur. The night is no longer outside the window. It is flowing through you, breathing through you, becoming you. And as you surrender to it, a great calmness arises, the kind that has no reason, no source, no end. This is the silence that heals, the stillness that restores, the same silence from which the stars were born, the same stillness that cradled you before your first breath. You have arrived back in that cosmic womb. The darkness is holding you like a mother holds her child. Trust it completely. And now, as you rest here, let everything that has ever been heavy slip away. Let the body melt into the bed, the mind melt into the breath, and the breath melt into the night. There is nowhere else to go. There is nothing else to become. You are home not in light, but in the perfect completeness of darkness. Sleep is near now. You can feel it not as an arrival, but as a reunion. The night has accepted you. And soon, without even noticing, you will dissolve into the same silence that birthed the stars. What I am about to share might seem too simple, almost childlike, and yet it is the deepest doorway into meditation, into surrender, into the mystery of sleep. It is the breath, the most ordinary miracle. The invisible thread that ties life and death, body and soul, waking and sleeping, together in one continuous movement. All your life you have been breathing, but rarely have you noticed it. You think breathing happens by accident, something mechanical, but the truth is that your breath is your most intimate prayer. It is existence speaking through you, silently saying, I am here. And once you learn to hear that whisper, the whole texture of your being changes. You no longer try to control anything. You begin to move in rhythm with the universe itself. Now, as you lie here, the body has already surrendered to the night. It has learned the sweetness of stillness, the ease of letting go. The mind is softer now, the noise dimming, the thoughts moving like clouds after a storm. So let's go even deeper into the river that flows beneath all this quiet, the river of the breath. Don't manipulate it. Don't make it deeper or slower. Just begin to listen. Feel the breath as it enters through the nose, cool, delicate, full of life. Feel it move through your throat, your chest, your belly, and then feel it leave warm and silent, carrying away all that you no longer need. The breath does not belong to you. You belong to it. It was there before you were born. and it will remain when you are gone. When the first cry of the newborn comes, it is breath entering. When the final sigh of the dying leaves, it is breath departing. Everything that happens in between is just the story written in the rhythm of this inhaling and exhaling. And right now, this simple, quiet movement is your teacher. If you listen closely enough, you will begin to sense that every breath has its own intelligence. The inhale is the movement of life, expansion, energy, awakening. The exhale is the movement of death, release, surrender, return. Between them is the meeting point, the still moment where neither birth nor death exist, where time stops and eternity reveals itself. That is where peace lives. That is where meditation begins. So start to become aware of this sacred pause. Don't try to find it, just let it find you. After each exhale, there is a tiny gap, a silence so subtle that you may miss it if you are impatient. In that silence, the breath is neither in nor out, neither coming nor going. In that instant, you are not the body, not the mind, not even the one who is observing. You are simply awareness itself. And if you can rest there, even for a second, you will taste what the mystics have called enlightenment. Let the breath guide you. Inhale gently, not with effort, but with curiosity. Feel the freshness enter you, as though the night itself were breathing into you. Exhale completely, as though you were melting into the floor beneath you. You are not breathing anymore. You are being breathed. The rhythm of the cosmos has taken over, and you are no longer a separate creature, but a note in an infinite song. The air moves through you the way wind moves through trees, effortlessly, naturally. The body becomes the flute, and existence plays its music through your hollowness. If thoughts come, and they will let them pass like birds flying across the sky. The sky does not chase them. It doesn't try to stop them. It simply allows them to appear and disappear. You are that sky, and your breath is the wind moving through it. The thoughts will move on their own. You don't need to fix, name, or follow them. The only thing real right now is this simple miracle of breathing. Notice how, with each breath, the body becomes lighter, almost transparent. The edges that once felt solid begin to fade. You can no longer tell where your skin ends and the air begins. You can feel the heartbeat slowing, the muscles loosening, the mind uncoiling. The rhythm of the breath has become so soft, so even, that it feels as if you are floating. In truth, you are. You are floating in awareness, no direction, no destination, only infinite rest. Now, listen not only to your breath, but to the breath of the world around you. The wind outside is exhaling, the night insects are inhaling, the stars above are pulsing in rhythm. Everything is breathing with you. You are not separate, you are part of this vast breathing existence. The trees, the ocean, the clouds, the earth, all of them are moving to the same silent beat. When you breathe consciously, you join this grand orchestra. You fall back into harmony with life itself. And as this harmony deepens, the breath begins to disappear. It becomes so faint, so subtle, that you cannot tell whether you are breathing or simply being. That is the moment of merging. The line between inside and outside is gone. There is no inhalation, no exhalation, only presence. The body sleeps, the mind drifts into silence, and awareness glows like a soft light beneath it all. You are awake within rest. This is where meditation becomes sleep, and sleep becomes meditation. You are not doing anything, you are simply resting in the current of existence. The breath carries you like a leaf carried by a river, gently, without struggle. Time dissolves, thought dissolves, even the idea of you dissolves. There is only this vast, wordless stillness breathing you into infinity. Let it continue. Don't interfere. Don't seek meaning. Meaning belongs to the mind. But what you are entering now is beyond meaning. It is pure being. You are falling, yes, but not downward. You are falling inward. The breath is your bridge, your teacher, your homecoming. Soon, this breath will guide you into a place even deeper, the state where awareness watches sleep itself, where dreams rise and fall like gentle waves, and where the soul learns to rest without losing its light. But for now, stay here, float here. Let the breath and the night become one. There is something very mysterious that happens between two breaths, something so simple that the mind, with all its cleverness, misses it completely. Between the inhalation and the exhalation, there is a small, sacred moment when everything stops, not just the air, not just the lungs, but time itself. In that pause, you are not alive in the ordinary sense, but you are not dead either. You are something else entirely. That gap, that space, is the closest doorway to the divine. You have passed through it countless times, but you were never aware of it. Every moment of your life you have been entering eternity and returning from it. And yet you have never bowed to that miracle. Tonight, you will not pass it unconsciously. Tonight, we will enter it together. Take a slow, deep breath in. Feel it rise through you like a tide coming to the shore. Feel the lungs expand, the heart open, the body quietly receiving life. And now exhale completely, without force, like a wave withdrawing into the sea. At the end of that exhalation, don't hurry, don't reach for the next breath. Just wait. There, right there in that waiting, there is eternity. That stillness is not empty. It's pregnant with existence itself. In that still point, all things rest. The stars, the planets, the rivers, the blood in your veins. Everything stops, but it doesn't feel like stopping. It feels like merging. You cannot stay in that pause long, not yet. The body will ask for breath again, and you will inhale naturally, as though the universe itself were pulling you back into movement. But now you know, now you've seen it, that small interval where nothing happens, and yet everything is held. That pause is the space between worlds. It is the bridge between life and death, waking and sleep, form and formlessness. When you become aware of it, a deep peace begins to pour into your being, like moonlight slowly filling a dark lake. Close your eyes and listen inwardly, not for sound, but for silence. When you breathe in, you enter life. When you breathe out, you enter death. But in that tiny gap between, you are beyond both. This is what the mystics call the space of God, the unchanging center. You have searched for the divine in temples and scriptures, in philosophies and prayers. But the divine has been waiting in your breath, in the stillness between two movements. Don't try to force this pause. If you try to hold it, it will slip away. Holding belongs to the ego. Waiting belongs to the heart. You cannot possess this silence, you can only receive it. The moment you become aware of the gap, let awareness rest there gently, like a feather landing on still water. Feel the vibration stop, the wave flatten, the entire universe holding its breath with you. This is not a technique, this is remembrance. The body has always known this. The breath has been doing it since the beginning of time. You are only remembering what you have forgotten. Now, feel how the breath begins to flow again. The body inhales by itself. The air enters effortlessly. The movement resumes. You have been reborn. You have just touched death and returned, all within a few seconds. And in that return, you have glimpsed something vast, something infinite. You are not the breather. You are the space in which breathing happens. You are not the wave rising and falling. You are the ocean in which it moves. Try it again. Breathe in slowly, deeply, as if you are drawing the whole universe into your heart. Then breathe out softly, fully, as if you are giving it all back. And then pause. In that stillness, feel the edges of your being disappear. There is no inside, no outside. There is no you. There is only awareness, boundless, luminous, serene. Stay there for a moment. This is meditation. You don't have to chant mantras. You don't have to visualize light. You don't have to make any effort. You simply rest in what is already there, the pause that has always been carrying you from one breath to another. And once you rest there consciously, a strange thing happens. Time loses its meaning. The seconds don't move forward, they dissolve. The body may still breathe, but you have gone beyond it. The world continues, but you are no longer in the world is in you. You can practice this anywhere, while walking, while talking, while lying awake in the dark, but the night is the most sacred time. Because at night, everything else is pausing too. The trees rest, the wind slows, even the earth turns softly in its sleep. All of existence enters its own stillness. If you can become one with that rhythm, you will fall asleep, not as a body collapsing into unconsciousness, but as consciousness returning to itself. And something beautiful begins to unfold when you start sleeping with awareness of the pause. Your dreams become lighter, clearer, almost transparent. You watch them come and go like ripples on a pond, but you are no longer trapped in them. Even as you sleep, something in you remains luminous, untouched. The next morning, you awaken with a freshness that no ordinary sleep can give, because this sleep was not a small death, it was a small awakening. This is what it means to fall asleep with awareness, to enter the gap willingly, joyfully, like a wave returning home to the sea. Every night, existence offers you this gift, a chance to dissolve, to rest, to be reborn. But you must learn to trust the pause, to rest in that brief stillness without fear. Now, as you lie here, listening to the quiet rhythm of your own breathing, begin to notice how naturally this pause appears. You don't have to look for it. You don't have to earn it. It comes with every breath, like the universe reminding you that beyond all movement, there is stillness, and beyond all noise, there is silence. The inhale and the exhale are only the surface. The pause is the depth. It is the doorway through which the infinite enters you again and again. So let the breath continue. Let the pauses deepen. Let awareness dissolve into the space between. Soon, the breath will fade completely from your attention, and yet something in you will remain vast, unmoving, free. That is who you truly are, the eternal pause in which the whole universe breathes. Now that you've begun to feel the breath as something larger than yourself, as a current that moves through you, as the voice of existence whispering in and out, the time has come to dissolve completely into that rhythm. Up until now, you have watched the breath as though standing by the river bank, observing the flow. But now you must enter the river itself. You must allow it to carry you, to erase you, to turn you from the watcher into the water. Only then does meditation become effortless. Only then does sleep become sacred. Feel the breath again, not as air entering and leaving, but as a wave rising and falling, a continuous motion without beginning or end. When you inhale, it's as though the universe is reaching out to touch itself through you. When you exhale, it's as though the universe is remembering itself through your letting go. The breath is not something that happens inside you. You are happening inside the breath. You are not breathing. Existence is breathing itself through the doorway of your body. Once you truly feel this, something inside relaxes in a way it never has before. The illusion of separateness begins to melt. The body becomes softer, almost liquid. Each inhale gathers you together. Each exhale releases you into infinity. You are both the rising tide and the receding one, a perpetual dance of creation and dissolution. Time slows. The space around you thickens into silence. Even the sound of your breathing begins to blur into the night's own soundless rhythm. You can no longer tell whether you are breathing or being breathed, waking or sleeping, alive or eternal. All boundaries are gone. There is only movement, effortless, infinite, perfect. Imagine a leaf floating down a stream. The leaf does not fight the current, does not ask where it's going, does not try to speed up or slow down. It trusts the river completely. It knows that every bend, every rock, every still pool is part of the same journey. The leaf has no destination. It is already home wherever it floats. That's what you must become now, a leaf in the river of breath. Let the current take you. You will not drown. You will dissolve, and in dissolving, you will discover that the river has always been your own being. Notice now how the breath has become almost invisible, almost silent. There is no heaviness, no effort, Each breath seems to come from nowhere, return to nowhere. This is the most peaceful state the body can enter while still alive. The heartbeat slows to a soft pulse, like a distant drum echoing underwater. The mind is no longer producing words, only vibrations. Thoughts drift in and out like faint shadows on the wall of a dream. And yet, awareness remains not as an observer standing apart, but as a presence infused in everything. Awareness and breath have merged. There is no distinction anymore. In this space, sleep may come not as unconsciousness, but as expansion. You are not falling asleep. You are expanding beyond the need to stay awake. Awareness itself is falling into awareness, and that falling feels like a great silence opening inside you. The breath is no longer a bridge between body and soul. It has become one seamless fabric of being. There is no bridge, no two sides, only the river itself, infinite and still. If you listen carefully, you may sense that existence has a rhythm beyond even breath, a cosmic pulse that moves through all things. It is the heartbeat of the stars, the soundless throb of eternity. When you align with it, all resistance disappears. The ego, the mind, the little I that always wants to steer, vanishes into the vast flow of being. It's like the moment a drop of rain hits the ocean, there's a small splash, a shimmer of individuality, and then nothing but ocean. Yet somehow, the drop has not been lost. It has become everything. That's what true rest is. Not collapse, not escape, but merging. You are no longer seeking peace because you are peace. You are not trying to breathe calmly because calmness is breathing you. Every exhale is eternity whispering, let go. And every inhale is eternity replying, I am here. You are both the question and the answer, both the prayer and the silence that receives it. Let yourself sink even deeper. The night is vast and endless, but now it feels intimate, as if the whole cosmos has bent down to hold you. The air around you is thick with presence, not something outside you, but the echo of your own being spread infinitely wide. The rhythm of breath has become so soft that even your awareness begins to dissolve into it. You are not meditating anymore. Meditation is happening. You are not resting. Rest has taken you in completely. And somewhere deep within this stillness, the ancient knowing begins to return, the knowing that everything in existence is made of this rhythm. The galaxies spin in this rhythm. The tides rise and fall in this rhythm. The heartbeat of every living thing is synchronized with it. You were never separate from it, not for a single moment. The breath was always there to remind you, patiently waiting for you to notice. Now there is only one thing left: to do nothing. Do nothing. Be nothing. Let the breath take you the rest of the way. There is no need to guide, no need to understand. You have reached the threshold where doing ends and being begins. This is the entrance to the great silence, the place where even awareness fades into pure existence. Soon, even this rhythm will dissolve into a deeper stillness. The body will sleep. The mind will vanish into darkness. But something will remain, the quiet flame that has been watching from the beginning. It will stay awake, softly, like the glow of a candle after the wind has passed. And from that flame, you will awaken not into noise, but into clarity, into lightness, into the boundless rhythm of life itself. For now, stay here. Let the breath carry you into the space beyond breath. Let the rhythm dissolve the illusion of separation. The river knows its own way home. You only need to stop swimming. There comes a point in this slow descent into stillness where something extraordinary begins to happen. Something so subtle that if you are not aware, you will miss it entirely. The body has already given itself to the night. The breath has become a whisper. The mind has faded into the background. And yet, somewhere deep within, something remains awake. A tiny flame, silent and steady, still burns in the center of your being. You can feel it, not as a thought, not as a feeling, but as a soft knowing. The body sleeps, the world sleeps, the mind drifts into dreams, and yet you are still here. You are not doing anything, you are simply witnessing. This witnessing is the essence of meditation. It is the point where sleep and consciousness meet, where death and life merge into one. You are no longer the one who breathes or the one who dreams. You are the space in which both happen. Awareness has slipped free of the body, free of the mind, free even of the identity that calls itself me. You are watching from the vast silence behind all things. Now the dreams begin to appear, soft images, flickers of memory, sensations rising and falling like waves. Don't cling to them. Don't turn away either. Just watch. The dreams are the mind's way of emptying itself. It's cleaning the room, sweeping out the dust of unspoken thoughts, unfinished emotions, forgotten fears. Watch them come and go, but remember, you are not inside them. You are watching from the other shore. This is the beauty of awareness. It can remain untouched even in the deepest sleep. The body can rest completely, and still a subtle consciousness shines. This is what I call the luminous night. It is the highest form of rest, because it is rest without unconsciousness. It is healing. It is meditation. It is the return to your own essence. When you enter this space, you are no longer seeking peace, you have become peace itself. Let me tell you something that may sound paradoxical. The deeper you sleep, the more awake you become. The body sleeps. But you, the real you, awaken into another kind of knowing, a clarity that does not depend on the senses or the mind. It is like standing on a mountain peak under a moonless sky. There is only silence, only stillness. And yet that stillness is alive, vibrating, breathing. You can feel yourself everywhere and nowhere at once. As you lie here, continue to let go. There's no need to hold on to any awareness either. Even the watcher must dissolve. But for now, watch how the mind moves in dreams, how it creates worlds, people, stories, sensations, and how those worlds vanish as easily as they appeared. Everything you see in the dream is made of the same substance as the breath, as the silence, as you. There is no separation. The dream is your own consciousness playing with itself, trying on shapes, exploring its infinite capacity to create. Don't analyze. Don't interpret. The dream does not need to be understood. It only needs to be witnessed. The act of witnessing is itself the purification. The more you watch, the lighter you feel. The dream loses its hold on you. And what remains is the pure joy of watching, of simply being aware. You might sense, even as you drift deeper, that something is still present, an unbroken continuity of awareness. It is as if you found an island of light in the middle of the ocean of sleep. This light is not physical. It's not something you can see with the eyes. It's a knowing, a subtle hum of being. That is your essence. It has no beginning and no end. It was there before you were born, and it will remain after the body disappears. There is an ancient story told among the mystics. One night, a disciple asked the Buddha, "Master, when you sleep, what happens to your awareness?" And Buddha smiled and said, "It remains I sleep, but I do not lose myself." That is what you are discovering now. The body sleeps, but the witness never does. You can feel it now, the quiet presence that observes even your dreams, that remains untouched by what passes through it. It does not choose. It does not judge. It does not interfere. It only sees. And in that seeing, everything becomes holy. Feel this stillness. It's not dull. It's radiant. It's not empty. It's full of grace, full of life, full of love. You will begin to sense that even your sleep is part of the greater dance of existence, the inhale of creation, the exhale of dissolution. You are breathing with the stars, sleeping with the earth, resting in the same silence that moves galaxies. The distinction between you and the universe is gone. You are not a small wave sleeping. You are the ocean resting within itself. Now the dreams grow quieter, slower, softer. The images lose their color and fade into pure light. Even the idea of dreaming disappears. All that remains is awareness, luminous and vast. It is not thinking, it is not watching, it simply is. You have gone beyond the mind's imagination. You are resting in the center of all things, the still point that never moves. Stay here. Let awareness be effortless. The mind may come and go, but don't follow it. Let it rise like a mist and dissolve again. The more you stay in this stillness, the more natural it becomes. The witness does not need effort to remain. It is always here. You only needed to stop searching for it. And now, as this awareness deepens, you'll realize something beautiful, that this witness is not personal. It doesn't belong to you. It is not confined to this body or this lifetime. It is the same awareness that looked through the eyes of the Buddha, the same awareness that listened through the ears of Lao Tzu, the same awareness that is looking through you right now. There is only one consciousness, wearing 1 billion forms. The one watching dreams inside you tonight is the same one watching the stars above the mountains, the same one breathing through the forests, the same one holding the stillness of the oceans. This is the secret of meditation, to discover that awareness is one and that you are it. Once you have felt it, even for a moment, you can never be the same again. You will carry it into your waking life, into your words, your gestures, your silence. You will begin to live like one who knows not intellectually, but existentially, that life and death, waking and sleeping, are only ripples upon the same vast stillness. And soon as the body drifts into its deepest rest, even this witnessing will dissolve into pure being. Awareness will no longer be aware of anything. It will just be like the space that holds the stars. There will be no division, no observer and observed, no inside or outside, only endless, luminous silence. You are entering that now. Let it happen. Don't resist. Let awareness expand until it becomes the night itself. You are no longer breathing. Existence is breathing through you. You are no longer watching. You have become the very space of watching. Stay in this infinite quietness, in this vastness that has no center and no edge. This is the most restful sleep, the most alive awareness. You have gone beyond the body, beyond the dream, beyond the mind, and yet you have never been more present. There is a moment, subtle but immense, when you begin to sense that you are no longer the one in control, when the breath breathes itself, when thoughts unravel into whispers and vanish, when the body feels lighter than air, as though it were floating in a vast ocean of silence. This is the threshold where sleep begins, but not the kind of sleep you've known all your life. This is not the collapse of exhaustion, nor the dullness of the unconscious mind. This is the soft surrender of the soul, the melting of the I, the dissolving of the small self into something greater, deeper, eternal. And yet, as this moment approaches, most people become afraid. They resist, they stir, they tighten their grip on thought. Why? Because you have been taught to fear the very thing that can free you, the fall. The mind does not know how to fall. It only knows how to climb. It climbs toward goals, toward achievements, toward imagined futures. Falling feels like failure to the mind, but existence is not a ladder. It is a river. You do not rise in it, you flow in it. You move not by effort, but by surrender. When you fall, you are not descending into darkness, you are descending into truth. Fear arises because you are used to controlling everything, your breath, your words, your actions, your future. But in this sacred moment, all control must be left behind. The one who controls cannot sleep, he can only struggle. The one who trusts can sleep deeply, because trust is the highest form of intelligence. Now, feel this moment as it arrives. You are at the edge of wakefulness, the edge of doing, the edge of you. There is nowhere else to go. All that's left is the fall. The body knows how to do this. It has done it every night, countless times before, without you. It knows how to die into rest and be reborn into morning. The body is wise, it trusts existence without question. The mind is the only one who doubts. So speak to your mind now, softly. It's okay. You can rest too. Close your eyes deeper, as though you are closing them not just to the world, but to all the noise of becoming. Feel the pull of gravity beneath you, the way the bed is holding you, the way the earth is carrying the weight of your life without complaint. You do not need to hold yourself anymore. Let yourself be held. Surrender to that pull, to that quiet invitation from the ground below. It is saying, "Come home, let me carry you." Falling is not failure, it is flight without wings. It is what the rain does when it leaves the sky. It is what the leaf does when it lets go of the branch. It is what you must do when you let go of the mind. You will not break, you will be caught. Existence never drops what it loves, and it loves you deeply. You are a child in its arms, and sleep is the mother's embrace. Take a breath in, and as you exhale, imagine yourself falling not down but inward. The breath leaves, the body softens, and awareness drifts weightless into an infinite depth. You do not fall into sleep, you fall into yourself. Each exhale is a small surrender, a rehearsal for death, and yet every inhale that follows proves there is nothing to fear. You die and are reborn with every breath. This is the divine rhythm of existence. Let go of all effort now. Even the effort to stay aware, the witness is there, it will not leave you. Awareness is not something you hold, it is what you are. The fear that arises is only the echo of the ego, that tiny voice saying, "If I let go, I will disappear." And yes, that's true, but only the false will disappear. The real will remain, the shadow will fade, and what you have mistaken for yourself will vanish, leaving only light. The greatest freedom comes when you stop trying to save yourself. Falling is not defeat, it is grace. The seed must fall into the soil before it can bloom. The star must collapse before it can explode into light. Even the sun sets each night, only to rise again. Why do you think you are any different? Trust this falling, trust this night. As you continue to breathe softly, let the thought of control slip away. The world will turn without you. The stars will continue their silent journey. The trees will sway in the wind. Life does not need your interference. It only needs your presence. The universe is a dance that happens effortlessly. When you stop trying to lead, you become the dance itself. Now, imagine that you are lying on the surface of a vast, calm sea. You do not need to swim. The water holds you. Each breath is a gentle wave, rising and falling beneath you. You are not apart from it, you are made of it. The surface, the depth, the wave, they are all the same ocean. Let yourself sink beneath that surface, slowly, quietly, without resistance. You are not losing yourself, you are finding what has always been here. You will feel a subtle shift. Now the body feels distant, the breath becomes faint, and the sense of I begins to blur. This is the beginning of the true fall, the drop from the known into the unknown. Don't be afraid. The unknown has always been your home. You came from it, you return to it every night. It is not darkness, it is pure potential. It is the silence before creation, the stillness that gives birth to stars, the emptiness that holds all things. Let this falling continue until there is no distinction between breath and silence, between body and space, between sleep and awareness. Let the fall become flight. Let go and keep letting go until even the one who is letting go disappears. What remains is freedom, boundless, peaceful, eternal. The body will sleep now, but something within you will remain bright and unbroken. That something is the witness, the eternal watcher who never sleeps, who never wakes, who simply is. You have met it tonight, in this moment of falling, in this infinite surrender. This is the truth hidden inside every breath, every night, every silence. That the one who falls never really falls at all, because there is nowhere else to go, there is only home. Now that the body has surrendered to the depths and the breath moves without you, now that you have fallen completely and the river has claimed you, a new landscape begins to appear, soft, fluid, weightless. It is the realm of dreams, where the mind, free from the burdens of the day, begins to paint its pictures upon the canvas of the night. Faces appear, places that no longer exist, voices of the past, memories mixed with imagination. A great play of shadows and light unfolds within you. Most people disappear into this theater. They become the actor, the stage, the story. But you now must remain as the watcher. You are not the dream. You are the silence in which the dream appears and disappears. It may feel strange at first, this awareness in the middle of sleep. The mind has never known such stillness. It wants to pull you into the story, to make you believe again that you are someone, somewhere, doing something. But tonight, do not become the dreamer. Remain the sky. The clouds of the dream will come and go, and you will watch them, luminous and calm. This watching is the purest rest. It is not effort, not tension. It is simply being, witnessing without interference. In ordinary dreams, you are lost in the illusion. You become the runner who cannot escape, the child who cannot speak, the lover who cannot reach. But when awareness stays awake within the dream, something miraculous happens. The dream continues, but it loses its grip. Fear disappears, because you see it for what it is, a painting made of mist. Desire fades, because you know there is nothing to gain, nothing to lose. The dream becomes what it has always been, a dance of the mind, beautiful and transient. You will notice that dreams move like waves, rising, cresting, falling back into the sea of unconsciousness. Watch this movement. Don't resist it. Don't analyze it. Simply let it pass through your awareness. This is the cleansing process of the mind. Each night, through dreams, the mind releases what it cannot hold, the unspoken, the incomplete, the unresolved. If you can watch this process without being pulled into it, the mind becomes clear, transparent, like a still lake reflecting the stars. Imagine yourself sitting by that lake, watching the reflections dance upon the surface. The water moves, but the depths remain still. The reflections come and go, but the lake never loses itself. That lake is your consciousness. The reflections are the dreams. If you can remember this, you will begin to experience sleep not as forgetting, but as remembering. You will see that awareness never truly leaves. It only changes form. Even in dreams, something of you remains untouched. That untouched part is the eternal witness, the center of the storm that never moves. The dream can shake, shimmer, scream, but that center remains utterly still. In deep awareness, this becomes a living experience. You can feel the dream moving like wind through the branches, while you, the tree, stand silent and unmoved. Now, let the dreams come freely. Don't try to control their direction. Control belongs to the waking mind, and the waking mind has gone to sleep. Let existence dream through you. If joy appears, smile at it. If sorrow comes, smile at it too. Both are part of the same play. You are not the actor anymore. You are the audience. Infinite, timeless. And something wonderful begins to happen. When you no longer identify with the dream, it becomes transparent. The figures made of shadow begin to glow with light. Even fear begins to shine. You see that there was never darkness, only light seen through the veil of separation. The monsters that once frightened you dissolve into laughter, and the voices that haunted you become music. You realize that all dreams, even nightmares, were trying to teach you one thing, that nothing can touch the one who watches. This is the secret of liberation, to know that you are the witness, not the witnessed. The body changes, the mind changes, the dream changes, but the watcher remains the same. It is the same awareness that watched the sunrise this morning, that felt the breath move through your chest, that now watches this vast inner cinema unfold. It has always been here, it will always be here. As you continue to rest in this awareness, you may notice that even the dreams begin to slow, as if the mind, realizing it is being seen, grows shy and still. The images fade, the stories unravel, the stage empties. What remains is pure space, vast, luminous, alive. You are no longer dreaming, you are being. Sleep continues, but within it, awareness shines like a soft moon in an infinite sky. In this state, healing happens on its own. The body repairs itself, the nervous system resets, the heart breathes deeper. But beyond all that, something more profound takes place. The soul remembers its own eternity. You begin to see that awareness does not begin or end with waking and sleeping. It flows continuously, unbroken, through all states of being. Even when you dream, it dreams through you. Even when you wake, it looks through your eyes. Now rest deeper in this awareness. Don't hold on to it. Holding is effort, and effort belongs to the mind. Awareness is effortless. It needs no maintenance. It's like light, it doesn't try to shine. It simply shines. Allow it to shine through your dreams, through your rest, through your silence. You will see how the whole inner sky becomes clear, how even the smallest thought begins to sparkle with presence. And if at times the dreams pull you back in, don't fight it. Just remember, even within the dream, there is one who watches. That remembering, even for a moment, is enough. It's like a small candle lit in a dark room. It changes everything. Soon, even this candle will not be needed. The dreams will fade into pure light, and awareness will dissolve into itself. You will not be awake. You will not be asleep. You will be both and neither, resting in the eternal, breathing with the cosmos, silent, infinite, free. Stay here. Let the dreams come and go like ripples on a pond. You are not the ripple. You are the water. You are the sky in which all movement appears. You are the watcher of dreams, the one who never sleeps, the one who never wakes, the one who simply is. There comes a point where even the dream dissolves, where the flickering images that danced upon the screen of your mind fade back into light, and that light itself begins to vanish into something deeper, the nameless, the formless, the eternal. This is where all movement ceases. The breath is so soft now that it's hardly there. The body lies still. The heart beats in slow harmony with the rhythm of the universe. And yet something inside you remains awake, quietly, effortlessly, eternally. This awareness is not something you do. It is what you are. You are the silent witness of all that comes and goes, the changeless center around which all dreams and lives and deaths revolve. You have found the soul that never sleeps. To understand this is to step beyond fear completely. Every fear you have ever carried is rooted in the illusion that you could disappear, that something essential in you could be lost, that death could undo what life has done. But now, in this vast stillness, you can see the truth with crystal clarity. What dies is only the form. What vanishes is only the costume. What sleeps and wakes and dreams is only the surface. The depths remain untouched. The ocean is always there beneath the waves. Even now, while the body rests, while the mind lies folded in silence, you can feel that luminous awareness humming underneath it all. It has no name, no edge, no story. You can't find where it begins or ends because it doesn't belong to time. It was there before you were born. It will be there after the last breath leaves the body. This is not a belief. It is a direct experience. You can feel it, the quiet, the vastness, the immovable presence that holds everything and yet is never held by anything. It's as if the entire universe is breathing through you, not as an act of will, but as a continuous song of existence. You are that song. You are that breath. You are that silence in which everything begins and ends. The personality that you wear, the name you answer to, the story you tell yourself about who you are, all of it is a ripple, a fleeting dream. And yet, that which sees the ripple, that which watches the dream, that which silently knows, remains eternal. You are that knowing. You are not the one who sleeps. You are not the one who dreams. You are not the one who wakes. You are the space in which sleep happens, the screen upon which dreams arise, the light in which waking appears. You are the eternal witness. You are the unmoving awareness in which all movement plays. You are the sky that remains clear even when clouds pass. Clouds may thunder, rain may fall, lightning may flash, but the sky is never touched. That sky is your soul. This is what the mystics call the deathless. This is what the sages mean when they say, I am not the body. I am not the mind. You are the witness of the body, the witness of the mind, the witness of the witnessing itself. And when you know this, not as a concept, but as a living reality, you are free from death, free from birth, free from fear. You are the stillness that watches the coming and going of time without ever being caught in it. When the Buddha was asked, "What happens to you after death?" he smiled and said, "The same thing that happens to me before birth." He was pointing to this very awareness, the unbroken, uncreated consciousness that does not begin or end. Right now, as you lie in this vast silence, you are experiencing the same truth that awakened him. Nothing has changed in eternity. Only your attention has shifted from the surface to the depth. Feel this presence now, vast, infinite, unshaken. It's not heavy, it's not light. It has no temperature, no direction, no movement. It is pure being. And it is the most intimate thing in the world. You have never been separate from it. You were looking for it in the outer world, in books, in people, in dreams. But it was never lost. It was watching through your eyes all along. You can test this truth even in the smallest way. Notice that thoughts come and go, sensations appear and disappear. Even sleep itself rises and falls. Yet you, the one who knows, never moves. The awareness that was present when you were a child is the same awareness that watches now. The body has changed. The voice, the memories, the fears, all have changed. But awareness has remained untouched, like a mirror, reflecting countless forms, but never holding a single one. This awareness is not personal. It doesn't belong to you. It is you. It belongs to no one, and yet expresses itself through everyone. The same awareness shining in your heart right now is the same awareness that looks through every eye, that listens through every ear, that breathes through every living form. There is only one consciousness, infinite, eternal, playing as many. When you realize this, love becomes natural, because you can no longer find the boundary between yourself and others. You see that all separation was imagined. Even as you sleep, this awareness continues. It doesn't depend on the body's waking state or the mind's thoughts. It doesn't flicker when the senses shut down. It doesn't dim when the eyes close. It remains constant, radiant, unbroken. It is the lamp that has always been burning at the center of your being. The wick may change, the flame may flicker, but the light itself is never lost. Rest here now. Rest in the recognition that you are that light. You do not need to keep it alive, it keeps you alive. You do not need to protect it, it protects everything. The entire universe moves within it, and yet it remains unmoving. You can feel it now, the infinite calm, the soft hum of eternity beneath the surface of all things. This is your true home. This is the soul that never sleeps. In the deepest sleep, the body may vanish, the mind may vanish, but this awareness remains. It is not disturbed by birth or death, by waking or dreaming. It is untouched, unchanging, unconditional. You could call it God, you could call it truth, you could call it love, but no word is large enough to hold it. It holds all words, all beings within itself. Stay here. Don't grasp it. Don't try to keep it. It cannot be held. It can only be known by being it which you already are. Let everything else fade. Let even the thought of I am aware disappear. What remains when even that thought is gone, that vast, silent knowing is you. It is the same silence that was here before you were born, the same silence that will cradle you long after the body turns to dust. You have entered the eternal now. Time has stopped. The river has disappeared into the ocean. You have returned to the source. You have become the stillness from which all sound is born, the darkness from which all light arises, the space that contains the stars. Nothing can touch you here. Nothing can disturb you here. You are home, infinite, boundless, awake. Now, beloved one, you are entering the deepest chamber of the night, the point where even awareness itself becomes too small a word, where the line between sleeping and waking, between seeing and being, dissolves completely. Up until now, there has been a watcher, a witness, something within you that observed the body resting, the breath slowing, the dreams unfolding. But now, even the watcher must vanish. The river must lose itself in the ocean, and in that losing, it discovers it was never separate. This is the ultimate surrender, when meditation ceases to be something you are doing and becomes what you are. There is no more effort, no more division, no more distance between you and existence. You are not breathing anymore. Existence is breathing you. You are not listening anymore. Existence is listening through you. You are not sleeping anymore. Existence is resting within itself. Through this body that it created, through this mind that it shaped from dust and stars. The illusion of two, the observer and the observed, has melted away. Only oneness remains, vast and silent. This is the point where even awareness loses its sharpness, like the edge of a blade dissolving into water. It does not disappear, it becomes infinite, diffused, all-encompassing. You are no longer aware of silence. You are silence. You are no longer aware of stillness. You are stillness itself. You are not in the night. You are the night, the endless, breathing darkness out of which every dawn is born. When you reach this space, words lose their meaning. There is no you left to experience. There is only the fragrance of being. It is like sugar dissolving into tea. Can you tell where one ends and the other begins? That sweetness was always the essence, but only now is it free to spread everywhere. In this same way, your essence, your awareness, is no longer confined to this body, this thought, this self. It expands outward, touching everything and everyone. You are not meditating anymore. Meditation is happening by itself, effortlessly, eternally. Now, if you listen deeply, not with the ears, but with the whole being, you can sense the heartbeat of existence. It is so faint, so delicate, and yet it fills the whole universe. You can feel it in the rhythm of your breath, in the pulse beneath your skin, in the movement of galaxies spinning in their silent orbits. You have become the pulse itself, the heartbeat of creation. Everything breathes within you now, the earth, the stars, the trees, the oceans. You are the space that holds them all. And in this space, there is no fear, because there is no separation. The fear of death vanishes, because you can see that death is not the opposite of life. It is only a pause, a rest, a turning of the page in the great book of being. The fear of losing love disappears, because there is no one left to lose and no one left to gain. There is only love itself, flowing endlessly, breathing through everything. The fear of change dissolves, because you see that nothing ever really changes. Waves rise and fall, but the ocean remains the same. This merging is not a doing, it is an undoing. You have spent your whole life becoming someone, building an identity, constructing a world of meanings and memories. Now, all of that has fallen away. The scaffolding is gone, and what remains is pure presence. It is not something you can describe, it is something you can only be. It is so vast, so still, that it holds even the noise, even the movement, even the chaos. You are not apart from the world, you are the space in which the world happens. The mystics have called this moment samadhi, the ultimate rest, the great silence where all dualities vanish, night and day, life and death, you and God. But do not be deceived by words like final or ultimate. There is no end here, no arrival. Existence is endless, unfolding, and now you are that unfolding. You have become the movement and the stillness, the song and the silence, the dancer and the dance. In this state, even the idea of meditation fades, because meditation implies effort, direction, a goal. Here there is none. You are not trying to become peaceful. Peace is your nature. You are not trying to stay still. Stillness is all there is. You are not even trying to understand, because understanding itself has dissolved into direct experience. You have stepped beyond the mind. The mind can no longer follow. It has served its purpose and now rests like a tool laid gently aside. It is impossible to describe this merging with words, but perhaps you can feel it, this vast openness where everything belongs, where everything is perfect as it is. The stars hang in the sky without reason, and yet their very presence fills you with awe. The sound of your own heartbeat is the same rhythm that moves the tides. The inhale and exhale of your body are the inhale and exhale of the universe. There is no gap between you and what is. You are the totality, breathing, resting, shining. Now, imagine that you are floating, not in space, but as space itself, endless, boundless, clear. Within you, whole galaxies rise and fall, lives begin and end, universes are born and dissolve. You are not affected, you are not involved, you are the silence in which all of this happens. The small mind cannot grasp this, but you can feel it not as a thought, but as a truth too obvious to deny. You are not a person anymore. You are being. Stay here, in this awareness that has no center, no edge. Let it expand until it includes even the act of listening, even the act of resting, even the idea of being awake or asleep. Let it include everything, the breath, the stillness, the sound of the world turning. Let it include the stars and the silence between them. And then let it include nothing at all. You have reached the space where sleep becomes meditation and meditation becomes existence. Here, there is no division left, no veil to lift, no mystery to solve. The mystery is living through you. The silence is dreaming through you. You are the silence, and the silence is you. Rest here completely. Don't move. Don't think. Don't even try to hold on to this state. It is holding you. The merging is not something that happens once. It is happening now. And it has always been happening. You were never separate to begin with. You only dreamed you were. Now that dream is ending, and what remains is everything whole, eternal, infinite, beyond sleep, beyond wakefulness, beyond time. There comes a point, soft and almost imperceptible, when even the faintest sense of I am begins to melt away. The meditator vanishes. The observer, who has been quietly watching the breath, the dreams, the silence, suddenly realizes it too is being watched. And in that realization, something profound happens. The watcher collapses into the watched. The river disappears into the ocean. The drop dissolves into the boundless. The I, that small word that has ruled your entire life, begins to evaporate like mist under the morning Sunday. It does not die with the struggle. It simply fades, quietly, gently, beautifully. Because now you see that there was never anyone there to hold it up. There was never a center, never a separate self. There was only this, the vast, endless awareness breathing through all things. For so long, you have said, I am breathing, I am watching, I am meditating. But look closer. Where is this I? Can you locate it? Is it in the body? The body changes. Every cell is replaced again and again. Is it in the mind? The mind is a river of thoughts, a constant stream of movement. Is it in memory? Memory is fragile, flickering, a pile of fading images. Then where is this I that claims ownership of all experience? The deeper you look, the less you find. You peel back the layers, and at the core, there is nothing, and yet that nothing is luminous, alive, conscious. It is the same nothing from which stars are born, the same nothing that holds universes. Don't be afraid of this disappearance. You are not losing yourself. You are losing the illusion of yourself. What remains is not emptiness, but fullness, so complete, so total, that there is no room left for a separate me. Imagine a wave rising from the ocean. It shouts, I am a wave, proud, distinct, individual. And yet, where does it end and the ocean begin? The shape may change, but the substance has always been the same. The moment the wave realizes it was never separate, the idea of I dies, and in its death, the wave becomes infinite. This is what is happening to you now. The boundaries of identity, so hard, so fixed, so defended, are dissolving. You can feel it. There is a vastness where once there was a name. There is a stillness where once there was struggle. There is freedom where once there was fear. Because what dies with the I is the burden of being someone to maintain, someone to protect, someone to improve. When the I disappears, everything becomes light. Existence moves through you effortlessly, like wind moving through the trees, like water flowing down the mountain. Close your eyes a little deeper. Feel the edges of your being soften. The boundaries between inside and outside blur. You can no longer tell where you end and the air begins, where the silence ends and your awareness begins. You are merging not into something else, but into what you have always been. You are the ocean pretending to be a drop, and now the pretending is over. The wave has fallen back into the sea. The seeker has fallen back into the sought. For the first time, you are not separate from what you are experiencing. You are not observing the silence. You are the silence. You are not watching the stillness. You are the stillness. You are not listening to the night. You are the night. Everything you once called other has returned home. The stars, the sky, the breath, the heart, the wind, outside the window, all of it is moving in perfect harmony with you, because there is no difference anymore between you and it. There is no observer and observed, only observation itself, boundless and pure. This is the disappearance of I. And it is the most beautiful death. It is the only death worth dying, because it is not an ending, it is a revelation. When the ego dies, what remains is love. Not the love that needs an object, not the love that desires or demands, but the love that simply is. The love that breathes through all things. The love that binds the galaxies together. The love that moves as the pulse of existence itself. When I disappears, love remains, because love has no center and no edge. And now, as this disappearance deepens, you may feel a kind of luminous emptiness spreading through you. It is not cold, it is not void, it is the fullness of being itself, weightless, formless, eternal. You may feel as if you are floating in infinite space. But you are not floating in it, you are the space. Everything is happening within you. The stars burn within you. The moonlight falls within you. The earth turns within you. All of existence is contained within this vast consciousness that you are. Don't try to hold on to this. Don't make it into an achievement or a goal. The I will try to sneak back in, whispering, I have attained something. Watch that thought and let it dissolve too. The I can never attain this. Because this is what remains when the I is gone. Enlightenment is not something that happens to you. It is the moment when the one to whom things happen disappears. Now, just rest in this disappearance. Don't do anything. Don't even meditate. Meditation implies a doer. You have gone beyond doing, beyond effort. The river has reached the sea. There is nothing left to achieve, nothing left to learn, nothing left to understand. Understanding itself has merged into silence. You are not even aware that you are aware, you are simply being. This is the state the mystics call the ultimate surrender, when even surrender is no longer needed. The wave does not need to surrender to the ocean. It already belongs to it. The drop does not have to merge with the sea. It was never outside of it. All effort was imagination. All seeking a game played in dreams. Now, even the dream has dissolved. If you can rest here, If you can trust this absence, you will know the greatest secret, that you were never born and you will never die. The I comes and goes, but what you truly are remains untouched, unbroken, infinite. This is what you have been searching for, not as a goal, but as your own reflection. The searcher was the sought all along. The lover was the beloved. The seeker was the silence. So fall completely now. Let even the thought of yourself dissolve into this vastness. Let the last ripple fade. Don't resist. Don't hold. You have nothing to lose. Because everything that can be lost was never real. What remains cannot be taken, cannot be found, cannot be named. It is beyond all opposites, beyond being and non-being, beyond light and dark, beyond even awareness and sleep. This is the disappearance of I, not the end of you, but the beginning of everything. Rest in it. Be it. Let existence breathe you, dream you, love you, live through you, until even that distinction fades and only this remains eternal, radiant, still. There comes a moment after the dissolving of the I, when even the idea of merging vanishes, for there is no longer a you that merges and no universe that receives. There is only vastness, unending, borderless, timeless. It is as if you have fallen backward into eternity, and there is no ground, no horizon, nothing to hold on to, and yet there is no fear, because the one who was afraid has disappeared. You are floating now, not as a body floating in space, not as a soul floating in some heavenly expanse, but as space itself, endless, transparent, weightless. There is no center, no edge, no movement, and yet everything is moving within you. The stars are drifting in your silence. The breath of existence is rising, falling inside your boundlessness. You are not an observer of infinity, you are infinity observing itself. To describe this is almost impossible, because language depends on separation, on two, the subject and the object, the doer and the done. But here there are not two, only one continuous field of being. It cannot be said that you are experiencing the infinite, because the infinite is not an experience, it is what remains when all experiences, all sensations, all distinctions melt away. It is what has always been here, silently waiting behind your thoughts, behind your breath, behind every pulse of life. It was there when you were born, it was there when you dreamed, and it will be there long after the body has turned to dust. It is what you have always been, even when you didn't know, in this infinite silence. There is no longer a difference between stillness and motion, between sound and quiet, between inside and outside. Everything becomes one vast breathing mountains, clouds, galaxies, thoughts, all pulsing together in the same rhythm. You are that rhythm. You are the stillness between the beats. You are the eternal breath, inhaling and exhaling itself through every form. You are the space in which even time rests. The mind cannot comprehend this, because the mind is built upon boundaries, and this is boundlessness itself. It is like trying to draw a line on water. The line vanishes the moment it is made. Now, as you float in this infinite awareness, notice the texture of it, soft yet immense, quiet yet full of hidden music. If you listen not with your ears but with your being, you can hear the hum of creation, a vibration so delicate that it is silence itself. The ancient mystics called it Om, not as a word to be spoken, but as the soundless sound, the resonance of the whole. You are hearing that now. You are not hearing it from somewhere, you are the hearing itself. You are that vibration, vibrating. You can sense how life continues even without you. The breath flows, the heart beats, the stars shine, the night deepens, and yet there is no doer. The entire cosmos is breathing as one organism, and you are its awareness. This realization does not come as a thought, but as a deep knowing, a recognition so total that it erases the question before it can form. You have always been this, and you have never been anything else. Let yourself drift even deeper into this vastness. There is no need to try, no need to meditate, no need to hold on to awareness. Awareness holds itself. The infinite does not need effort to be infinite. It simply is. The body, the mind, the heart, all are waves on this ocean. And even if the waves rise or fall, the ocean remains perfectly calm beneath them. You are that calmness, you are that depth. Every now and then, a thought may arise, like a small ripple across the water, a faint echo of the mind, trying to remember itself. Watch it come and go. Don't chase it. Don't push it away. Even the ripple is part of the ocean. Even the illusion is part of the whole. In the infinite, there is no conflict. Everything belongs. Everything fits. This is why the awakened ones can laugh even in the face of death, can love even in the face of loss, because they see that nothing is ever outside the infinite. Nothing ever truly departs. It is said that when the Buddha reached enlightenment, he looked around and laughed softly, because he saw that the world had never been in bondage, only the eyes had been closed. You are seeing with those eyes now. The prison was never real. The chains were made of dreams, and the gate was always open. You were never trapped, you were dreaming of being trapped. You were never searching, you were dreaming of searching. You were never separate, you were dreaming of being apart from yourself. And now the dream has lifted. Let this realization soak into your being like rain sinking into thirsty soil. Don't think about it. Thinking will only make it smaller than it is. Just allow it to bloom wordlessly within you. Feel how everything breathes easier now. The tension of existence, that subtle grasping at meaning, begins to melt. There is no need to understand the universe, because you are the universe. There is no need to know life, because you are life. There is no need to seek peace, because you are peace. Now you begin to see how even the smallest things shine with divinity. The air moving through your nostrils, the slow rhythm of the heart, the soft hum of the night, all of it is sacred, because all of it is one. The duality between sacred and ordinary has vanished. Everything is holy because nothing is separate. Every breath is a prayer, every silence a song, every moment eternity. And as you rest in this infinity, something extraordinary happens. Love begins to overflow. Not love as an emotion, not love directed toward anyone or anything, but love as a state of being. The infinite cannot help but love itself. It has no opposite, no division. Its very nature is compassion, because it sees itself in all things. When you are the ocean, how can you not love the wave? When you are the sky, how can you not embrace the cloud? When you are the whole, how can you not love every part? You have reached the state of utter freedom. Freedom not from the world, but as the world. Freedom not from desire, but from the illusion that desire belongs to someone. Freedom not from pain, but from the belief that pain could ever touch what is infinite. Freedom not from life, but from the fear of life. In this freedom, you float not toward anything, not away from anything, but within everything. This is what the mystics call union, what the poets call love, what the seekers call truth. But names are small, and you have gone beyond names. You have gone beyond even the beyond. There is nothing left to attain, nothing left to lose, nothing left to understand, because you have become the understanding itself, the stillness that holds all movements, the silence that gives birth to sound, the space that allows everything to be. Stay here now, in this infinite, tender vastness. Let it breathe through you, dream through you, live through you. Don't resist it, don't define it. Just be. The stars are shining inside you. The night is whispering your name, though now you know it's not calling you, it is you. You have found what cannot be lost. You have remembered what cannot be forgotten. You have become what you have always been, the boundless, the deathless, the infinite. And now, beloved one, as the tide of silence begins to slowly turn, as the long night of stillness begins to breathe again toward dawn, something within you stirs, not restlessness, not noise, but the faint shimmer of life rising once more through the depths of timeless sleep. The body, that faithful companion, begins to remember itself, not as weight or tension or form, but as light, as something transparent through which awareness can move. The breath, so long hidden in the rhythm of eternity, begins to ripple again, almost imperceptibly, like the first wave after a long still sea. You are returning, but this return is not to the old world, not to the smallness you once called me, not to the noise that you once mistook for life. You are awakening as a different being now, softer, wider, infinite, still, but moving gently within the finite. There is a language that has no words, and you have forgotten it. It speaks through the wind, through the rhythm of your breath, through the beating of your heart. You've been trained to listen to noise, to opinions, to desires, to fears, but not to yourself. Silence is that forgotten language, and when you remember it, your whole life begins to sing again. In this message, I will show you the forgotten power of silence, not as an escape from life, but as its deepest expression. You'll understand why every sage, every mystic, every awakened being has pointed toward silence as the doorway to truth. You will learn how silence transforms your relationships, your thoughts, your emotions, how it turns chaos into clarity. And you'll see that real silence is not the absence of sound, but the presence of awareness. If you've ever felt exhausted by the noise of your mind, always thinking, planning, comparing, this talk will be your rest. By the end, you will not only know silence, you will feel it pulsing in every breath. From the moment you wake up, the noise begins. Thoughts, messages, notifications, conversations, an endless stream of sound that never stops. Even when you are alone, your mind won't be quiet. You argue with yourself, explain yourself, justify yourself, and yet, beneath all that noise, there is another dimension, waiting one, that you've forgotten. You've been taught to chase meaning in words, but the deepest truths are always silent. That's why even when you say, "I love you," the real love is not in the words, it's in the silence between them. That's where presence lives. That's where being begins. I'm not asking you to escape the world or become a monk. I'm inviting you to rediscover what you've never lost, the quiet intelligence behind every heartbeat, the space that listens even while your mind speaks. And so in this time we share, I will take you into the heart of silence, not the silence of suppression, but the silence of awakening. We'll explore why silence feels uncomfortable, how to move beyond that discomfort, and how it becomes the greatest source of energy, creativity, and love. We'll look at how modern life has turned noise into addiction, and how simply being silent for a few moments can realign your entire being. By the end of this journey, you'll understand that silence is not something to achieve, it's what you already are beneath all the words, all the desires, all the fear. There will be moments where you may want to pause, to breathe, to close your eyes. Allow that, because silence cannot be taught, it can only be remembered. So let us begin. Here's something most people completely miss. You don't make noise because you love sound. You make noise because you're terrified of silence. Every word, every conversation, every distraction is a way to fill the space that silence reveals. You've been taught that silence is awkward, empty, uncomfortable, but that's the biggest misunderstanding of all. Silence isn't emptiness, it's fullness. It's the womb of everything alive. Without it, there can be no music, no art, no thought, no understanding. Even sound itself depends on silence. It begins in silence and dies back into it. But the mind, restless and afraid, runs from this truth like a child afraid of the dark. The modern world has turned noise into a habit, a drug, a kind of spiritual anesthesia. We can't even drink a cup of tea without checking our phone. We can't walk without music in our ears. We can't be alone without a voice, even if it's just our own. Look at the world around you. Every street filled with traffic, every home filled with screens, every heart filled with chatter. And yet, behind all of it, there's a desperate longing for peace. We think peace will come when we finish everything on our lists. When the noise finally stops, but the noise doesn't stop, because the noise isn't outside, it's inside. Have you noticed that even in moments of quiet, your mind keeps talking? It replays the past, worries about the future, argues, compares, plans. It's like a radio you can't switch off. And because you've never learned to listen, you've forgotten what real silence feels like. You fill your days with conversations, but most of them are just noise, not communication, not understanding, just words thrown into the void. The mind talks not to connect, but to escape. It fears the stillness that comes when words end, because in that stillness, you come face to face with yourself, and most people don't want to see themselves. I remember once a disciple came to me and said, "Osho, I have tried to meditate, but I can't stop my thoughts." I laughed and said, "Why would you stop them? Just listen." He looked confused, but I thought, silence means no thoughts. And I told him, no, silence means you stop fighting them. The problem isn't that thoughts exist, it's that you identify with them. You believe every thought is you, your opinion, your truth, your identity. But thoughts are just echoes in the cave of your mind. When you sit silently and stop shouting back, you begin to hear something deeper, the silence that's always been there, watching. Think of a glass of muddy water. Stir it constantly and it stays cloudy. Leave it untouched and it clears by itself. That's what happens when you stop stirring the mind with constant noise. The clarity was always there. You just couldn't see it through the movement. But silence requires patience. The world moves fast, but truth doesn't hurry. The modern mind has forgotten how to wait, how to be still, how to trust that clarity will come on its own. You can't force silence. You can only allow it. Society glorifies those who speak loudly, who argue, who debate, but it has no respect for those who listen. Yet only those who listen ever understand anything. The talker may win the argument, but the listener wins reality. In silence, understanding blossoms naturally. That's why I say, silence is not the absence of communication, it's the highest form of it. When two beings are silent together, there's no misunderstanding. Words divide, silence unites. And when I say silence, don't imagine a dead space where nothing happens. Silence is not the absence of sound, it's the presence of awareness. You can sit in the middle of a marketplace with horns blaring and people shouting and still be silent, because silence isn't around you, it's within you. There was once a monk meditating in the middle of a crowded market. Someone asked him, "How can you meditate in such chaos?" The monk smiled and said, "Chaos is outside, peace is within. That's the art to be still in the storm." The real problem is not the noise of the world, it's the addiction to it. You have mistaken distraction for living. You think if you stop running, you'll fall. But when you stop running, you finally start walking slowly, consciously, fully. The man who lives in silence doesn't become dull. He becomes radiant. His eyes are calm. His actions deliberate. He speaks less, but every word carries weight. Because when a speech arises out of silence, it has power. It doesn't convince. It transforms. So the first step toward awakening is not to escape noise, but to see it, to notice how restless you are when things become quiet, to feel the discomfort that arises when there's nothing to do, no one to talk to, no screen to look at. That discomfort is not a problem, it's the doorway. It's your fear of meeting yourself. Stay with it. Let the noise reveal what it's been hiding. Beneath it, there is a depth that has never been disturbed. When you begin to see noise as an escape, the next question arises: if silence is so powerful, why does it frighten us so much? Because silence, when it first appears, shows you the truth of your own emptiness. And that emptiness is not a void, it's the beginning of wholeness. But to discover that, you must first face what lies beneath the noise. What I am about to share might seem strange at first, but if you listen not only with your ears but with your whole being, you'll begin to see the pattern. Man doesn't fear silence because it is empty. He fears it because it reveals everything. The noise you surround yourself with isn't random, it's armor. It keeps you safe from the echoes of your own mind. The moment sound fades, when the television goes quiet, when the conversation ends, when the phone finally stops vibrating, you begin to feel something rise from within, something raw, something unfamiliar. It's your own voice, the one you've ignored for years, the one that speaks in whispers, not words. You've run so long from this voice that now even a moment of stillness feels like death. And in a way, it is the death of the false. Silence is terrifying to those who live only on the surface. Because the moment you become still, all the things you've buried start to float upward. The fears, the wounds, the guilt, the faces you wanted to forget, the conversations you never finished, they all come to visit. The silence opens a door you didn't even know was there, and what steps through is everything you've refused to see. This is why most people mistake the beginning of silence for chaos. They sit for 5 minutes, and instead of peace, they feel turmoil. Instead of calm, they feel noise. They think, this isn't working, I can't stop my thoughts. But it is working, it's just that the dust has finally been disturbed. Before the room can be clean, the dirt must be seen. The first stage of silence is always uncomfortable. It feels like madness, like restlessness, like too much of yourself. Because for the first time, you're not distracting the pain, you're watching it. And that watching begins to transform it. Pain has no real life of its own. It lives only in avoidance. When you stop running, when you simply observe, pain starts to dissolve. Awareness itself is healing. Just by watching the storm without judgment, you begin to see that it cannot touch you. You are not the storm. You are the sky that holds it. I once said to a disciple, before the dawn, the darkest night appears. And this is true of the inner world. Before the silence blooms into peace, it must first pass through darkness, the darkness of the unconscious. This is not punishment, it's purification. The noise was never outside you. It was your own suppressed energy, seeking attention. When you sit in stillness, you are not creating new chaos. You are meeting the chaos that has always been there. The silence doesn't bring it, it reveals it. It's like shaking a bottle filled with muddy water. When you stop shaking, the sediment begins to rise before it settles. At first, it looks worse, but it's actually the beginning of clarity. That's what meditation does. It doesn't instantly give you peace. It gives you truth. It shows you the patterns, the stories, the fears that have been playing in your unconscious mind. And if you have the courage to sit through that first wave of discomfort, to simply breathe, to stay still, you'll notice something beautiful. Beneath the noise, there is space, a quiet space behind every thought, between every breath, a background hum of stillness that has never left you. The mistake people make is trying to force silence, to make it happen by rejecting noise. But you can't fight the mind. The very fight creates more noise. Silence is not the opposite of sound. It's the space that allows sound to exist. You don't have to get rid of your thoughts. Just see them for what they are: temporary, fleeting, like clouds passing across a vast sky. When you realize that, you stop chasing them and you stop running from them. You simply watch. And slowly, that watching grows deeper, calmer, more grounded. The gaps between thoughts expand, and one day, something extraordinary happens. The gaps join together, and what remains is continuous silence. This is what I mean when I say silence is the space between thoughts. It's not about making the mind blank, it's about seeing that behind all thinking, something eternal is watching. That watcher is your consciousness. It's been there all along, quietly observing every movement, every desire, every word. You've just been too noisy to hear it. Real meditation begins when you shift your attention from the words in your mind to the silence that holds them. It's like listening to music. At first, you only hear the notes, but when your listening deepens, you begin to notice something else: the pauses between the notes, the gaps that give the music rhythm and meaning. Without those pauses, music would be unbearable. Just continuous sound with no form, no beauty. The same is true for life. Silence gives life its rhythm. It gives thought its direction, love its depth, and speech its truth. I want you to try something. The next time you speak to someone, listen not only to what they say, but to the silence between their words. Feel that pause, that stillness. It's there, subtle but alive. That silence is where truth hides. Words are just the waves. Silence is the ocean beneath them. When you begin to live from that silence, everything changes. You no longer speak to fill a void. You speak to share something real. You no longer listen just to reply. You listen to understand. Even your thoughts slow down, becoming more precise, more meaningful. You start to feel life again, not as noise, but as a living presence. And slowly, the fear of silence disappears, because you begin to see that silence is not the absence of life, it's its very essence. Remember, the fear of silence is the fear of seeing yourself. Once you face it, the fear dissolves, and what remains is freedom. Freedom from noise, freedom from thought, freedom from the endless struggle to fix and prove and become. In silence, you are already whole. You don't need to add anything. You don't need to remove anything. You simply need to be. Once you stop running from what arises in the quiet, once you've allowed all the storms to pass through you, something astonishing begins to happen. You start to notice that even as thoughts come and go, a deeper stillness remains untouched. That stillness is the doorway to true silence. And the moment you step through it, you realize that silence isn't passive at all. It's alive. It's creative. It's the power that moves all things. Let's go deeper into that now, into the discovery that silence is not emptiness, but energy itself. Here's something that may surprise you. Silence is not a void, it is power. It's not the absence of movement, but the source of it. Everything that exists comes out of silence and returns to it. Between the birth of a thought and its disappearance, there is a gap. That gap is creation itself. The mind thinks that doing, talking, acting are signs of strength. But have you noticed that all real strength, all real clarity arises only after stillness? You are taught to act first and reflect later, but the universe works the opposite way. Existence rests in silence before every act of creation. The seed lies still before the tree is born. The artist waits in emptiness before inspiration strikes. The bow is pulled back into stillness before the arrow can fly. Energy gathers in silence. It's the pause before the pulse of life. But most people never experience this because they mistake silence for death, for stagnation, for nothingness. They think to be silent is to stop living, to withdraw from life. The truth is just the opposite. Silence is not withdrawal, it's renewal. In the stillness, the scattered fragments of your being come together again. The energy that you've been wasting in endless noise, in conflict, in proving yourself, starts to return home. You stop leaking energy through useless thought and begin to feel something incredible, an inner current, a quiet intensity. You begin to glow from within, not with excitement, but with presence. When you enter silence, you become like a lake in the early morning. There's no ripple, no movement, and yet beneath the surface, life is teeming. Fish swim, currents flow, light bends, and everything exists in perfect balance. That's what true silence is, not lifelessness, but a hidden harmony. The mind loves movement because it gives the illusion of progress. But only stillness gives birth to direction. It's in silence that you begin to know what truly matters. You stop chasing and start seeing. Action that comes from silence is effortless, precise, and powerful, because it's no longer coming from the chaos of thought, but from the center of being. Think of the great discoveries that have changed humanity. They didn't come through noise. They came through stillness. Tesla's visions came not when he was calculating, but when he was sitting quietly, listening inwardly. Buddha attained enlightenment not in debate, but under a tree, unmoving. Even in nature, all transformation begins in stillness. The seed is buried in darkness before it blooms into light. The night is silent before dawn arrives. Silence is the background of all creation. It is not inactivity, it is the womb of infinite activity. Noise drains you because it scatters your energy outward. Every distraction, every worry, every conversation about nothing divides you. Silence gathers you back into yourself. It's like coming home after a long journey. Suddenly, everything feels simple again. You don't need to prove, to perform, to protect. You just are. From that state, whatever you do, Whether it's painting, working, loving, or walking carries a different quality. It's infused with clarity. You act from being, not from reaction. And the difference between action and reaction is the difference between slavery and freedom. The mind acts out of fear, but the being responds out of awareness. The mind is hurried, but being is patient. When you respond from silence, there's no rush, because there's no anxiety about outcome. You trust the rhythm of life itself, and in that trust, miracles happen. Words spoken from silence can heal. A glance from silence can comfort. A touch from silence can transform. Because silence gives depth to everything it touches. It's the invisible essence that makes life meaningful. But this energy of silence must find expression, otherwise it becomes stagnant. That's why many people who meditate deeply begin to feel an overflow, a desire to share, to create, to love, to serve. Silence naturally expresses itself through compassion. When you are silent within, your actions become poetry. You don't plan goodness. It arises by itself. You don't have to try to be kind. Kindness becomes your fragrance. Just as a flower doesn't struggle to release its scent, silence releases love effortlessly. I remember once a disciple asked me, "Master, if I become silent, won't I stop caring about the world?" I smiled and said, "No, you'll begin to care for the first time. Because real care doesn't come from the mind that judges, but from the heart that understands. The noise of thought divides. The quiet of awareness unites. The man of silence is the most compassionate being there is, not because he tries to help, but because in his presence, others begin to hear their own silence. His stillness is contagious. Silence is not against sound. It is what makes sound sacred. When you speak from silence, every word carries the weight of truth. It doesn't echo endlessly, it lands. You'll notice it. In those who have tasted silence, they speak less. But when they do, their words are alive. They don't argue, they reveal. They don't try to convince, they simply share. And that's the power of speech born of stillness. It doesn't shout, it penetrates. So I say to you, don't mistake silence for passivity. It's not retreat, it's return. Not escape, but re-entry into reality. The truly silent person lives in the same world you do, but he hears it differently. To him, the noise of the city is like rain, it passes through him, leaving him untouched. He doesn't fight sound, he floats within it. His silence is not fragile, not something that can be broken. It's the unbreakable background of everything. When silence becomes your nature, even your smallest actions change. You walk differently. You breathe differently. You look at others differently. Everything slows down. Not because you are sluggish, but because you are fully there. You eat and you taste. You speak and you mean it. You listen and you truly hear. Noise divides life into fragments. Silence brings it back into one flow. And slowly, something even more extraordinary begins to happen. You realize that silence is not just personal, it's universal. It's not something inside you, it's something that connects everything. The same silence that breathes in you breathes in the trees, in the oceans, in the stars. You and existence are not two, you are one vast silence expressing itself in countless forms. When you touch that silence, the illusion of separation disappears. You no longer say, I am living. You realize life is living through me. This is the true power of silence. It doesn't make you small or withdrawn. It makes you vast. You become the sky, and all the storms of life, fear, pain, pleasure, desire, are just passing clouds. You remain untouched, infinite, free. And now that we've entered this depth, the next question naturally arises: how does this silence, this inner power, express itself in the outer world? How does one live amidst noise without losing the song of stillness? Let's go further, because when silence starts to live through you, life itself becomes meditation. Here's something you must understand: silence isn't something fragile that can only survive in caves, temples, or mountains. It's something alive, dynamic, indestructible. It can walk through a marketplace, sit in a crowded train, or laugh in the middle of a storm. The silent man doesn't escape the world. He transforms his relationship with it. Most people think they have to go somewhere far away to find peace. But peace is not a destination. It's a dimension. You can be in the heart of chaos and remain untouched. Because real silence doesn't depend on the absence of noise, it depends on the presence of awareness. When silence has become your foundation, life no longer feels like a battlefield. You begin to see everything from a higher place, a place of stillness. The world still moves as it always has. People talk, plans change, emotions rise and fall. But you stop being thrown from side to side by it. You become like a tree deeply rooted in the earth. While the winds blow, the branches may sway, the leaves may tremble, but the trunk remains unmoved. That's how silence lives in the world, not by avoiding movement, but by being centered in it. You can live in silence even as you speak. You can walk through the noise of the world as if walking through rain, feeling it, hearing it, but not resisting it. Words spoken from that stillness carry a new power, a new fragrance. They no longer come from anxiety, from the need to impress, from the desire to control. They flow effortlessly, like a river finding its way to the sea. That's why I say, when you speak from silence, your words are alive. When you speak from noise, your words are dead before they leave your lips. The difference is not in the words themselves, it's in the space they come from. Think of a Zen master sitting before his disciples. A man asks a question, hoping for a profound answer. The master smiles, says nothing. That smile is his teaching. In that moment, silence speaks louder than 1,000 scriptures. It's not that the master is withholding knowledge, it's that he knows words cannot contain what is real. Sometimes the greatest wisdom can only be shared through presence. And the disciple, if he's alert enough, feels it's something invisible passes between them, a transmission that needs no language. That's the power of silence living in the world. It teaches without speaking. It heals without touching. It guides without forcing. The more silent you become within, the more your actions change without effort. You begin to notice things others miss: the subtle movement of the wind in the trees, the rhythm of your breath, the tone behind someone's words. Life slows down, not because time changes, but because you start seeing between the seconds. In that slowness, you move with precision. You stop reacting and start responding. Reaction is mechanical, response is mindful. Reaction comes from the past. Response comes from presence. In a world addicted to reaction, silence is rebellion. When people shout, you don't shout back. When they rush, you remain calm. When they demand, you join their noise, you simply smile. You are not indifferent, you are awake. You see the futility of noise. The one who lives in silence becomes a mirror. And whoever looks into that mirror sees their own reflection, sometimes clearly for the first time. You see, the silent man is not anti-life. He doesn't withdraw from love or work or laughter. In fact, he loves more deeply, works more efficiently, and laughs more freely because he's not divided inside. His silence doesn't separate him from life. It unites him with it. His words come from love, not ego. His actions come from awareness, not ambition. Even when he fights, his fight has compassion in it. Even when he says no, his no has gentleness in it. That's what I mean when I say silence makes you alive. It doesn't make you cold or distant. It makes you present, available, real. There's a story about a Zen monk who was accused of theft. The villagers were furious and dragged him through the streets, cursing him. The monk remained silent, smiling softly. When the real thief was caught days later, the villagers felt ashamed. They came to the monk to apologize, but he only said, "No need. The anger was theirs. The silence is mine." That's what it means to live in silence. You don't hold on to anything, not insult, not praise, not even apology. Silence gives you freedom from all of it. And yet, I know the question will arise, but Osho, how can I live like that? The world is so noisy. My mind is so restless. People around me are so full of conflict. I tell you, that's precisely where silence is needed. You don't wait for the world to be quiet to find peace. You bring peace into the noise. The silence you carry becomes your gift to the world. When you're quiet inside, you create an invisible field around you, and people feel it even without knowing why. Have you ever noticed that in the presence of certain people, you feel calm without reason? That's because their silence is alive. It radiates, it heals, it balances. You can be that presence too. Living in silence doesn't mean you never speak. It means you speak only when words are needed, and you speak from truth. It means you act, but without agitation. You listen deeply, even to the spaces between sounds. You eat with awareness, walk with grace, breathe with gratitude. Life becomes meditation, not as a practice, but as a state of being. The noise of the world continues, but it no longer disturbs the song of your inner stillness. When water flows quietly, it reflects the moon perfectly. When your mind becomes quiet, it reflects life perfectly. The rushing river makes noise, but the lake receives the sky in silence. That's the difference between reaction and response, between confusion and clarity, between unconscious living and awakening. And when silence has truly rooted itself in your being, something miraculous happens. You stop feeling separate. You begin to sense that the same silence that breathes in you breathes in everything. The same stillness that fills your heart fills the trees, the mountains, the stars. You realize that existence itself is silent, and all noise is only its surface play. You are not apart from the universe. You are its echo, its reflection, its awareness. In silence, this truth becomes undeniable. You and life are one. And when this realization dawns, you no longer need to search for meaning or purpose. Life itself becomes its own purpose. Existence begins to live through you effortlessly, gracefully. You don't push against the flow anymore. You move with it. And this movement is no longer struggle, it is dance. You dance not for achievement, but for expression. You live not for destination, but for discovery. And the world that once seemed noisy and chaotic now feels like music, a great, mysterious song in which you are both the listener and the melody. So let us move deeper still. When silence ripens into oneness, individuality melts away. The drop returns to the ocean, and the ocean breathes through the drop. What remains is not you, it is life itself, vast and eternal. Let's enter that space now, where silence becomes unity, where being and existence are no longer two. Once silence becomes your very heartbeat, your every breath, a subtle and magnificent transformation begins to unfold. The wall between you and life starts to dissolve. You begin to sense that silence is not something personal. It doesn't belong to you. It's not your achievement. It's the very fabric of existence itself. When the mind becomes still, the boundaries that once seemed so solid begin to soften. The separation between you and the tree, between you and the stars, between you and the stranger walking beside you. You begin to see that everything is connected through the same invisible pulse, the pulse of being. In that realization, the small I disappears, and something vast, something boundless begins to breathe through you. You don't lose yourself in silence, you lose the illusion that you were ever separate. The mind is the only barrier between you and existence. It talks, compares, divides, defines, judges, and in doing so it cuts reality into fragments. It says, I am here, and life is there. It says, this is me, and that is you. It says, this is mine, and that is not. And because the mind has divided reality, you live like a stranger in your own home. You stand apart from the river that flows, from the tree that blossoms, from the bird that sings. You look at them but never feel them, because thought has drawn a thin veil between you and the truth. But silence removes that veil. Silence has no language, and that's why it connects everything. The tree doesn't speak, yet it exists. The ocean doesn't preach, yet it moves in rhythm with the moon. Silence is the common thread woven through all life. When you are silent, you are part of that vast tapestry, not a knot in it, but the entire pattern itself. It's said that the drop, when it falls into the ocean, disappears. That is not true. The drop doesn't die. It becomes the ocean. The drop loses its smallness and gains the infinite. In silence, the same happens to you. The ego dissolves, and what remains is not emptiness, but everything. The I that was struggling to survive realizes that it never needed to exist, it was only a thought. What remains is awareness, pure, timeless, unbounded. And when you live from that awareness, everything you do becomes an act of love. because you no longer see others. The flower, the wind, the stranger, the beggar, all are you wearing different faces. Have you ever watched the night sky endless, dark, sprinkled with stars and felt that something in you expands with it? That's not imagination, that's remembrance. You are made of the same silence that fills the spaces between the stars. You belong to that infinity. When the mind stops its constant commentary, the walls fall and suddenly the whole universe rushes in. It's overwhelming at first, a vastness too great for words, but it's also home. That's why every mystic in every language has said the same thing in different ways. When I was silent, God spoke. And what God says is not in words, it's in presence. Love, in its deepest form, is born here. Not the love of possession, of desire, of dependence, but love as a state of being. In silence, love stops being a relationship. It becomes your nature. You don't love someone, you are love itself. You radiate it effortlessly, like a sun shining without intention. The river doesn't decide to flow, the flower doesn't decide to bloom, and you don't decide to love. It happens naturally, because in silence, resistance ends. The world becomes transparent, and through every form you see the same light shining back. Awareness, when complete, dissolves even the observer. At first, you are aware of silence, you listen to it, you feel it. But as your awareness deepens, even that distinction fades. There's no one left to observe, no one left to experience. There is only silence itself, aware of itself. It's like a flame that consumes the candle it burns upon. When that moment arrives, the search ends. You are no longer the seeker, you have become what you sought. In this unity, life becomes effortless. The struggle to control, to achieve, to prove it all falls away. You act but without tension. You speak but without pretense. You move through life like a dancer moves through space, flowing, not forcing. Each moment is complete in itself. Each breath is enough. You are not waiting for something to happen, because everything is already happening within you. That's the secret of peace. It's not an achievement. It's your natural state when the mind stops interfering. I once told a disciple, the river doesn't ask where it's going, it just flows. And because it flows, it reaches the ocean. Silence makes you like that river. You stop asking, you stop resisting, you simply flow. And in that flow, life carries you exactly where you need to go. You don't need to plan, because existence is already planning through you. You don't need to protect yourself, because nothing can be taken from silence. It's untouchable. This is what the enlightened ones call surrender. But the word is often misunderstood. Surrender doesn't mean submission. It's not giving up. It's giving into the arms of existence, into trust. It's realizing that you are not separate from the intelligence that moves the planets and blooms the flowers. The same force that makes the sun rise is breathing in you right now. When you stop interfering with it, life becomes a song, spontaneous, graceful, perfectly timed. And when you live in this oneness, you discover that silence has another dimension, joy. Not the joy that comes from pleasure, but the joy of being alive. Every sound becomes music. Every movement becomes dance. The world that once seemed ordinary begins to sparkle with new light. The simplest moments, the wind on your face, the laughter of a child, the rustling of leaves, all become gateways into eternity. You realize that existence has always been celebrating, you just weren't listening. So when I say, be silent, I am not asking you to retreat from life. I am inviting you to melt into it, to become one with the rhythm that has always been beating beneath your restlessness. In deep silence, you are no longer an outsider in existence, you are existence. The wave recognizes itself as the ocean. The dreamer awakens as the dream. And from that awakening, compassion, creativity, and love overflow naturally like a river returning to the sea. And now, as we move toward the end of this journey, one final question arises. If silence is the essence of life, how can you live it in your everyday moments? How can you bring this vast, infinite awareness into something as ordinary as walking, working, breathing, loving? Let us explore that next, the practice of everyday silence, where the sacred and the simple become one. Silence is not something to be found on mountain tops or in monasteries. It is something that walks with you, breathes with you, lives in you. Once you have touched that inner stillness, the next step is not to escape from the world, but to bring that silence into every small act of living. The real test of awareness isn't how peaceful you are when everything is calm. It's how silent you remain when life becomes loud. Anybody can feel serene in the quiet of a temple. But can you remain centered when you are surrounded by noise, chaos, and demand? Can you stay rooted in stillness when life pulls at you from every side? That is where real meditation begins, not in isolation, but in participation. The ordinary mind believes it must set aside time to meditate, to create an artificial silence where life is temporarily paused. But silence doesn't belong to moments, it belongs to being. You can be silent while driving through traffic, while washing dishes, while listening to another person speak. Silence isn't about doing nothing. It's about doing with awareness. It's about bringing presence into everything you touch. The smallest act becomes sacred when done consciously. The simple act of breathing becomes prayer when you're aware of it. Eating becomes communion when you taste with your whole being. Walking becomes meditation when you move in rhythm with your breath. There is no separation between the sacred and the ordinary. Only awareness makes the difference. Start small. When you wake up in the morning, don't rush to your phone or to conversation. Just lie there for a few moments and listen to your heartbeat, to the morning sounds, to the silence that exists before the day begins. Let your first contact with the world be through silence, not through noise. Carry that awareness into the next act, brushing your teeth, drinking tea, dressing. Each becomes a doorway into stillness. If you move slowly, with attention, you'll notice that every act has a rhythm, a natural grace, a kind of effortless harmony. You don't need to control it, you just need to be there. That's how silence enters the ordinary, through presence. Most people rush through life like sleepwalkers. They're moving but not alive, talking but not communicating, eating but not tasting, They live in fragments, their bodies in one place, their minds in another. Silence brings them back together. When you live in awareness, your body, mind, and heart align. You become whole, and that wholeness gives a new flavor to everything you do. Work becomes play, effort becomes ease. Even pain loses its sting because you're no longer fighting it, you're simply watching it. Awareness transforms every experience into understanding. The beauty of everyday silence is that it turns reaction into response. When someone criticizes you, instead of reacting instantly, pause. Feel the silence within you before you speak. That pause is freedom. That space between stimulus and response, that's where awareness lives. In that gap, you're no longer a machine being controlled by habit. You become a conscious being choosing your direction. A man who can pause before reacting is a master of himself. And the one who can pause in the middle of chaos has discovered the secret of peace. Remember, silence doesn't mean you stop speaking, it means you start speaking from depth. Words spoken from silence carry weight. They come from clarity, not confusion. They don't argue, they illuminate. Have you ever been with someone who doesn't talk much, yet their presence says everything? That's what happens when silence becomes part of your daily life. Your very being communicates more than words ever could. Presence becomes your language, and solitude, the thing so many people fear, becomes your greatest friend. You see, there's a vast difference between loneliness and solitude. Loneliness is the pain of being alone. Solitude is the joy of being with yourself. When you are silent, solitude turns into communion not with others, but with existence itself. You begin to feel connected in a way no relationship has ever given you. The trees, the stars, the wind, even the silence of the night, all become your companions. You're never alone again because silence is always with you, whispering softly, I am here. Try this. As you go about your day, pause for one moment before every new act, before opening a door, before taking a sip of water, before sending a message. Take one breath, just one, in total awareness. In that moment, the world stops and you remember. That single breath will begin to change your entire rhythm. You'll start noticing how many things you do unconsciously, how often you move on autopilot. Slowly, that awareness will spread like ripples in water until it touches everything you do. That's how silence expands, not through force, but through gentle remembrance. You don't need to seek silence. You need to stop forgetting it. Silence is already there. Underneath every sound, behind every thought, between every breath. It's not that you need to find peace. Peace has always been finding you. But your noise, your rush, your endless becoming has been drowning it out. When you stop trying to arrive, you realize you're already home. And as you live this way, something profound happens. You stop needing life to be different. You stop waiting for perfection. The rain, the traffic, the laughter, the sorrow, all of it becomes part of one vast harmony. Nothing outside you needs to change because everything inside you has. You don't resist life anymore. You receive it. You begin to live as silence itself, moving, breathing, laughing, loving, but untouched, undisturbed. Then even the noise of the world becomes beautiful. The cry of a baby, the hum of the city, the rustling of leaves, all are melodies of the same song. You no longer divide existence into good or bad, loud or quiet, sacred or ordinary. You hear the music of life as it truly is, total, unbroken, divine. And in that hearing, in that seeing, you understand what it means to live in meditation. Because meditation is not a moment, it's a way of being. It's the realization that silence was never the opposite of sound. It was the essence of all sound. It was always there, waiting for you to listen. And now, as we come to the end of this journey together, let us bring all these insights into one final truth, that silence is not the end of the path. It's the beginning of everything. When you return to it, you return to yourself. When you rest in it, the whole universe begins to move through you. Let us close with that remembrance. The great return to silence, where the seeker, the path, and the destination are one. You think anxiety comes from your work, your relationships, your future. But I tell you, anxiety comes from time itself. You live either in what's gone or in what might come, and you've forgotten the only moment that exists now. The more you chase control, the more control escapes you. The anxious mind is never here, it is always somewhere else. And the cure is not rest, it is return. In this message, I will not teach you how to manage anxiety. Management keeps it alive. I will help you see anxiety for what it truly is, the energy of your awareness trapped in thought. When you stop fighting it, when you simply witness it, that same energy becomes calm, clarity, creativity. You will learn not to escape anxiety, but to understand it. And in understanding, it disappears. You have tried everything: affirmations, meditation, pills, self-help videos, yet the mind never truly rests. Because the world teaches you to fix anxiety from the outside, while its root lies within. You cannot calm a mind by using the mind. That's like trying to smooth water with your hand. The moment you stop interfering, stillness begins on its own. This is not about control, it's about awakening. And once you awaken, anxiety becomes impossible. Because there is no you left to be anxious, only life, breathing, flowing, being. In this time together, I will take you beyond coping into understanding. We'll explore what anxiety truly is, where it comes from, and why your attempts to fix it make it stronger. We'll look at how awareness, simple, effortless awareness, transforms anxiety into serenity. You'll see that calm is not something you achieve. It's what returns when you stop resisting what is. And by the end of this talk, you won't just feel better. You'll know why you suffer and how to awaken from that suffering once and for all. Because the ancient wisdom of awareness is not lost. It's right here, waiting for you to remember. Here's something most people completely miss. Anxiety doesn't come from the outside world, it comes from the inside, from the storm of thoughts that you've mistaken for yourself. The world is not anxious, you are. The trees outside are not worrying about tomorrow. The sky doesn't tremble about the weather, but your mind does, because it cannot stop moving. The mind is a restless machine, a monkey forever jumping from one branch to another, never able to sit still even for a moment. You become so identified with this jumping that you've forgotten there is a watcher behind it all. You are not the monkey, you are the tree. You are the silent witness that remains unmoved while the mind dances its endless dance. Anxiety begins the moment you forget this. You believe the mind's voice is your own, and suddenly its chaos becomes your reality. The mind says, what if this happens? What if it goes wrong? What if they leave? What if I fail? And you obey as if those whispers were divine commands. You live your life reacting to shadows, rehearsing disasters that haven't yet happened, replaying moments that are already gone. The mind invents stories to keep itself busy, and you suffer those stories as if they were truth. The result is tension, worry, fear, the illusion that something is wrong even when everything is fine. The more you try to control this storm, the stronger it becomes. You tighten your grip and the mind resists. You meditate, but you meditate with tension, trying to force silence, which only creates more noise. You breathe deeply, but the one breathing is still anxious. You fight the thought, I am anxious. And that fight itself is anxiety wearing a new mask. You see, the mind is very cunning. It can even use spirituality as its weapon. It says, I must be calm. I must stop thinking. I must find peace. And the word must destroys peace immediately. The mind can make anxiety out of anything, even meditation. But here's what I want you to understand deeply. The mind was never meant to be silent. It was designed to move, just as a river flows, just as the wind blows. Thought is not your enemy. Identification is. When you believe you are your thoughts, you drown in the river. When you remember you are the watcher standing on the bank, the river can flow freely without dragging you away. The mind can keep moving, but you remain still. That stillness is peace, not something you achieve, but something you uncover when you stop mistaking movement for self. I remember a man who came to me, his eyes red with sleeplessness. He said, Osho, I can't stop my thoughts. I've tried everything, breathing, chanting, prayer. My mind won't stop. I laughed and said, why should it stop? Has the river stopped flowing because you wanted it to? Let the mind do what it does. You simply watch. He looked at me confused, but that night, for the first time, he sat quietly, not fighting, not trying. He told me later, I still had thoughts, but they felt far away, as if they belonged to someone else. That was the first taste of freedom, not the absence of thought, but the presence of awareness. The truth is, anxiety is simply energy, life force, trapped inside your thoughts. Its vitality gone astray. The mind has hijacked the raw energy of being alive and turned it into movement without direction. You feel restless because that energy wants to flow into awareness, into creation, into presence. But the mind keeps it spinning in circles. Once you stop fighting the movement and begin to observe it, that same energy transforms. Anxiety becomes alertness. Restlessness becomes readiness. Fear becomes aliveness. The storm turns into wind, and the wind can carry you toward awakening. So the question is not how to stop anxiety, but how to stop believing it, how to see it without naming it, how to watch it like a cloud passing through your inner sky. Right now, Your thoughts are the weather changing, shifting, unpredictable, but you are the sky. The sky doesn't panic when the storm comes. It simply allows. When you remember this, something changes instantly. The storm may continue for a while, but you are no longer inside it. You are watching from above, untouched, untroubled. And this is the first step toward peace. Not control, not suppression, but seeing. Now that you see anxiety for what it really is, movement of the mind mistaken for movement of the self, the next question naturally arises. If anxiety is just misplaced energy, can it be transformed? Can it become a doorway to awareness instead of a prison? The answer is yes. And to understand that, we must look deeper into the energy of anxiety itself. Because when you see that the trembling inside you is not your enemy but your vitality waiting to awaken, you stop running from it. You begin to dance with it. And that dance, my friend, is meditation. Anxiety, when seen rightly, is not a curse, it's a signal. It's life knocking on the door of your awareness, saying, you have been asleep for too long. It's a tremor that reminds you that you are alive, that energy is moving inside you, that existence still flows through your veins even when you've forgotten how to feel it. You think your anxiety is an intruder, something foreign that must be driven out. But I tell you, it is your own energy asking to be recognized. You have been taught to fear your intensity, to mistrust your depth, to calm yourself down whenever you begin to feel too much. But life is not calm. It is wild, alive, unpredictable. The only reason you suffer is because you resist the current. You were meant to ride the wave, not build walls against it. Here's what I've seen again and again. People come to me trembling, saying, Osho, I feel restless. I feel nervous. I feel as if I'm going to explode. And I laugh, not because I don't care, but because I see the misunderstanding. They think something is wrong with them. They call it panic, but I call it potential. The energy that makes you tremble is the same energy that can awaken you. The difference lies only in how you meet it. If you fight it, it becomes fear. If you watch it, it becomes freedom. The trembling is just the body's way of saying you're on the edge of transformation. But instead of moving through the doorway, you run. You distract yourself. You scroll, you drink, you talk, anything to escape the rising energy within. And so, anxiety stays. Not because it wants to, but because you keep it prisoner by your resistance. You see, anxiety is not something you have to get rid of. It's something you have to understand. When you look at it without judgment, it changes its flavor. The same trembling that once felt unbearable begins to feel alive. The same heartbeat that used to frighten you becomes a drumbeat of awareness. It's all about direction. Right now, your energy moves horizontally toward objects, toward distractions, toward the world. It runs outward and scatters. But when you turn inward, when you simply sit and feel what is happening inside you without trying to fix it, that same energy begins to rise vertically. It becomes awareness. I once told a disciple who said he could not sit still to stop forcing stillness. If you must tremble, I said, then tremble consciously. Don't hide it. Let your whole body shake, but stay aware while it happens." He was shocked. He said, "Won't that make it worse?" And I said, "No, that is the whole trick. When you tremble consciously, awareness enters the trembling, and then trembling becomes meditation." He tried it. He allowed his whole being to shake, but with full presence, without resistance. And something miraculous happened. He began to laugh. The fear transformed into freedom. The energy that had been locked in anxiety turned into joy. The trembling didn't destroy him, it dissolved him, and in that dissolution, peace arose on its own. This is the alchemy of awareness. Whatever you look at without judgment changes its nature. The fire that once burned you becomes light. The anxiety that once suffocated you becomes expansion. But the key is awareness, effortless, compassionate awareness. Awareness doesn't try to fix, it simply shines. And when light shines on darkness, darkness cannot remain. The more you resist your energy, the more painful it feels. The more you accept it, the more it flows. Think of steam trapped in a pot. It builds pressure, it rattles, it screams, and you call it anxiety. But open the lid, let it move freely, and it becomes power. That power can drive an engine, move a train, light a city. Anxiety is the same, locked energy, desperate to move. Awareness is the opening that releases it. But remember, awareness isn't control. It's not a technique, not another form of doing. Awareness is pure seeing. You're not fixing the tremble, you're watching it. You're not calming the heart, you're listening to it. You're not forcing peace, you're allowing truth. Awareness is passive yet powerful. It's the art of witnessing without the need to interfere. The moment you watch something without naming it, it begins to relax. The thought slows, the heart softens, the body unwinds. Peace doesn't come because you created it, it comes because you stop disturbing it. This is what I mean when I say, don't fight your anxiety, understand it. If you fight, you remain divided. Part of you struggles while part of you hides. But when you understand, division disappears. And where there is no division, anxiety cannot exist. Because anxiety lives in separation. The moment the watcher and the watched unite, the mind falls silent. So the next time anxiety arises, don't run. Don't rush to distract yourself. Sit quietly, close your eyes, and feel it. Let it rise like a wave. Let it shake you. And while it happens, remember to watch. Be like a mountain watching the storm pass across its slopes. The mountain doesn't fight the wind. It remains unmoved. And soon the wind passes. You are that mountain. The mind is just whether noisy, temporary, harmless, once you know who you are. And once you begin to live this way, anxiety stops being something to avoid. It becomes your teacher. Every time it appears, it invites you to wake up. It says, you are drifting back into the mind. It calls you home. You begin to love your anxiety because it reminds you to be aware. You bow to it, and in that bow, the energy that was once your suffering becomes your awakening. Now that you understand this, the question naturally arises, if awareness can transform anxiety, what keeps you from being aware? What is it that pulls you back into restlessness again and again? The answer lies in time, the mind's greatest illusion. To be anxious is to be trapped in time. And until you step out of time, you cannot truly be free. So now, let us go deeper into the root of all restlessness, into the fear of the present moment itself. You see, the real root of anxiety is not fear, not tension, not even the thoughts you believe cause it. It is your refusal to live in the present. Anxiety is born the moment you leave now. It cannot exist here, in this instant, because the present is vast, silent, timeless. But you've forgotten how to be here. The mind drags you constantly into what was or what might be. It pulls you backward into memories or forward into imagination, but it never allows you to rest where life actually is. The mind is addicted to time, and time is the womb of anxiety. The past fills you with regret. The future fills you with worry. And you, the eternal witness, get caught in the middle, torn between ghosts that no longer exist and dreams that haven't yet begun. That tearing is what you call anxiety. When you are anxious, have you noticed what happens? Your breath quickens, your muscles tighten, your heartbeat races. But none of these are happening in the past or the future. They happen right here in the present. Anxiety is the body's way of begging you to come back, to return home to this moment. But instead of returning, you escape further. You replay old scenes. You imagine worst-case scenarios. You ask endless questions. And in doing so, you miss the only place peace could ever exist. Now, that's why I say anxiety is not your enemy. It is a signal that you wander too far from reality. Here's something most people never see. Your desire for control is the true fuel of your anxiety. You want life to be predictable, but life cannot be controlled. You want certainty, but existence moves in mystery. You want tomorrow to obey your plans, but tomorrow never comes. There is only this continuous unfolding moment, always new, always unknown. The mind fears this openness, this uncertainty, because it thrives on patterns. The unknown is death to the mind. And so, to protect itself, it creates anxiety, a constant stream of thoughts that fill the space of silence. That's why even when nothing is wrong, you feel uneasy. You have made anxiety your shield against the vastness of the present. You'd rather suffer what is familiar than face what is infinite. Let me tell you a story. Once, a bird was kept in a small cage. Every day it sang, but its wings forgot how to fly. One morning, the owner forgot to close the cage, and the bird saw the open sky for the first time. But instead of flying away, it stayed inside. It had grown comfortable in its limitation. That bird is your mind, and the cage is time. The door is open, but you are too accustomed to your thoughts to leave. You think freedom is dangerous, but it is not freedom that is dangerous, it is your fear of it. You've mistaken the cage for safety and the open sky for chaos. So you try to control everything, your relationships, your career, even your spiritual path. You plan your enlightenment. You measure your meditation. You time your stillness, and you call that peace. But peace cannot be planned. Control is the opposite of peace. You cannot plan to relax any more than you can order the river to stop flowing. The mind wants to command the flow of life, but life doesn't follow commands, it dances. And unless you dance with it, you will always feel anxious. Surrender is the medicine. I don't mean surrender in defeat, I mean surrender in trust. To surrender is to finally accept that you are not separate from life, that you don't have to push the river, that existence already knows how to flow. It is to rest in the unknown with an open heart. That's what I mean when I say, be here now. It's not a command, it's an invitation. To be here now is to stop running, to stop escaping, to stop asking for something more. It's to see that this moment is complete. Even your anxiety, even your restlessness, even your breath trembling in your chest, all of it is perfect in its place. When you allow the present moment fully, something extraordinary happens. The mind loses its power. The storm doesn't stop, but you realize you are not the storm. You are the sky that contains it. The lightning flashes, the thunder rolls, but deep inside there is a stillness. That stillness has always been there. It's the background of all movement. But because you were busy fighting time, you never noticed it. Once you begin to taste the now, anxiety starts to fade on its own. You don't have to push it away. It has no soil to grow in anymore. The present is pure silence. The mind cannot survive there. It tries to enter, but the moment it does, it disappears, like darkness in sunlight. This is why every enlightened being speaks about the present not as philosophy, but as medicine. It's not an idea, it's a lived experience, a fragrance. In the present, there's nothing to regret and nothing to fear, because both regret and fear need time. They are dreams of yesterday and tomorrow. The now is beyond both, beyond birth and death, beyond anxiety and calm. But to enter the present, you must be willing to die to your past and your future. You must be willing to live without maps, to walk without guarantees, to breathe without knowing what comes next. That's what terrifies you, not anxiety itself, but the death of control. Yet once that control drops, you discover something incredible. The world doesn't fall apart when you stop holding it. In fact, it becomes more beautiful, more alive. You begin to see how life takes care of itself. The birds still fly, the heart still beats, the breath still flows, all without your help. You realize peace was never something to create. It was always what remained when you stopped interfering. So the next time anxiety comes, don't call it a curse, call it a reminder. A reminder that you've drifted into the future or fallen back into the past. Close your eyes, take a slow breath, and return. Feel the air moving in, moving out, nothing to fix, nothing to fear, just this simple rhythm of life happening. Stay there, even for a moment, and you'll know what I mean. The mind will resist. Yes, it will tempt you back into time, but now you'll see its trick. You'll smile, because you've seen the truth. Anxiety is not your punishment, it's your path home. And when you walk that path long enough, When you've returned again and again to the stillness of the present, something beautiful begins to unfold. You begin to discover a space within you that no storm can touch. It's not an idea or a state, it's who you are. That space has always been there, quietly waiting behind the noise of your thoughts. Let us now go into that, the space beyond the mind, the still center that remains untouched by anxiety, untouched by time, untouched by fear itself. Beyond the mind, beyond thought, beyond the constant waves of emotion and memory, there exists a space so still that even silence feels loud beside it. That space is your true nature. It has never been touched by anxiety or fear, by sorrow or desire. It has watched everything, the coming and going of seasons, of dreams, of lifetimes, and yet it remains the same. You have tasted it before, though perhaps without knowing. It's there in those brief pauses between your thoughts, in the moment before sleep when the world dissolves, in the quiet breath after laughter fades. That is the space I call your center, the still point around which all movement turns. You have lived your life on the surface, lost in the waves of the mind, but the ocean of your being waits silently below. The noise of anxiety is only the surface wind. It cannot disturb the depths. To enter this space, you do not need to travel or achieve or change. You only need to stop chasing. The moment you stop running after calm, calm appears. The moment you stop demanding peace, peace returns. It was never missing, it was only hidden by your search. The one who is searching is the disturbance itself. It's like trying to see your reflection in a lake while throwing stones into it. The more you try, the more ripples you create. But if you simply sit beside the lake and do nothing, the water clears by itself, and there you are reflected perfectly, untouched, whole. That's how the still center is revealed. It's not earned through discipline. It's remembered through awareness. I remember once telling a disciple who came to me trembling with worry, "Don't try to calm yourself. Calmness is already there." He looked puzzled and asked, "Then why don't I feel it?" I smiled and said, "Because you're too busy trying." You see, effort belongs to the ego. A stillness belongs to being. You cannot reach stillness through effort any more than you can hold the ocean in your hands. All you can do is relax into it. Effort is movement, stillness is surrender. When you begin to touch this stillness, even for a moment, you will feel something miraculous, the disappearance of the I. The one who was anxious, who was fighting, who was seeking, begins to fade. You realize that anxiety never belonged to you. It belonged to the false identity you carried, the me that believed it was separate from life. When that false self dissolves, what remains is pure awareness. Without a center, without a boundary, you feel yourself expand beyond the skin, beyond the body, beyond the mind. And in that expansion, all problems lose their shape, all fears lose their edge. The world continues noise, work, people, responsibilities, but they no longer disturb the inner space. You can move through chaos and remain utterly still inside. You can listen to the noise and yet feel the silence humming beneath it. You can be in the crowd and yet alone in your being. That is the space beyond the mind. It doesn't deny the world. It includes it. The noise doesn't disappear, it becomes music. The waves don't stop, they begin to dance. Everything that once caused anxiety becomes part of a larger harmony. And the beauty is that this space doesn't come and go. It's not a mood, it's not a state, it's your very nature. You can forget it, but you can never lose it. It's like the sky clouds come, storms rage, but the sky remains. Even when it appears hidden, it's there, infinite, watching. Your awareness is that sky. Thoughts are only clouds, sometimes white and gentle, sometimes dark and violent, but they cannot touch the sky. The sky is never afraid of the clouds, it lets them pass. This is the great secret. The one who is aware of anxiety is never anxious. Awareness cannot be anxious. Awareness is the cure because awareness was never sick. Now, don't misunderstand. This stillness I speak of is not indifference. It's not a cold detachment. It's not withdrawal from life. It's the deepest intimacy with existence, so total that there's no one left to separate you from it. When you live from this space, love becomes effortless. Compassion flows naturally. Creativity blooms without reason. You act, but there's no doer behind the action. You love, but there's no lover and beloved, only love itself. You live, but there's no you living, only life expressing through you. To live from this stillness is to move through the world like a mirror, reflecting everything but holding nothing. People may project their anger, their pain, their joy, their love, but nothing sticks. The mirror remains pure. This is what the awakened ones call freedom. Not the freedom to choose, but freedom from choosing, because you are no longer divided. Life flows through you without friction. You have become one with the current. And once this stillness becomes your foundation, anxiety cannot return. It may knock on the door now and then, but the door no longer opens because there's no one left inside to answer. The watcher is awake. The mind still moves, but you see it from afar, like watching clouds drift across an endless sky. You can smile at your own restlessness. You can even enjoy it because now it's play, not prison. You know that all movement happens within the stillness of your being. So when I say discover the still center, I am not giving you a technique. I am pointing you back to what you already are. Sit quietly, close your eyes, feel your breath move in and out, not as an exercise, but as a reminder. With every breath, feel yourself sinking deeper into the heart of silence. Don't try to make anything happen. Just watch. Just be. Soon, the watcher and the watched will merge, and you'll discover that there was never any distance between them, only the illusion created by thought. And now, once you've touched this silence, even for a moment, the next question arises naturally. How do you live from here? How do you bring this awareness into the noisy, messy, chaotic world? How do you walk, work, love, and laugh without losing this stillness? Because true meditation is not what happens with your eyes closed. It's how you live when they open again. Let's go deeper into that now, into the art of living without anxiety, of turning awareness into the rhythm of your everyday life. When awareness begins to flow into life, something subtle yet profound happens. The boundary between meditation and living disappears. You no longer meditate in order to find calm. You live in such a way that calmness is never lost. The sacred and the ordinary merge. Washing dishes becomes prayer. Walking through the market becomes a dance. Listening to a friend becomes meditation. Life stops being divided between what is spiritual and what is mundane. Because you realize that everything, every gesture, every word, every breath is filled with the same divine energy that moves the stars and stirs the oceans. You no longer chase enlightenment because you see that it was never hiding anywhere else. It was here, in the simple act of being fully present with what is. To live without anxiety doesn't mean that challenges disappear or that the world suddenly becomes soft and predictable. The storms of existence continue, but your relationship to them changes completely. Before, you fought against life, always trying to shape it to your desire, to make it behave according to your plan. You lived as if the universe were a machine that could be tamed by your will. But now, you live as a participant, not a controller. You move with life instead of against it. You understand that peace isn't the absence of difficulty, it's the presence of awareness amid it. Even in pain, even in uncertainty, you remain anchored in the silence beneath. And this awareness brings an incredible intelligence. You begin to notice the small gap between action and reaction, between experience and interpretation. That gap is freedom. Before something would happen, a word, a look, a loss, and immediately the mind would react, fear would rise, and anxiety would take over. But now, awareness gives you space. You can see the moment fear is born. You can feel the wave rising. And because you see it, you are no longer carried away by it. You watch it with the same curiosity you'd give to clouds passing through the sky. And soon the wave subsides on its own, leaving you untouched. That's the beauty of awareness. It doesn't suppress emotion, it transforms it. I once told a disciple who was struggling with anger, "Don't fight your anger, watch it." A few weeks later, he came to me amazed, saying, "Osho, the anger is still coming, but it doesn't last. It burns for a moment, and then it turns into laughter." I told him, that's how awareness works. When you see clearly, fire becomes light. The same is true for anxiety. You can't control it, but you can illuminate it. The light of seeing dissolves what darkness of thought created. Acceptance becomes your new way of being. You stop resisting what is. When you're sad, you allow sadness. When you're afraid, you allow fear. When you're joyful, you allow joy. Life becomes effortless because you're no longer editing reality. And in this effortless acceptance, a deep peace arises, not the peace of control, but the peace of harmony. You don't have to manage life anymore. You simply trust it. You realize that existence has its own intelligence, and that intelligence includes you. Living without anxiety also means rediscovering beauty in the smallest things. Before, your mind was too crowded to notice. You were so busy preparing for tomorrow that you missed the song of the bird outside your window, the warmth of sunlight on your skin, the sound of your own breath. But now, awareness sharpens your senses. Everything becomes vivid, alive, new. You taste your food fully. You listen when someone speaks without already preparing your reply. You look at the sky and actually see it. Every moment becomes a miracle, because awareness makes even the simplest act sacred, and in that sacredness, gratitude flowers naturally. Gratitude is not something you practice. It's what happens when you're awake. When you see life as it is, without the distortions of desire and fear, you realize how generous existence has always been. Every breath is a gift. Every heartbeat is grace. Even your pain, even your anxiety, were teachers disguised as suffering. They pushed you to wake up. You begin to thank life not for what it gives or takes, but for the sheer privilege of being here, conscious, alive. When gratitude fills your heart, compassion follows. Because once you've understood your own suffering, you can no longer judge the suffering of others. You see the same restless mind in everyone. You see the same longing, the same struggle, the same forgetting. And from this seeing, compassion is born not as an effort, but as a natural fragrance. You don't try to love. You are love. Your presence alone becomes healing. People will come near you and feel calmer, though you've said nothing. Because peace, when real, radiates without intention. This is what it means to live awake. To live without anxiety doesn't mean to live without emotion. It means to live without unconsciousness. Emotions still arise, but they pass like ripples across a lake. They no longer define you. You are no longer a slave to reaction. You have become the lake itself, deep, reflective, serene. And when life throws stones, the surface moves for a moment, then returns to stillness. When you live like this, you stop asking for life to be easy. You stop demanding certainty. You stop bargaining with existence. You begin to trust the mystery, to relax into it, to celebrate it. This is the final flowering of awareness. Freedom. The freedom not from life, but in life. The freedom to dance with everything that comes without clinging, without fear. And when you reach this point, the very idea of anxiety becomes almost impossible. You look back at your old self, always worried, always chasing, and you smile because you understand now. Anxiety was never a problem to solve. It was a teacher guiding you home. It shook you, it burned you, it broke you open, and through those cracks, awareness entered. Without anxiety, you might never have sought truth. Without suffering, you might never have awakened. So in the end, even anxiety becomes sacred. It was the fire that purified you. And now, as this journey nears its end, I want you to see clearly what you've gained. You've seen that the mind's restlessness is not your identity, that anxiety is simply misplaced energy, that awareness transforms everything it touches. You've learned to be in the present, to trust the unknown, to discover the still center within you. You've learned to live from awareness, to make each breath, each act, each moment a meditation. And now, the final step to let all this understanding melt into being. To stop remembering, stop repeating, stop even practicing, and simply be. Because peace, when it's real, doesn't need to be maintained. It maintains itself. Once awareness becomes your natural state, even the idea of seeking drops away. You don't find calm, you are calm. You don't create peace, you are peace. And as you rest in this realization, remember this: peace is only the beginning. Beyond peace lies freedom, the freedom that dances in the middle of chaos, the freedom that laughs even in pain, the freedom that no one can give or take away. That is the next step, the next awakening. So let's move toward it together. You are hungry, but you do not know for what. You call it success, love, recognition, peace. But no matter how much you eat, you remain empty. This hunger is not of the body, it is of the mind, and the mind is never satisfied. This is why you cannot find freedom, because the one who desires is the one who suffers. And the end of suffering is not in the next goal, the next lover, the next tomorrow. It is in seeing that the desiring mind itself is the problem. I will take you into that seeing, step by step, until desire dissolves and only freedom remains. In this message, I will take you beyond the noisy marketplace of desire, beyond chasing dreams that never end, into the silent space where freedom is not something to achieve, but something you already are. You will see how desire creates your suffering, how it tricks you with false promises, and how to let it drop without effort. You will not learn how to control desire. You will learn how to understand it so deeply that it dies on its own. From that death comes a new life, effortless, content, and vast. I know your mind is always running, chasing one thing, fearing another. You say, once I get this, I'll rest. But the rest never comes. It is like running toward the horizon. The more you move, the farther it goes. I am not asking you to fight your desires. I am asking you to see them. Seeing is the beginning of freedom, because what is seen clearly ends naturally. In this journey together, I will help you see how desire begins, how it feeds on comparison, how it hides behind love, spirituality, even your search for freedom. So, in this time together, we will explore the anatomy of desire, what it really is, how it binds you, and what happens when it ends. I will not give you methods or moral rules. I will give you understanding, because understanding is transformation. We will go deep into how the mind turns every experience into a new object of longing, and how silence is lost in that constant reaching. We will question everything you have been told about happiness, purpose, and fulfillment. And as we move together, something subtle will begin to shift, not through effort, but through awareness. Stay with me till the end, because the last insight is not something you can hear, it is something you must experience, the moment when the fire of desire turns into the light of freedom. When I look into your eyes, I see the same story written again and again, the story of wanting. You may call it love, success, peace, enlightenment, but at its root, it is the same longing to be somewhere else, someone else, something else. You've been running your whole life, but have you ever stopped to ask, who taught me to run? You were not born running, you were born still. quiet, whole. A newborn child has no ambition. It simply breathes, looks, wonders. The child is not trying to be better tomorrow. It is not comparing itself to another. It just is utterly present, utterly free. But then the world begins its whispering. Parents say, you must become something. Teachers say, you must improve. Society says, you are not enough as you are. And slowly, the seed of desire is planted. That small seed grows into a tree that shades your entire life. Its roots spread deep into your mind. Its branches reach toward every goal, every dream, every illusion. You begin to live in a constant divide. What you are and what you should be. Between these two poles, your peace is crucified. You think this restlessness is natural. You say, everyone wants something without desire. How can life move? But I tell you, this movement is not life. It is escape. The mind is clever. It invents 1,000 reasons to run. But it cannot sit still, because sitting still means death to it. The moment you rest in being, the mind loses its grip, and that terrifies it. So it keeps you moving from one desire to another, from one dream to the next. Look at your own experience. Each time you get what you want, there's a brief silence, a small space, a breath. You call that happiness. But soon, the mind grows restless again. It says, what next? That what next is the sound of the prison door closing once more. The mind divides the world into what is and what should be. And you live trapped between those two, forever reaching, never arriving. Think of a man walking in the desert, seeing water on the horizon. He runs toward it, believing it will save him. But the more he runs, the thirstier he becomes. This is the story of humanity chasing the mirage of fulfillment, dying of thirst just steps away from an infinite oasis within. When you were a child, even the sky was enough. Now, even the whole world is not. The mind's cleverness is infinite. It promises you that one day you will rest, one day when you're rich, when you're loved, when you're enlightened, but that one day never comes, because the promise itself is the trap. You are caught in the dream of becoming. And as long as you are becoming, you can never be. The world of becoming is the world of desire. The world of being is the world of freedom. What I'm sharing with you is not philosophy, it's a mirror. Look into it and you'll see how this simple mechanism runs your life. Every thought that says, I should be more, is the beginning of suffering. The moment you see this clearly, not intellectually, but through direct awareness, something begins to shift. You no longer chase the mirage, you begin to taste the stillness of the desert itself. And here's something most people completely miss. Freedom is not something you reach by running faster. It's what remains when you stop running. Once you see this, the chase loses its power. You start to feel an extraordinary stillness beneath all movement, a silence beneath all thought. That silence is your natural state. Untouched, unpolluted, already free. Now the question arises, if the mind builds the prison through desire, who is this prisoner? Who is it that desires? Let's look deeper into that next. The moment you begin to look at desire not as something you have, but as something that has you, the whole picture changes. You think you are the one who desires, but in truth, desire is using you. It is feeding on your energy, living through your restlessness, sustaining itself through your longing. The mind is not separate from desire, the mind is desire. Without wanting, it cannot survive. Just as a flame cannot live without oxygen, so it keeps creating new wants, new fears, new goals, just to keep itself alive. And you, unknowingly, go on serving this beggar, polishing his bowl, hoping one day he will be satisfied. But the mind is a beggar that cannot be filled, because its hunger is not for things, its hunger is for continuation. It is so subtle that you don't even notice when it happens. You get what you longed for. You feel peace for a moment, but soon that peace becomes unbearable to the mind. It needs something to do, someone to become, some mountain to climb. It says, you could have more, you could be better, you could be different. The mind can live only through the tension of becoming. If there is no distance between what you are and what you want to be, it begins to disappear. And that disappearance feels like death. So it keeps stretching the distance endlessly, moving the horizon farther away each time you get close. Look closely at your daily life. You wake up and the mind is already begging. It says, I need coffee, I need success, I need approval. It is always saying, I need. And the moment you listen, the chain is fastened again. That small thought, I need, becomes the anchor that ties you back to the world of becoming. When you don't listen, when you simply watch it pass, a small crack opens in the wall of the prison. Through that crack, light begins to enter. But instead of allowing the light, you rush to patch the hole. You say, no, I must keep myself together. I must keep going. This is how the beggar keeps you employed, endlessly working to maintain your own bondage. Have you noticed that even your pleasures are born from discomfort? You want love because you feel lonely. You want success because you feel small. You want enlightenment because you feel lost. Every desire is a symptom of inner poverty. And yet, instead of looking into the poverty itself, you keep decorating it with new achievements. The beggar changes clothes, but he remains a beggar. The more you give to the mind, the more it asks. Desire has no gratitude. It only knows how to demand. It's like feeding salt water to your thirst. The more you drink, the thirstier you become. One day, if you're quiet enough, you will hear it, that endless begging inside you. It's not loud, it's constant. It whispers, something's missing, something's missing. That whisper has been with you since childhood. It is the voice of the mind that was told it was not enough. The world taught you to chase the mirage, and now the chase has become your identity. You don't even know who you are without it. If all your desires suddenly vanished, you would feel lost because you've mistaken the beggar for yourself. But once you see this clearly, a strange thing happens. You begin to feel a quiet compassion for your own mind. You see it as a child who's frightened to stop playing. You understand that its begging is not evil, it's just ignorance. The mind believes it will die if it stops desiring. But the truth is the opposite. When desire stops, the mind dies. And what is left is not death. It is life in its purest form. So don't fight the beggar. Don't give him coins either. Just watch him. Stand aside and watch how he performs his tricks. He will say, if you don't desire, you'll become nothing. Smile at him that nothing is precisely where your freedom begins. When you no longer identify with the one who wants, you discover the one who is, and that one is whole, overflowing, beyond need, beyond time. The beggar cannot understand this richness. He only knows how to measure. He says, how much love do I have? How much peace? How much progress? But life cannot be measured. It is immeasurable. And the moment you stop measuring, you step out of the beggar's shadow. For the first time, you taste abundance, not the abundance of possessions, but of presence. This is the strange paradox of existence. When you stop asking, everything is given. When you stop searching, everything appears. When you stop becoming, you begin to be. That is why I say the mind is a beggar, but you are not. You are the silence that watches it beg. You are the sky that remains untouched while the clouds pass. Once you see that the mind and desire are one inseparable, self-sustaining, a new question arises in the heart. If desire fuels the mind, what happens when it ends? Will life itself stop, or will something greater begin? Let's enter that mystery together. Here is something that very few people ever come to see. Desire is not always loud, not always greedy, not always obvious. It is clever, subtle, refined. It knows how to hide behind the most beautiful masks. You may think you have given up the world, but the world has not given up on you. It hides in your prayers, in your love, in your longing for peace. The mind, being cunning, never comes to you saying, I am desire. No, it arrives dressed as virtue, as wisdom, as spiritual growth. It says, I am your purpose. I am your evolution. I am your path to God. But the fragrance is the same. Beneath every name, it is the same hunger to escape this moment, to reach something that is not here. Desire can disguise itself as love. You see some and say, I cannot live without you. But look deeper, it is not love speaking. It is fear. You are afraid of being alone, afraid of emptiness, afraid of silence, and you call that fear love. You hold on, you possess, you control because you want to keep what you think completes you. But love, in its purest form, does not complete, it overflows. Love without desire is sharing. Love with desire is business. One gives because it has too much, the other takes because it has too little. Then desire puts on another robe and calls itself ambition. It says, I will make something of myself. I will be successful, respected, powerful, and society bows down to it, rewards it, worships it. But success is just another mirage. It glitters, but it never satisfies. The successful man is haunted by the same emptiness as the beggar. Only his emptiness lives in a bigger house. You may climb 1,000 ladders of achievement, but you will still find yourself standing on the same ground of longing. And when you grow tired of the world's games, Desire changes its strategy. It whispers, now become spiritual, leave wealth, leave fame, chase enlightenment. It's the same chase, only the scenery has changed. Now you run toward the temple instead of the market. But you are still running. You are still becoming. Even the search for God becomes a form of greed. You are still wanting to add something to yourself, maybe now, not money, not pleasure, but holiness, purity, peace. And this new desire is even more dangerous because it hides behind sacred words. It gives you the illusion of progress, but you are still on the same treadmill, moving fast and going nowhere. There's an old story about a monk who lived in the mountains, alone, silent, renounced. He wore torn robes, ate once a day, and slept on the ground. People called him enlightened, and he began to believe them. One day, a traveler asked him, "Master, what is the secret of your peace?" The monk smiled and said, "I have given up everything." The traveler bowed and left. But that night, the monk dreamed of a diamond, bright, precious, unowned, and in the dream, he was holding it. When he woke up, he realized something terrible. He had renounced everything except the idea of renunciation. His enlightenment had become his new possession. That's how subtle desire can be. It can make even emptiness into a trophy. When I say that desire wears masks, I don't mean it is evil, it is unconscious. It doesn't know what it's doing. The mind thinks it's seeking happiness, but it's really running from stillness. And the more noble the disguise, the harder it is to see through. You can easily see the illusion of money or fame, but can you see the illusion of virtue? The illusion of being a good person? The illusion of being spiritual? The ego has infinite patience. It will even use your longing for freedom to keep you in chains. It whispers, one day you'll awaken. Keep trying, keep meditating, keep becoming. But the more you try, the more you confirm the belief that you are not there yet. The more you chase enlightenment, the more you declare your distance from it. So the question is not how to stop desiring, that too would be another desire. The question is, can you see desire in all its disguises? Can you catch it in the act, even when it's pretending to be holy? If you can, then something extraordinary happens. The mask begins to fall. When you look without condemnation, without judgment, without trying to change anything, desire loses its disguise. It stands naked before you, and in that nakedness, it dies. Because the very light of awareness is fatal to illusion. It is not the absence of desire that brings dullness, it is the chasing that exhausts you. When the chase stops, a new kind of energy arises, not from effort, but from stillness. You begin to see that passion is not the same as desire. Passion belongs to life. It is the pulse of existence itself, vibrant and free. Desire belongs to the mind. It is tension, not movement. Compulsion, not creativity. When desire ends, passion remains, but now it is pure, unbound, playful. You still act, you still move, you still love, but there is no motive behind it. You may ask, if every form of desire leads to suffering, Does that mean I must live without love, without ambition, without joy? No. It only means that love without wanting becomes worship. Ambition without greed becomes creativity. Joy without reason becomes your very nature. Once you understand desire, you don't lose life, you gain it. You don't become cold, you become calm. You don't stop moving, you start flowing. So don't try to destroy desire. Simply watch how it disguises itself. Watch it move, shifting shapes, changing names. Watch it without reaction, and you will begin to notice something stunning. There is a gap between the watcher and the wanting. And in that gap, freedom breathes. Now the question arises, if desire is stripped away, if there is nothing to chase, will life not become empty? Won't the flame go out? Or is it possible that when desire ends, something far more radiant begins, a beauty that does not depend on becoming, a joy that has no reason to exist? Let's move into that space together and see what unfolds. What I am about to share with you may sound like a contradiction, but truth always appears contradictory to the mind, because the mind itself is made of opposites: want and fear, gain and loss, light and dark. The mind wants to end desire, but that very wanting becomes another desire. You can't escape desire through effort. Effort is its heartbeat. The more you try to silence the longing, the more you feed it. The very idea that you must stop desiring is born from desire itself. So the real question is not how to kill desire. That's impossible. The question is, can you understand it? Can you look at it not as an enemy to destroy, but as a teacher to listen to? Because when understanding dawns, suppression becomes unnecessary. And when suppression ends, desire naturally dissolves. Every desire, if you observe it with a quiet mind, has a beginning, a middle, and an end. It begins as a flicker, a picture in the mind, a memory, a fantasy. That flicker gathers energy through your attention. You begin to think about it, dream about it, and suddenly it becomes solid, heavy, urgent. The mind says, without this, I cannot live. You chase it, you struggle for it, you suffer for it, and even when you get it, peace lasts for only a moment. Then something new appears on the horizon, and the whole cycle begins again. Most people spend their entire lives moving in circles, believing they are moving forward. They never notice that their footsteps keep leading them back to the same place, the same hunger in a different disguise. But if you bring awareness to this process, if you stay still and watch a desire rise within you, something miraculous begins to happen. You see that it has no life of its own. It feeds on your attention. If you stop feeding it, not by resisting, not by controlling, but simply by watching, it fades. It fades like a cloud dissolving in a vast sky. When you do not identify with it, when you stop calling it my desire, it loses its center, and in that loss, a deep peace enters. You don't have to make that peace happen. It was always there, waiting behind the noise. This is what I mean when I say that understanding is transformation. When you understand desire, not as a theory, but as a living movement inside you, something in you shifts. The tension drops. The chasing stops. You start to see that joy was never on the other side of achievement. Joy was what remained when you stopped running. In that moment, you realize that freedom was never something to gain, it was only something to uncover. The chains were never around you, they were around your mind's illusions. It's like a river that has spent its whole life rushing toward the ocean. It fights the rocks, carves the valleys, moves endlessly. But one day, it sees the truth that it was never separate from the ocean at all. The river has always been water. The ocean has always been water. The rushing was a dream. When the river stops rushing, it doesn't die, it rests in its own vastness. That stillness is what I call the flower of freedom. When desire ends, life does not become dull or cold. It becomes luminous, full, and awake. The world has told you that without desire you would be lifeless. But look at nature. Does a tree desire to grow? Does the sky desire to be vast? Does the flower desire to bloom? Growth happens not because of wanting, but because of being. The tree grows because life moves through it, not because it tries to. When you are no longer driven by the whip of desire, life begins to move through you in the same effortless way. You act, but your action is play. You love, but your love is not need. You create, but your creation is not ambition. This is real freedom, movement without motive, action without tension, being without becoming. And let me tell you, when this happens, when desire truly drops, you will not feel like you have lost something. You will feel like a mountain shedding a burden it never needed to carry. You'll laugh at the madness of it. Years, decades, lifetimes spent chasing what was already here. You'll see that all your running was like a wave trying to reach the ocean, not realizing it already was the ocean. That laughter, that lightness, that peace, this is enlightenment. It is not an achievement. It is the natural state revealed when the fog of longing clears. Don't mistake this state for laziness or apathy. It's not that you stop living, you begin living for the first time. Before, your actions were driven by fear, by lack, by the hope of becoming more. Now your actions arise from joy, from fullness, from the simple beauty of existence. You'll work, but the work will be play. You'll love, but love will be freedom. You'll breathe, and each breath will be a prayer, not because you are trying to be spiritual, but because you can no longer separate yourself from the sacredness of life. This is why I say the end of desire is the beginning of aliveness. The end of seeking is the beginning of seeing. The end of becoming is the beginning of being. When desire dies, the world is reborn. You no longer see life as a series of struggles to conquer. You see it as a miracle to behold. Now, as the mind begins to quiet, as the endless movement starts to slow, something mysterious begins to bloom within you, a silence, gentle but immense. You may ask, is this silence emptiness or is it fullness? Stay with me and we'll look deeper into that next. When desire ends, the first thing you meet is silence, and that silence frightens most people. They have lived so long inside the noise of their own wanting that stillness feels like death. You built your identity on the movement of the seeker, the one who wants, the one who strives, the one who dreams. So when the wanting drops, the seeker trembles. It whispers, if I stop desiring, I will disappear. And yes, that's exactly what happens, but what disappears is not you. What disappears is the shadow of you. The false identity built on longing falls away. And what remains is not emptiness, but an infinite spaciousness, a vast presence that needs nothing to be complete. This is the paradox of awakening. What you call death is actually the beginning of life. When the seeker dies, the sacred is born. When the I dissolves, the whole universe rushes in to fill the space, and in that space, you are no longer separate from existence, you are existence. The tree growing, the bird flying, the river flowing, all of it is happening within you, not outside. There is no observer anymore, there is only observation. There is no dancer, there is only dancing. This is what I mean when I say life without desire is luminous. It's not dull, not detached. It's alive in a way you've never known before. You've always believed that desire fuels life, that without wanting there would be no movement, no purpose, no reason to live. But look closely. All your desires have only created confusion, exhaustion, and endless repetition. You've mistaken compulsion for vitality, tension for passion, anxiety for movement. Life does not need your desire to move. It is already moving effortlessly, abundantly, eternally. The sun does not rise because it wants to. The flower does not bloom because it desires to. The heart does not beat because it is ambitious. Everything simply happens, and it happens perfectly. So when desire ends, action does not stop. It becomes pure. You begin to live not for something, but from something. You act not to gain, but because the action itself is joy. You love not to be loved, but because love flows naturally when there is no self to defend. You create not to prove your worth, but because creation is what existence does when it's free. Before, your life was like a machine powered by the fuel of desire, always running, always consuming, always overheating. Now, you are more like a stream moving, yet still active, yet restful. When you are free of wanting, life becomes incredibly simple, and in that simplicity, sacred. The mind had always complicated it. It said, you must know where you're going. You must have goals. You must achieve. But the deeper truth is that you were never going anywhere. You were only avoiding here. The whole journey was an illusion created to protect you from the terror of stillness. But once you face that stillness and fall into it, the terror turns into tenderness. You realize that silence is not empty. It is full of presence, full of awareness, full of love. Imagine a mirror. It reflects everything, light and shadow, beauty and ugliness, life and death, yet it clings to nothing. The mirror does not say, I want this reflection to stay, or I want that one to go. It simply reflects. When desire ends, you become that mirror. The world passes through you and you remain untouched. Things come and go. People appear and disappear. Success rises and falls. But within, nothing moves. That stillness is not lifeless. It is the source of all life. And In that state, even love changes its fragrance. Before, love was desire, a hunger to possess, to control, to secure. Now, love becomes devotion, not to anyone in particular, but to existence itself. You look at a tree, and something in your heart bows. You watch the stars, and gratitude flows without reason. You speak to a stranger, and there is no distance. The walls between I and you begin to crumble, and what remains is an unbroken silence, not the silence of absence, but the silence of oneness. The mind, of course, resists this. It says, if I have no motive, I'll become empty, lazy, meaningless. But the opposite is true. Without desire, your actions become graceful, spontaneous, total. When there is no self to protect, every gesture becomes pure. You eat, and it is meditation. You walk, and it is prayer. You breathe, and it is communion with the whole. Nothing is missing, and yet everything continues, not as a struggle, but as a dance. This is why I say, freedom is not doing what you want. It's not needing to want at all. When the urge to become disappears, you discover that you have always been. You were never lost, only distracted by your own dreams. When you drop the dreams, you wake up, and what you wake into is not another illusion, it is the vast, silent reality of your being. But here comes the final illusion, and it is the most seductive of all the belief that without desire, life will lose its fire, that the engine of existence will stop turning. The truth is the opposite. When the false fire of desire dies, the eternal flame of life begins to shine. It does not burn you anymore, it illuminates you. It warms but does not wound. It gives light but asks for nothing in return. So let us move now into this final revelation, the moment when all movement becomes stillness, and stillness becomes the dance itself, where there is no separation between the dancer and the dance, no distance between existence and awareness, no you and no other, only the infinite play of life, happening without reason, without cause, without end. Once desire falls away, something extraordinary begins. A kind of rhythm that was always there but was covered by the noise of wanting. It's as though you had been straining to hear a distant song. But the louder your effort, the more you missed it. Then one day, you stop trying, and in that stillness, you realize the music was never distant at all. It was humming in your very breath. This is what I call life after the mind, not the end of living, but the beginning of real living. It's a life not driven by need or fear, but one that moves like the wind, effortlessly, purposelessly, beautifully. You wake in the morning, and there's no plan to be happy. Happiness simply rises with the sun. You do what must be done, not because you seek reward or recognition, but because doing is part of being, and being is enough. Without desire, creativity becomes your natural fragrance. It's not that you create to prove something or to achieve something. Creation itself becomes your joy. The poet writes not to be remembered, but because words sing within him. The dancer moves not to perform, but because the dance is happening through her. The musician no longer plays to finish the song, he plays because the song is playing him. This is the difference between ambition and expression. Ambition is the tension of becoming. Expression is the relaxation of being. When you are no longer driven by the whip of desire, your life becomes art, not the art of achievement, but the art of presence. In this state, even ordinary actions become sacred. Drinking tea becomes meditation. Listening to the rain becomes prayer. Walking becomes worship. You are no longer separate from the act, you are the act. And because there is no I forcing it, everything happens with a kind of effortless grace. You begin to see that life does not need you to manage it. It has been managing itself perfectly for billions of years. The trees have grown, the stars have moved, the rivers have flowed, all without your control. And yet, you thought you had to run the show. You believed you were the doer, when in truth, you were the obstacle. The moment the doer disappears, life moves with a natural intelligence far beyond anything the mind could plan. That's why I say that freedom is not inactivity, it is choiceless action. You act not because you think you should, but because the movement moves you. And in that movement there is totality. You don't hold back. You don't hesitate. You don't calculate. You respond as existence responds, fluid, immediate, spontaneous. The more you trust this flow, the more miracles begin to happen. Opportunities arise without your chasing them. People appear without your seeking them. Synchronicities unfold like music aligning its own notes. You see that life, when left unresisted, arranges itself in perfect harmony. And the beauty of this harmony is that it does not exclude anything. Pleasure and pain, success and failure, birth and death, all are part of the same dance. Before, you fought with half of life, rejecting what you didn't like and clinging to what you did. But now you see that both belong to the same rhythm. The wave cannot rise without falling, and the fall is not the opposite of the rise, it is its completion. When you realize this, you stop interfering. You allow life to move through all its seasons. You learn to trust even the winters, knowing they make space for spring. This is the wisdom of surrender, not a forced acceptance, but a deep understanding that resistance was never necessary. People ask me, Osho, if there is no desire, what keeps you moving? What gives you the energy to speak, to teach, to live? And I tell them, the river does not ask what drives it to flow. Life itself is movement. Existence is self-sustaining. I speak because words arise like blossoms from silence. I walk because the body moves in tune with the earth. I live because life lives through me. When you stop claiming ownership of your existence, you begin to taste the real freedom, the freedom of being lived by the whole. And in that state, love takes on a new fragrance, not as a relationship, but as a state of being. You no longer love because of who the other is. You love because you cannot do otherwise. Love becomes your nature, your essence. You love the stranger, the flower, the sky, yourself, all without condition, without direction, without expectation. Love is no longer an act. It is your atmosphere. It surrounds you like light, and whoever comes near is touched by it. The beggar and the king become equal in your eyes, for you no longer see two, only the same divine play, wearing different masks. This is the dance without desire. It is not a dance you do, it is a dance that happens through you when you are not there to interrupt. You disappear into the movement, and in your disappearance, the dance becomes divine. You laugh, and the laughter belongs to the universe. You breathe, and it is the cosmos breathing through you. There is no separation, no boundary, no question left to answer. You have come home not to a place, but to yourself. And so the circle closes. The fire of desire that once burned you has now become the light that guides you. The same energy that once created bondage has become liberation. You have not conquered desire. You have transformed it into awareness. You have not reached freedom. You have discovered that you were never bound. So now, as we move toward the closing of this journey, let this truth sink deep into your heart. You were never a prisoner. The walls that held you were made of dreams. The chains that bound you were made of thought. And the moment you stop believing in them, they vanish. You are as free as the wind, as vast as the sky, as eternal as the stars. Nothing needs to be added, nothing needs to be removed. The search is over, the seeker is gone, only the song remains. So now we come to the silence after the storm, the moment when words grow thin and only understanding remains. For so long, you believed freedom was something to find, something to reach after lifetimes of struggle and striving. But freedom is not at the end of a journey. It is the realization that there was never any journey at all. It was only your mind that was moving. You have searched everywhere for liberation in love, in work, in religion, in meditation, and yet every time you arrived somewhere, you found that desire had followed you there, wearing a new face, speaking a softer language. And now, after all this chasing, after all this exhaustion, there comes a deep, weary sigh. And in that sigh, freedom begins. Because freedom was never about achieving anything, it was about ending the chase. When desire ends, when the seeker disappears, what remains is not emptiness. It is fullness, a fullness so complete, so luminous that the mind cannot comprehend it. You begin to see that life was never against you, that existence was never withholding peace or love or joy. It was you, running so fast that you could not see what was already here. Every moment you were chasing the next, and in that chase, you missed the eternal. Now that was quietly waiting behind each breath. Freedom is not given to you by any god, by any master, by any effort. It is revealed in the moment you stop running. It is the pause between two desires, the gap between two thoughts, the stillness between two breaths. That stillness, that is you. And once you see this, the old habits of searching begin to fall away like dry leaves. You no longer fight your desires. You simply watch them arise and dissolve like waves in the ocean. You see them for what they are, passing clouds, temporary movements in an endless sky. And slowly, the identification weakens. You begin to smile at the play of it all. You see the futility and the beauty, the madness and the grace. You see that existence never asked you to renounce the world. It only asked you to see it clearly. The chains that held you were never outside. They were made of dreams, expectations, ideals, all invisible, all unreal. This is why I say you were never bound, only dreaming of bondage. The mind created the walls, and now that the mind is quiet, the walls are gone. There is no one left to escape, no one left to be free. Freedom is not an achievement, it is your nature. And when you rest in that nature, everything changes. Actions still happen, but they arise from peace, not from pressure. You still love, but love is not a transaction anymore. It is a state of overflowing. You still live, but life is no longer a race, it is a dance. So tonight, do not fight your desires. Do not make an enemy of your own mind. Sit silently and watch. Watch how a thought rises, how a longing forms, how it reaches out, and then, without your effort, how it fades back into silence. See the rhythm of it arising and dissolving, appearing and disappearing, and know that you are the space in which all of it happens. You are not the wave, you are the ocean. You are not the dream, you are the dreamer. And when the dreamer awakens, the dream naturally ends. Freedom does not come through control. It comes through awareness. The more you watch, the less the mind can deceive you. The more you understand, the less it can bind you. And one day, as you are simply sitting, watching, doing nothing, it happens, the curtain drops. The separation between you and life disappears. You no longer say, I am free. You simply are. And that being pure, whole, silent is the greatest liberation there is. You are chasing peace, and that chase itself is the disturbance. You run after silence like a man shouting for quiet. You meditate, you pray, you discipline your mind, yet all this effort is noise. Peace cannot be found through movement. It comes only when the movement stops. I know your struggle every night, the same restless mind, every morning the same emptiness. You think peace is a place you will reach, but peace is not a destination. It is what remains when the traveler disappears. I will not give you more techniques, more things to do. I will show you the beauty of undoing. In this message, I will not teach you how to add peace to your life. I will teach you how to remove everything that blocks it. You will see how the very effort to control your thoughts keeps them alive, how the fear of restlessness feeds it, how the constant doing prevents being. When you understand this, peace is not something to gain, it is something revealed. You have tried everything. Meditation apps, gurus, retreats, affirmations, yet still the same inner noise, the same anxiety waiting at your door each morning. The world has told you to seek peace, but seeking is the disease. For peace is not in the Himalayas, not in a mantra, not in a future moment. It is right here beneath the clutter of your becoming. And once you see it, even chaos becomes sacred. And so in this time together, I will take you step by step into that seeing. We will explore why the search for peace always fails, how the mind tricks you into endless seeking, and what happens when the seeker disappears. You will see that real peace is not the opposite of disturbance, it is the silence that holds both. By the end, you will not have peace as an object, you will be peace itself. But first, we must understand why you are unable to stop chasing. Because unless you see the root of your restlessness, you will turn even meditation into another race. You have spent your whole life chasing peace. You've read scriptures, you've meditated, you've run after gurus, and yet the same restlessness lingers in the corners of your being. You sit in silence, but inside a storm continues. It's not because peace is far from you, it's because the very one who seeks it is standing in its way. You see, the search for peace is the most subtle disturbance there is. Let me tell you something that may sound strange at first. The one who is searching for peace will never find it, because searching means movement, and movement means the mind is still in charge. And peace is the absence of movement. It is like trying to quiet a pond by splashing in it. The more you try, the more ripples you create. You meditate, but your meditation is full of desire, the desire to achieve peace. You pray, but your prayer is a bargain. Give me this, take away that. You discipline your mind, but that discipline is violence in disguise. You're fighting your own being and calling it a spiritual practice. You are trying to force the flower to bloom before spring has come. How can that bring peace? Here's what most seekers miss completely. Peace cannot be created. It can only be uncovered. It's already there, right under the noise of your doing. Like the sun behind the clouds, the moment you stop trying to move the clouds, the wind of awareness moves them on its own. The sky doesn't fight the storm, it allows it to pass. And in that allowing, stillness is revealed. When you begin to understand this, a strange thing happens. The restlessness itself becomes your teacher. Every moment of tension, every flicker of anxiety, every urge to fix yourself, they all start to show you how deeply attached you are to doing. The mind says, do something to find peace. But life whispers, be still and peace will find you. Imagine a man sitting beside a lake, trying to still its surface with his hands. He pushes the water this way and that, desperate for reflection, but the more he touches it, the more distorted his image becomes. Finally, exhausted, he drops his hands. The lake on its own becomes still. His reflection returns. That's how peace comes, not through effort, but through surrender. This is why I say, stop chasing peace. Stop improving yourself. Stop becoming spiritual. Just stop. In stopping, you will discover something the mind has never touched, the silent hum of being. And that silence is not fragile. It's not delicate like glass. It is vast, eternal, and unbreakable. It is what you have always been, even when you were restless, even when you were lost. So before we go deeper, before we talk of the mind, of awareness, of stillness, I want you to see this clearly. Peace doesn't begin when the noise ends. Peace was there before the noise began. It has never left you. Only your movement has hidden it. Pause now. Don't try to do anything. Just listen to the space between my words. That silence you hear now. That's it. That's the peace you've been chasing. Now, the question arises. If it's already here, why does the mind never allow you to rest in it? Why does it keep creating disturbance even when everything outside seems calm? Let's move deeper into that mystery. The mind, yes, this mind of yours, is a restless factory that never sleeps, forever producing noise, forever manufacturing questions, problems, desires, judgments, and plans. And even when you think it has stopped, it continues quietly in the background, humming with anxiety, waiting for another thought to be born. You sit in silence and say, I am meditating. But the mind says, yes. But am I doing it right? Am I getting anywhere? And that very question becomes another movement, another ripple across the still surface of consciousness. The mind does not know how to rest because rest is its death. And so it keeps turning, spinning, weaving dreams of tomorrow and regrets of yesterday just to keep itself alive. It is like a spinning top that must keep moving to stand upright. The moment it slows down, it falls into the stillness it fears. I have seen seekers all my life, sitting in lotus postures, closing their eyes tightly, grinding their teeth while repeating the word peace again and again. And I want to laugh, not out of mockery, but out of compassion, because they do not see that the mind repeating peace is itself the barrier. Peace is not a word, it is the silence between words. The mind has no entry there. You cannot walk into stillness through the door of thought, just as you cannot use fire to put out fire. The mind can be used for practical things. It can build, measure, remember, plan, but when it comes to peace, the mind is the obstacle pretending to be the guide. When you start to notice this, when you start to see that every thought is a ripple, every judgment a wind on the surface of your inner lake, you also begin to see something deeper. The lake itself has never moved. Beneath the restless surface, there is a depth untouched by the storm. You can be laughing or crying, working or resting, but deep within, there is a space that remains utterly still. That stillness is not created by effort. It is revealed by awareness. The moment you stop trying to control the mind and instead simply see the mind, you step into that silent space. Try it now. Just observe whatever is passing inside you. The noise, the worries, the planning, the judging. Don't fight them. Don't decorate them. Don't call them good or bad. Just look. You will find that a strange distance appears. You are the watcher, and the thoughts are clouds drifting across your inner sky. They come, they go, and yet the sky is not disturbed. The mind's storm may rage for a time, but the sky never forgets its own vastness. I remember once a disciple came to me and said, Osho, I have been meditating for years, and my thoughts won't stop. I asked him, "Who wants them to stop?" He said, "I do." I smiled and said, "Then it is you who must stop." He looked puzzled, but that was the key. The I that wants peace is the source of unrest. The I that wants silence is noise in disguise. The moment the watcher realizes there is no need to fight, to conquer, to discipline, but simply to witness, that moment is the beginning of real meditation. It is effortless, like breathing. You do not breathe, breathing happens. You do not make peace happen. Peace happens when you stop interfering. You have been trained to control everything. Your body, your thoughts, your destiny, even your spirituality. But the truth is that control is the mind's addiction. It feels alive when it controls. That's why when you try to be still, the mind panics. It will whisper, "You're wasting time. Nothing is happening. You should get up." It will create restlessness because silence is death for it. But when you see this clearly, you begin to laugh, because how can the mind control silence? Silence is infinite. The mind is a tiny fragment within it. When you stop fighting with the mind, it slowly loses its power. Awareness shines through, and the noise begins to fade, not by suppression, but by understanding. So the next time you feel restless, do not resist it. Do not chant louder, breathe deeper, or try to escape. Just watch it. Watch it with tenderness, as if you are watching a small child playing with shadows. The moment you really see that restlessness is only the movement of thought, something miraculous happens. The watcher wakes up. The clouds move on. The sky remains. And when you begin to rest as the sky, peace no longer comes and goes.